Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kick, got no time to spare. Double up the score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why.
레이어를 top 10 거는 식당 행걸로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Tough guy 되었고였어 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave that just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fly Wait, I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Get my head up high Ride through rain or shine Cannot sleep without the sun Pain is my superpower
This world never saw me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me Only gods can judge me
If I never leave, I'll never fly Wait, I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Get my head up high Ride through rain or shine Cannot sleep without the sun Pain is my superpower Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Sit back, sit back, sit back, sit back.
Hello everybody, long time no see, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It's been a little while, but we are here, and we're ready for some good VALORANT action. My name is Twiggy, I'm your host today, and I'm joined by my lovely friends, Echo and Kirsten. I hope you guys are doing absolutely wonderfully. Echo, how's your day been so far?
Yeah, it's been good. It's a bit cold, to be honest. I'm not super happy. I dressed up in a nice, like, warm shirt, but oh well, that's fine. I'm just ready for the games at this point.
Same with Kirsten. How are you feeling?
Yeah, again, cold, but I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready to go.
Wonderful. Well, that's exactly what our teams have for us today. It's going to be brilliant, believe me. From what we've seen in the group stage so far, if you've been joining along, I think you will also be excited for what we have going. But first off, let's just talk about the format. Let's talk about challenges. If this is your first time joining us for a Challengers EMEA event, it is our top teams from each region in the Challengers, and it's everybody from EMEA fighting for that grand prize. And plenty of circuit points, but I'm going to throw it over to Hazza first to talk a little bit more about the format, a little bit more about the teams and what you can expect from this one.
Our challengers are back. Before the biggest brawl in Tier 2 restarts for 2026, let's get to know the competition. The mountain that is Northeast has once again proven to be a treasure trove for talent, as Enterprise were one of 2 Clash winners. The question is, with 4 teams in this event, can they show strength in numbers? An old face was made the King of Cologne, but Dak has a new challenger here. Frankfurt back on the big stage, but with the weight of a title on their shoulders this time, joined by rivals Focus, do they have what it takes for playoff success? MENA showed their resolve with an upset against tournament winners in EMEA Clash, but there's another horse in the race this time. GNG's international lineup brings 4 more rookies to the regional stage with everything to prove. It takes 2 to tango, and Turkey have doubled up in the firepower department. A fresh set of teams flush with VCT experience enters this Challengers. It's a passing of the torch back to the old guard, but have they learnt any new tricks? Job Life superstar roster from France is the most decorated in their region, but still they found found themselves overshadowed by Mandatory last Ascension. The hammer is raised once again, but will these rosters answer the call to glory? UCAM finished top of their class with a runner-up Clash performance, but now Spain can bank on another big name in Barcelona. A fresh lineup after their absence from Ascension last year. Can Spain bring the fire once again? Find out as Challengers EMEA Stage 1 starts March 19th, and stay tuned to our socials for all of the action.
Well, thank you very much, Hazza, and we are back, and now we can talk about what we've had so far. I mean, it was talking about 10 teams that have been eliminated already. We're down to our final 4 here for the playoffs, and thankfully enough, they are all from different regions. So, you know, we can all be quite happy about that one. I'm sure everybody is quite, well, apart from Dak. Dak won't be very happy right now, but that's okay. That's fine. Everybody else is happy, and that's what matters. And we can talk, obviously, about what has happened so far, how we got to the stage we are at. Plenty of teams that we have had to say goodbye to so far. I mean, run me through this one, Echo. Were there any surprises for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm looking at teams like Job Life, teams like Team Liquid Academy, both of those I was expecting to potentially be making it into these playoffs. But for Job Life, they got lumped in with UCAM, and UCAM have looked incredible. So it was a bit of a rough group for them, but a Norton 2 showing, it was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, would you say the same, Kirsten? Is there anybody for you that, you know, you were expecting to see go through that you didn't?
Not particularly, but I think that's down to the same issue that Echo was talking about teams like Misa, whose roster is nearly entirely of players that have played in Tier 1 before, and Team Liquid Academy, just they can't make it there if Misa's there, you know? And I think similar things happen for Focus. Yeah, just unfortunate the way the bracket comes down to it, but yeah.
Yeah, of course, for Group A, I mean, Team Liquid Academy seem to have a penchant for not really getting through Challengers EMEA group stages. It's been rough for them so far. Usually the heroes of Northeast and then suddenly fall at that hurdle. They do fall to Misa esports representative, of course, from the MENA region. Oh, Turkish, sorry, region. I don't know why I'm saying that. In this one, the MENA regions did get added, of course, to this one. Only one did play, but we'll talk about those a little bit later in Group C and D. But yeah, for Misa Esports, a very good showing. I mean, basically, we mentioned this in the pre-show. Well, in the pre-show, we were talking about it together in the pre-show. Essentially, just a BBL roster. I mean, this is a kind of insane group of players. Basically, just Tier 1 roster. We kind of expected them to get through. In fact, I think the biggest surprise out of this team is the fact that in terms of how they performed on paper, in terms of their round differential coming out of the group stage, they are the lowest seeded team, as it were. They are the worst off team out of the group stage. Yet to be seen how that'll materialize in the playoffs, of course, Echo, but does that surprise you?
It does a little bit, right? Because you're looking at this roster, and obviously a fair few of these teams have players from Tier 1, right? Players that have played on the VCT EMEA stage and have performed really well. But with Misa, they've got a majority, and I personally would have expected them to go a little bit harder in terms of their round diff specifically, because they are the lowest out of all of the 4 teams that we've got in the playoffs. That was definitely a bit of a shock.
Yeah, would that be a similar sentiment, Kirsten? Is this a team that you expect to light up a little bit more as we get into the playoffs, or do you think we've seen what we're going to see? I mean, again, you know, by quite a significant margin, the round differential compared to the other 3 teams in the playoffs so far.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we're kind of seeing just the sample size be an issue for us right now, because obviously group stage, they've only played 2 games. So let's hope that in the playoffs we get to see a bit more from them. I especially want to keep a close eye on a few players, and especially when their comps are leaning away from the Waylay and into Yoru. I think that's something that I'm going to be paying attention to.
All right, well, we'll take a quick look at Group B because that will be the second matchup, second participant in Enterprise Esports. An incredibly good performance from them. They're the only team that did drop a map in the group stage, but the maps that they won were absolutely ridiculous, right? I mean, apart from Pearl, which has been a bit of a problem point for them so far, they have won every map 13-3 or 13-2, Echo. I mean, a pretty ridiculous performance from them in the group stage.
Yeah, I think to me that's the biggest thing to take away is that they have just come running. They've hit the ground so fast, except for Pearl. We'll talk about Pearl a little bit more later for match 2, I'm sure. But they look like a revitalized Enterprise roster compared to last year. Again, they looked so good through the regular season. They didn't manage to keep it up through the final challenges and Ascension. Now they're coming in with this new core, and they are looking incredibly strong. This is a team to watch out for me.
Yeah, I mean, same from you, Kirsten. I mean, considering who they had in their group as well, I do think it was a pretty standout performance.
Yeah, I think so. I think that the game against Focus showed them being challenged a tiny bit on that Pearl game, but the scorelines say what the scorelines say, and I think we're going to be impressed by them.
All right, well, we'll take a look at the bracket now because our other two groups make up our other participants for Game 1, so we'll have a good chance to talk about them in this one, and that is UCAM and Mandatory. I mean, these are the teams that made it through on that one. Mandatory, technically the only team that played the only team making it through that played 3 games. Of course, UCAM were in a 4-team group, but Stallions were unable to participate. So, I mean, UCAM coming through, again, we kind of mentioned Job Life not really having a great performance. And maybe a surprise out of that one, but I do think UCAM have definitely been a standout team so far. Echo, is this a roster that you expect to excite as we move forward?
I think so, right? Because you look at them in Clash as well, they performed so well there, right? UCAM went into Clash and they beat out Na'Vi, they beat out Ulf, these 2 tier 1 teams, and then they won with 75% round win rate against Job Life, who most people were expecting to make it into playoffs, really. So this is, to me, a very good showing from UCAM. I'm expecting them to be really pushing as far as they can because they want to get these points as much as possible as early in the year as they can.
Yeah, I mean, let's just take a look at that matchup here because they are going to be up against Mandatory from Group D, of course, Kirsten. And, well, the only team making it through that did play against 4 teams. I mean, this is, again, another standout, right? The second seed coming out of France, but they do make it through into the playoffs. Mandatory has always lit up Challengers EMEA, but this time around, once again, I mean, 6-0 in terms of maps.
Yeah, I mean, this team have all had previous Tier 1 experience, a lot of them playing for Gentlemaids or KC. The only individual who doesn't is Sevire, who filled for Fnatic for Soup. So the standard is very, very high up there. Yeah, I'm excited to see them.
All right, let's take a closer look at our teams. First up, UCAM Esports from the Spain region, and I mean, this is a good look at exactly what we can expect from them, right? This is a exciting team. I think, look, here's the thing. Every matchup that we're going to see today, we haven't really, I don't think we've learned the full scope of what we can expect from these teams, right? None of them had a particularly challenging group stage is the thing. They all kind of swept their way through, and so they may be facing their first hurdles, their first bit of challenge here in Challengers, funnily enough. And it is going to be UCAM that are facing that in Mandatory. But I mean, talk to me about this roster, Echo. I know you guys wanted to have a quick talk about Jesse specifically.
Yeah, so like most of this roster, Famsi had a brief stint for 2 games in Tier 1. Oli Zero obviously had a little bit more chance to play at that Tier 1 level, but the rest of the team hasn't really got that Tier 1 experience. So the fact that they were able to come in and look so dominant through that was incredible. But for me, the key thing, the linchpin, was Jesse. right? The fact that he was so often able to clutch out rounds to not really kind of opening up. He was very rarely involved in the early parts of the rounds. Most of what he was doing was closing them out, securing the rounds for his team by just being essentially that steady hand. Obviously, you know, he gets some first bloods. I think he's got 2 first bloods, but most of what he was doing was kind of in that mid to late round, making sure that his team, even if they were at a disadvantage, could win it out. And you can see that here from his stats.
Yeah, I mean, because we take a look at okay, the way that the ranking works technically, the first step, you know, ranking 54th. I think maybe you want to clarify exactly why that might not be a standout in the way that people are thinking looking at it.
Yeah, so that's not 54th in terms of being the worst in the tournament. This is 54th in being the best in the tournament. So the stat is so low that no one else has as low a stat in a good way. First death percentage being he doesn't die first. Hopefully that comes across well and is less confusing than the way that the stat puts it.
Well, we'll see if anybody can increase that stat here. Echo, sorry, do you want to get a final point in before we move on to our second team?
Yes, I was going to say, one of the big things that Jesse does here is that oftentimes UCAM go down into this disadvantage 4 versus 5 scenario. They actually have a positive win rate in those 4v5s. They're the only team to have a positive win rate, 59% if they lose that first person. And a big part of that is Jesse. So expect him today up against Mandatory to really be looking to bring the advantage back to his team.
Mandatory will be hoping to increase that first death stat on the side of Jesse. They are coming out of the France region, and they have, I mean, historically just been a team that has been very good in Challengers EMEA, put up some really, really great performances. They're back once again in 2026, and again have made it out of the group stage. And look, this is not always the team that comes first out of their region, but it's usually the team that performs the best when it comes to this tournament stage. Is there, I think, is there, Kirsten, a you know, just that kind of factor where when the stakes are really high, this team can just play highlight?
Yeah, I think since we're talking about Jesse being the clutch factor for UCAM, we can't not talk about Shin as the clutch factor for Mandatory. Not only is he able to clutch out rounds incredibly well, but in a lot of their comps, he's playing Omen and is diving in on execs. It's such a great way that they're utilizing their comps. They can basically exec whenever they want by having Shin in these positions to TP in alongside his duelist, and then just clutch up the round as well.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing a lot of interesting double dome compositions with Brim and Omen to help support this. And yeah, I'll talk more about it a bit later, probably.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have a little bit of time before we get into the map veto. So, look, well, I mean, who of you wants to take that? I don't want to deprive Kirsten of the opportunity to talk about that Brim Omen thing going on. Do you want to just keep on going? Well, happy to let you keep talking.
Yeah, so Mandatory doing this interesting Brim Omen thing. They kind of do a similar thing on Haven with Viper Omen, where they just want to be able to exec whenever they want. So they have as many smokes as available to be able to do so. And partnered with this kind of Omen that's willing to TP in, they have very, very potent execs throughout the round, when obviously towards the start of this year, Initiators took a massive nerf that made, you know, the ability to exec whenever you wanted a tiny bit difficult with those 60-second cooldowns. So keep an eye on that when they are on attack, because you'll be able to notice some tricky things with the way that they're using their smokes.
All right, well, I think it's about time that we take a look at the map veto going on. Are there any predictions from you, Echo, moving into this one about what we're going to see from these two teams?
Yes, I think this is a really difficult map veto, honestly, for Mandatory, because if we're looking at this for UCAM, they're just going to straight away ban out Breeze is what I'm imagining we're going to see, which for Mandatory, they kind of, you know, they want to lean into that a little bit, because as Kirsten said, they've still got that Viper, they've still got that Omen. It's a little bit of a different composition. They've actually got 2 duelists there, but Mandatory is still relatively good at that map. So that being banned out by UCAM is what I'm expecting. But I think we'll probably be going to Corrode and Haven. Corrode will be very exciting. We get to see that Brim and the Omen. And the decider, I'm expecting to be Abyss. Again, that double dome, Brim, Omen, exec whenever they want comp. They could have changed things up since then. Maybe things have been different. But actually, no, Abyss is banned out immediately by Mandatory. Wow.
Oh, wow, that does
No bind ban.
change things up. UCAM next up with the veto. And Kirsten, have you got... You're going to have to speak quick, but do you have any expectations coming into this one?
Well, I think since we've now seen the Abyss ban, I think there's a likelihood that we might see bind picked by UCAM, which kind of changes everything a little bit. We're less likely to see this Corrode pick.
Yeah.
So a bit sad that we won't see the Brim Omen in that respect, because that's also something that they do on Abyss. Oh, they pick the Corrode. Okay, so we do get the Brim Omen. So maybe now we don't see Haven.
Well, I guess we will we'll find out as it goes on. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Is that the last time I think we all were on a desk together, we were welcoming Corrode into the map pool. Now we were hoping that we were going to get it, and thankfully that is the case, because we're going to be saying goodbye to it, unfortunately, very shortly. So that's hey, it's a good, nice round storyline, I think.
Yeah, being a bookend for this lovely map.
And Pearl is our final map. Okay. All right. Well, that is definitely interesting out of the... look, I mean, you guys made it pretty clear there that wasn't exactly, at the very least, the order that you were expecting things to happen in, or quite the map veto that you were expecting. Echo, talk me through why exactly that wasn't what you were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, we've not seen pull at all from UCAM yet, right? They floated it. It's not a map that they're typically looking to ban out. They banned Breeze here, which was expected, but UCAM picking bind, we've also not seen bind from them yet. Like, this is a new map for them here, and the same one for the last map of this series too. There's going to be a lot of surprises, and UCAM, we know that they like playing this kind of relatively double duelist heavy Neon Yoru, essentially one tricks across everything. Whether that can actually fly on bind specifically, I think is going to be a really interesting thing if they stick with that comp.
Yeah. Kirsten, is there anything that do you think that this map veto is going to change your outcome, or your expected outcome from the series? We haven't actually talked about our expected outcome from the series yet, but is anything going to change, do you think, in terms of the way the teams approach this?
I think, depending on the composition the Mandatory is playing on bind, that this favors UCAM quite heavily. Their Pearl Mandatory do not play the double dive, and that takes away a lot of their identity on those execs. So yeah, I think it might be leaning in UCAM's favor just based on this map veto. Yeah,
do you think so, Echo? Is that something that you share there? Is this going to be UCAM's series, do you think?
I think it all depends on bind, really. I think what they were running back in VCL was they were running the single raise with a chamber on bind. So if they keep that moving forward here, that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays up against Mandatory and how Mandatory can deal with that, because they've also got a very interesting comp on bind themselves. But here on Corrode, I think this is going to be a very fun matchup between these two, because we've still got that double initiator from Mandatory, right? They're still bringing forward that KO to try and shut down UCAM's aggressive pushes, which could work very well for them.
Well, this is the first time these two organizations, maybe not the players exactly, but the two organizations have played up against each other. So this will be a moment for the French and the Spanish fans to definitely, either rejoice or I don't know, who knows. The inter-regional kind of rivalries always are interesting to find out who is fired up on either end. So I do hope that we get some friendly banter in the chat. Friendly banter would be very nice, but regardless, I think it will be a very, very good series anyway. I mean, we've got 4 really, I think, stacked teams moving into the playoffs that have shown their mettle in the group stage as well, just based off of the fact that they have all looked like unbelievably good, like a team that would just sweep their way through a playoffs. And when four unstoppable forces come up against each other, it's always interesting to see what happens. And we are going to see what happens very shortly. Now, I'm going to throw it over to your casters for today. That is Pavlos and MP. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Twiggy. Indeed, this is looking like it's going to be a great game, starting things off for the playoffs of Challengers EMEA Split 1. And MP, look, I'm really interested into this. I feel like the desk made the point eloquently, right? Brilliantly, the fact that we've got two very strong teams now battling out, and what looks like a very strong map pool for both as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it all comes down to these compositions that they have. Obviously, a little bit different look in terms of Mandatory going for that double initiator, and UCAM, who kind of shifted their look into double duelist for this tournament. They saw the meta, they saw that Neon were strong, Yoru is strong, they saw how Nongxing Force won that Masters tournament with this composition, and I think they picked up it quite well. Famsi transitioning back to that duelist role from the initiator, or rather flex role. I do love the look of that, and he's just been running around with the Neon, making a lot of space for his team.
Absolutely, and looking at the playoffs teams, a lot of familiar names out there, right? A lot of people that would have watched the main circuit of VCT EMEA will be seeing a lot of names that they are familiar with, and something to keep an eye out on. So much experience, so much pedigree around, and it's UCAM and Mandatory that take the stage first, getting the playoffs started. UCAM on defensive duties as Mandatory, the French representative here, with just one Brit taking the stage with the likes of Savaya here to play. Let's get things going. I'm so looking forward to this.
Yeah, same here. I'm so absolutely looking for Severe. I'm really glad to see what he has in offer with this KO, usually really heavy on the defensive side setup, but I'm yet to see what he has in store for the attacking side. Slow start right here, but it seems there's going to be a quick clash towards A side.
Paranoia ready for Jesse. And already, Taka's trying to take the stance first, gets to the head of his opponent quicker than his opponent. And at that point, now you realize UCAM have got to transition safely to this A site to defend. Already 4 players nearby, and Board setting up defensively. Gets a dink through, not quite enough as the Sheriff is able to hit some shots to the side. And even though the spike has made it onto the site, instead they're going all the way into their opponent's spawn. The chase is on. Turnaround by Shin. That is explosive. Olizera, though, has got an answer of his own as Takas is sprinting to the other side of the map.
Oh, that flank could have been disastrous. Bull being able to find that means that UCAM will have a shot in this round. Spike will go down. And this is where UCAM know that there's no player in front of them. Takas all the way deep to B side.
So used to seeing Takas as a star player. And his stint in VCT only lasted for a year and a half. Now looking to get right back in. Still a long way to go, but a good year coming. Less than half HP on himself, but has spotted the first and a clean dink. And the second will do it, a triple overall, and we get things going. Round number 1 with a clutch by Takas.
You highlighted Taka's stint in VCT. Sure, it was short, but the shorter stint was from Olizera and Famsi, both being able to kind of dip their toes in that VCT area. Famsi for 2 games, Olizera for I think 5 games, not quite being able to find a win. I think that was probably the difference maker, the experience right here. Being able to play in VCT, get that experience from there, being able to isolate those duels was incredible for Takas, and Outlaw picked for him.
Yeah, I mean, his whole journey making it to VCT was because he was smurfing in all the other Challengers teams, right, with Gentlemates?
Yeah.
He was just unstoppable. Feeling right at home here. UCAM looking to set up something aggressive. 3 players just crouched to the right-hand side corner. They can only account for the 1. Kadavra, oh, I thought that would be a little bit more dominating, but the damage is being built up. Balled with 2, and now only 2 survivors for the Mandatory squad. Okay. Olizera far away from any weapon collection, but I feel like a lot of damage, significant damage has been done.
Yeah. And Mandatory, they kind of have to secure these rifles as well. Outlaw, drop down. They will get rid of that Bulldog. And Olizera, I think he's just looking for a surprise here. Looking for a walk-in maybe. Finding that rifle that Natank has, maybe finding the Outlaw. But Mandatory, they're cautious. They have the experience to know that they don't want to rush the things.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned the experience side of things, right? Because a lot of it has got to do with also experience having with one another, right? The trust you have in your teammate.
30
And I
seconds
feel
left.
that is represented in many and a plenty across the server today. A lot of past partnerships rekindled under these banners. The tank able to punch the spike into the ground. And the snakebite unable to do significant damage off the back of it, but there you go, cleaned up by Shin, scoped in the right position. And even though a second goes to mandatory, they've lost quite a bit.
Yeah, great gamble from UCAM towards the A side. Wanted to stack their 3 players, being able to find 3 different kills, or rather it was 1 player who found all of the kills with the classic bolt. The IGL of the roster showing that he can absolutely shoot as well. Mandatory, they are investing in this round with double vandals, so they do have a solid buy, but on the hands of Bolt you have Odin and straight in the mid it goes.
Bring them down.
Well, that's a good start to the round. All putting the Odin to good use from the get-go. But stand still for mandatory.
I think that's something that we see quite a lot from mandatory and will see, especially on the attacking side. Quick play towards the mid, towards these B, A main areas with the Waylay, having Shrouded Step on the Omen as well. KO providing utility this time around. Doesn't quite work. And Shin is down. Good for them. They still have smokes from Natank's Brimstone. This double controller is good for that.
I'm never going to forget the no tank on the wing.
On the wing. I love that.
You got 2 men just being him.
He wearing
Sorry.
Gucci.
So we Gucci. Oh my god, such a brilliant song. Shout out to
Yeah.
Vitality for bringing that one up. That was gold.
Gold Sam of Valorant. I think that was back in 2022.
Or maybe even earlier, man.
Yeah, a whole different game now.
Mandatory showing their intentions clearly.
15
UCAM have
seconds.
realized it, but they have left Olizera to the other side of the map, so there'll be slow reactions from the
10
anchor.
seconds left.
And already 2 players down. This could get dicey. You might even want to be calling it off unless you get 1 pick, but Bold sticks around. Flash looks away. Too many angles, but he's got the right gun for it. Barely any health, but somehow has drawn it to a 2v2, and the Nightfall gives basically the annulment of their senses.
Enemy remaining.
Olizera gets the flank down, and Kadabra, not the right gun for the case, and the info is there. Touch on the spike, but the snakebite gets the job done. Nates the shock dart, but Olizera, they're on time. Mighty close, but the defuse nets UCAM their first win of the game.
Mandatory, they ran the clock down. It looked desperate. 15 seconds on the clock. They didn't have any information on the side. And look, 4 players from the side of UCAM were in close proximity of that side, but somehow the spike goes down. Mandatory has a chance here, but not quite getting that shot onto Olizera. Means that UCAM will get their round on board, but a really expensive round at that.
Mate.
Look at the investment from UCAM.
Wasn't that a 2v5 or 2v4?
Yeah.
Actually crazy that it's 2 players surviving by the end, but it was with the team that started that clutch with 2.
So low HP.
Okay.
Fast-paced round. Yeah. Tempo.
Mandatory absolutely switching things up here. A side target, shock dart. Well, Hunter's Shuri coming in to assist, but no one's around. We're looking for an organized retake.
I think null command will provide useful here. Seri. Imagine he will put it to use in a second. Yeah, that's where the null command comes in. And UCAM, they have to rethink their choices. They kind of choked
scary.
out by this. Oh!
The intuition to pre-fire that position. Takas is out of the play. Now, do you read that there are 3 players bunched in together on site? Doesn't even matter if you read it or not, because you're just shooting them down one by one. Not on a tank. On the wing! And he's got 3 men just being hit, but it's just not gonna be enough. Oh, it might be.
Or is it?
There's no time for the defuse. Oh my goodness! The tank has done it!
0.04 seconds in. I was praying, I was hoping for Natang to pull out that orbital strike, make the risky play right there. But he didn't need to. He saved that for the next round and takes that one as well, even though he's not alive to secure the round. Still enough.
Oh my god.
Wow.
MP, I feel like we've got the pace of the game already set. If this is what this series is going to be all about, I'm all for it, mate. This is awesome.
Severe once again trying to look for information towards that B area. There's always looking whether UCAM wants to push. And Famsi with that Bucky. I think it's not gonna be the last time we'll see him with that gun today. He really does love the Bucky with the neon, and it's such a strong weapon.
It's a nice combo. But UCAM putting more faith onto the left-hand side of the map this time around. Mandatory are also proning towards it. So this actually might be a good case scenario for the Spanish representative.
Oh, look at the rotations coming from the side of UCAM. They don't get any information from that Prowler. It almost pulls 2 players. UCAM still on top of their game. This stack might provide useful for them. Mandatory, they are switching up the tempo back and forth every round at a time.
I mean, you still have a snake bite, right? You throw that and then you have Fancy throwing Bucky shots through them. That could one-shot them, even if further away.
Yeah.
Orbital strike coming, and that's exactly what happens. Famsi, double jump shot kill. And this is already destruction, but Shin has got something else to say about it. This is difficult with Olizera trying to slid through ice. But plenty of time, Spike goes down, a 2v2 still available to them. Things have slowed down a bit on site though. And this is when Bald can arrive from the heavens. You've built time for Jesse to approach. Oh, he's got the info, but I think Sevilla also knows now. Paranoia in, but unable to convert on the kills is hurting them. They are running out of time. They need to move in quick. Bold is able to find the first one. You've got to expect where Takas is. He was already successful in a 1v2 clutch before. Not going to be able to do it this time. Jesse takes revenge. And UCAM are right back at scoring.
They started the round with such a low investment. That Bucky, as I talked about, provides a lot of value to Famsi. A great position. Not quite often seen from the Neon. You usually see Neon pushing up and close and personal, but that works for Famsi. Finding those 2 picks allows UCAM to actually get a hold into that round. Finding that flank as well. If you look at UCAM, they are usually pushing those flanks. You see them behind Mandatory, especially when Mandatory runs the clock down. And now Mandatory having to save.
Crazy how the turntables, right? How things switch in a moment's notice.
Yeah. I'm sure Mandatory is already quite happy that they've got 3 rounds on the board on the attacking side of Corrode.
Sure.
I think being titled one of the most defensive maps means that Mandatory, sure they want more, but 3 rounds at this point of the game is quite good.
Yeah, it's good looking at it at that level from the outside perspective. If you kind of look into it from the previous round, playing up against a relative eco and still falling, some disappointment can come through, but you need to look at the positives. Slow and methodical approach through mid, making it through into Link. And
once
it should
again,
be first contact.
Yeah, Mandatory running the clock down though.
30 seconds left.
Sweet kill for Jesse. Mandatory not making this one silent. Very much alerting presence. And Shin looking to see if he can defend Takas from planting it. It looks like UCAM are playing this one on the safe side. Lovely shots being hit by Jesse.
And a 4K.
Some more. That's not bad, is it?
Absolutely not. Jesse, who the desk actually highlighted, he's been here with 4 different teams, whether it's Challengers, Ascension. Jesse has seen it all, but the furthest he's ever got is round 1 of these playoffs, and he's here again. Trying to make a new record for himself and get the win under his belt. He's been incredible throughout this tournament, finding many clutches. Like the desk highlighted, he doesn't die first on his team, and that's incredibly important for your controller player, especially when you're running a single controller.
I'll correct you there, MP. The desk made the point that he's very bad at dying first. Yeah. Which is a good thing.
It's great thing. Yeah.
It's a great thing. Unless you're an entry, right? You're kind of not doing things right. But not the case for Jesse. He's won leagues in France. He's won leagues in MENA. And now he's trying to see if he can make it work EMEA-wide. Time up for mandatory now, entering the chamber, entering the think tank.
I think this is interesting because mandatory have to take good care for multiple things. First thing, UCAM has 4 different ultimates. Olizera can lock down a place with that Viper Speed completely. But then you have Bisk, who has that operator online. I think one of the most prominent operator players, actually sniper players overall in this tier 2 system, maybe even could work in that tier 1 system as well. Now on the wrong side of the things, mandatory, let's see if they pace this round up once again.
It does look like they are. Then Beacon thrown in as well to add to the pace. Attacker's frontlining, knowing exactly where Jesse is, and realizes there's a second player nearby. So do you just call a standoff? A standstill, perhaps? Smoked. And you've been completely blocked off. Now, do you have the confidence to just rush through it, right? You've used most of your flashes, if not all of them. Paranoia also expended. So what's next? Mandatory gonna have to wait for these smokes to dissipate and also switch up their position. Not that Fancy will be too surprised. Holding the right angle. And he's got assistance as well if needed. Here we go, indeed. Overdrive enabled. It doesn't last long for Famzy, though, as he is only able to get 1. 3 on 3. And yet another smoke dropped into blockade. But again, keeping it low. It feels like UCAM are playing this one aggressive. Smoke will fade, and all right and dandy for Shin. And with that, I feel like UCAM can wave the white flag, hand this one over to the French squad.
It's a great tempo switch. I mean, probably UCAM expected that. Mandatory were kind of shooting themselves in the leg with the low tempo rounds, playing the clock down. It's usually quite hard entering the site, but now switching up the tempo so much higher, not quite being able to enter the site on the first wave, but then making a second wave. And UCAM is the one who makes the contact actually with the overdrive from Fancy. But trades go to the side of mandatory. And Bisk, he's left to save that operator. It is probably known for mandatory that Bisk should have an operator, although not seen on that round. But they should know about it. Still, many ultimates for the side of UCAM for this upcoming round.
Yeah, that's not too shabby, is it? I mean, surely you're not hitting yourself. Short 4 rounds on the attack is a decent amount, but you don't feel out of the game just yet. A very real possibility UCAM can snatch this one out, but there's a reason mandatory have selected Corrode as their own, right? They may have struggled a little bit regionally, but coming into the tournament, they've switched up their comp and happy to make this one work. And it seems to be working.
It's the first time that they actually get deep mid control here. Bold usually being able to protect this mid, but now absolutely gets taken out. And that opens up the map for mandatory. Still 2 players towards that B area.
Ooh. Okay, Bisk. Oh, he's going in for more! Imagine if he had time to survive for a third. But Olizera's on the case and is feeling snappy. Takas left in a 1v2. Where have I seen this one before, MP? Where have I seen it? Round 1, round 4, and now again in round 8.
Great wraparound as well.
But 50% success rate on these. Let's see if we can make it 75. Sorry, That's not right. 66. And he's that much closer to doing it. Oh, you sneaky bugger. Surely not the no.
No way.
Oh, no. And now he knows there's a one. And
No way.
Takas, you're a monster.
As I do. My ultimate is ready.
Wow.
No one's gonna give you what you want.
That's a great
Work for it.
reposition from Takas. Honestly, should have been read by UCAM and was read, but a little bit too late. At that point, Takas was already past Jesse. Wow.
One enemy
The patience, trigger discipline right here. Incredible from Takas. And he will get the ult as pop as well.
That is mad. That is like having the mindset of an assassin. That's ridiculous. It looks like the pace continues for Mandatory, but a Viper's Pit might put an entire halt to this attack. Goodness me. We've seen so many clutches this game, it's incredible. But on to the next. Losing this one, UCAM will be in dire straits economically. And maybe the game as a whole.
Yeah. They do still have great win conditions in terms of this round. Bisk has his ultimate up as well. Might look for some information towards the A main area. Mandatory is slowly creeping away. Null command for sure will be used to try and enter this site, but there's already 3 players holding down the fort.
Okay. Fancy can't get his gun out on time. But Takas doesn't mind that. Bisk knows he has to play this one aggressive. So down Severe will be brought back to life instantly. Oh, balled. In his comfort zone with the Odin. And he knows if he just slow peeks, maybe he can make something work out of it. Olizera's peeking it with a classic, but he's got a Bucky now. And his opponent doesn't know that. Kadabra is low, but likewise for Ollie. 10 seconds. You've got to get the spike down. Olizera tried to dash through, but Kadabra doesn't stop, and the snake bite doesn't get there in time, and now what can you do?
Kada having that shot guard as well.
This is so rough. Baits one out. Olizera swings! And once the poison cloud dissipates, that's when he shoots. That is ridiculous from Olizera, and a must-win round for UCAM.
A perfect gun to face low HP Kada there as well. Will eventually pick up the Odin, but that Bucky once again proves useful for UCAM. Second round, basically for the Bucky to win out the whole round.
Yeah, when we have the screen highlighting the players at the end of the game and where the analysts get to talk about who did so well, I think we need a special field there for a Bucky. Bucky MVP.
Yeah, we do. Look at Bisk. Absolutely. Bisk picking up Outlaw here means that every single one of the mandatory players are one shot away from being killed. Mandatory establishing quite a lot of control towards that mid area and playing through Link towards A there. Only 2 players from the side of UCAM on that side.
Yeah, they've realized it's about to be an A here. They've pushed outside on the B side extremity. But the thing is, if you're UCAM, do you really want to play aggressively? Can you hold on to this position is the question. Famzy says yes. But how much effort do you want to put in to clear this? Mandatory already lose Shin and the tank. And the double push comes through, little by little, taking everyone down. And it's working. The duo of Famzy and Jesse have eliminated most of the mandatory squad. And now with the rest of the cavalry arriving, Kada and Takas have got a task and a half to themselves. Kadabra up first, loses most of his life for that first pick. How much more can you find? Takas joining in. Doesn't take long for Kadabra to fall. And of course, it's the Odin to put Takas to sleep. Tucked by a blanket of bullets, actually. And with that, UCAM squaring things up.
Great hold from the side of UCAM. I love how they just thick up to elbow. They want to isolate that one area, keep control of that. So even though mandatory, if they would get control of that whole site, UCAM would have one more position to hold down until reinforcements arrive. They don't need those reinforcements. It's Famsi and Jesse. Let's hold down the fort. And mandatory. Having to save this one. Small investment coming through though. Before we go in the last round of this half.
True that. Later, Taka says, but loses most of his life in the process. Fisk is able to catch in and back into safety. Yeah, this is going to be a simple one. No eco round shenanigans. No Shiko endeavors.
One enemy remaining.
Interesting round from the side of mandatory. Like you said, picked up apart little by little. I think individually as well. Usually you might see a stacked up attack when you're saving. God, oh! I mean...
I doubt they'll make the mistake again. Face them one by one.
Oh!
Okay, Kadabra.
Okay. We'll get Hunter's Fury online out of
Last
that.
round before the switch.
Yeah, psychic magic spell shown, snapping his fingers like Thanos, and half the team's gone.
Yeah. For the side of mandatory, this round is really crucial because they have two zoning ultimates right now online. If they would go for a fast-paced attack on the B side, on the A side, usually they should be able to get that side control instantly with the two ultimates, but do you want to invest that much into getting onto a side? Seems like they will go towards mid. Huntsphere will be invested, will be tagged, and finds a pick as well.
That is so huge. And you can't help but feel that Famsi needs to counteract it, therefore quick pacing over in mid. And he's got assistance with the likes of Bisk. But he's slow peeking with the operator. That's not something you'd see over in T-Spawn this early in the game. There you go. Succeeds.
That flank. That was win condition for mandatory. Now it becomes so much harder to attack this side.
Olazera's got a perfect angle for this though, and doubles down with the picks. Sidesteps a shock dart and even weaves into battle once more to close it out. 7-5 at halftime. UCAM, okay, had some slow effort at the start, but managed to get the lead by the end of the half. Clutches have been the name of the game so far in this match, where Mandatory and UCAM both have had their moments, but currently UCAM in the lead by 2 as we've switched sides. And it's now Mandatory looking to take on the defensive stance and see how good they can do and if they can take home their own map pick.
It's gonna be a quick clash. Look at Severe setting up that Takas and Shin combination towards A main. Is he gonna come from a contact? No. Nothing to be seen there. They don't know that UCAM, most of UCAM's forces are down to that A main. This might be a window opening up for UCAM.
Well, only one Prowler was expended towards that B site, so Mandatory are curious to see if there's something in play in that area of the map. And you can slowly see that they are putting 3 players in charge of that discovery. Bold gets caught further away from the angle is Takas, therefore catches his opponent first. But with spotting out so many players, I think UCAM will quickly realize that the A site's barren and open for the taking.
And the sides have switched. All of a sudden, Mandatory are the ones coming to A main.
And it's Olizera on the defensive stance. Moves back. Instead of deciding to fall back into the A site safety. Seems to see if Link will be fruitful for him. And indeed, catches Kadavra trying to cross through a smoke. UCAM spread out wide here. Just in Tank able to find one in their initial efforts. But Shin carries that momentum forward. So does Savaya. Mandatory successful on every single front. Part the one with Famsi, but they do have lurks and flanks. Call them lanks, because it's enough for Mandatory to win the pistol and get themselves straight onto the defensive board.
And this is very dangerous for the side of UCAM. Mandatory having that double controller composition on the defensive side means that they have these smokes to rotate on. And I love how Mandatory already moved around that map, especially on the pistol run, going for that attack in A main, trying to go for a pick. Nothing to be found there, so they shift their focus towards mid right after that. Shows a lot of proactiveness from the side of Mandatory, and I do love that.
It's a different idea as well for Mandatory and UCAM in terms of comp and how they want to be approaching this one, don't you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And to me, this composition that UCAM are running is one of the better comps to run against double controller, because you have the Neon and Omen to break through those smokes towards the site. And that's going to be the job of Famsi and Jesse. You have to go first. Bisk even with that gate crash. I think right here you're going to see that Famsi once again with the trusted bucket.
But they've missed him. They don't know he's here. Therefore, he still has the element of surprise and turns around and continues to mow people down. It's enough for 2. And Severe joins in on time. UCAM's tempo in aggressing to this B site has completely halted.
Yeah, but that's where you actually see the strength of this composition. Like you highlighted, they didn't spot Kadavra in that smoke, but Kadavra didn't spot anyone either until Bolt came through. That's great, because you have 3 different agents that can just pass through that smoke onto site. And if you are aware that someone might be in the smoke, that could be good for UCAM. You can absolutely break through those smokes towards the site. This time around, it's not quite enough.
So you're basically saying, MP, in theory, UCAM are well equipped for what Mandatory have got in regards to agents. But that's in theory. Yeah. Let's see if it works in practice, I guess.
And actually, something that I missed, UCAM, they are running double controller as well with that Viper. I kind of sometimes think about Viper as being a sentinel as well as controller. So double duelist, double controller setup for the side of UCAM.
Right, big guns in play now. And the bonus from Mandatory doesn't look too shaky either. Always be scared of Takas on a Guardian.
Yeah, and that's what Wold agrees on. He does not want to face that Guardian.
There.
Okay, he smoked, but this time in Mandatory's terms. Triple stack in mid.
I think they're looking for a play.
This is going to be tough because Famsi is point blank here. Takas seems to expect it. Flash through Famsi though. It's much easier for him to press mouse 1 and end up with a multi-kill. And it seems that UCAM do get out of it with the bargain. Some openings created, Ball shutting Severe's life out means that B site open for the taking.
Once again, I do like how mandatory they're not waiting for UCAM to make the play. They are taking the round into their hands. They want to be the team to make that play. This time around, it's not quite working. Famsi was too close in that smoke. Didn't get blinded by the flash point that well. Or flash drive, rather. Mandatory, I think they will be just saving these rifles, which is a great decision. 2v4. Even though you have Shin, the clutch master, online.
Yeah.
It's a rough situation to face against.
It's not happening, right? UCAM can be anywhere. And that's
I
the
do
scary
love
part.
I love the point that Matt C highlighted from Shin as well, that he brings composure to the team. He understands the win conditions of the round, and I do think we see that from his stats in this tournament, especially in that clutch stat. He's 4 out of 7 in clutches. That from VLR stats, which is incredible.
It's some crazy consistency in situations that you just shouldn't be consistent.
Yeah, and especially when we see multiple clutches in this match already, Takas being the one usually highlighted there. No?
Yeah, well, I think we have already some play of the tournament candidates from this series.
Yeah. Great information gathered.
Okay, I thought Bisk would have died there. Instead, 2 other people had that misfortune. Severe, brilliant shots connecting. Not quite sure if he did get to see his opponent. I think that was just a spray.
So I'm not sure if anyone actually saw anyone there.
Okay.
at least the one getting the kills. I'm not quite sure. Those might have gone through the smoke.
Okay, this is going to be a big contact here.
But look at the double up.
You don't expect the second player around. That's so sneaky. Oh, but they avoid it.
No way.
There's no way. That is so unlucky for Takas. But it might not even matter. 50 seconds on the clock. Reconfiguring now for UCAM. Takas gets out of his corner and makes the call for his team. Faces the lowest health opponent. Not that it mattered, as a headshot was found. But UCAM are hurting. Low on numbers. Need to make these individual efforts work by themselves. Takas repositions once more. Jesse will be turned in the right position, but Takas quicker to the trigger. And much more accurate Takas here to show him how it's done. A 4-piece and mandatory to equalize.
He is so aware as well. Knowing exactly where his enemies are coming. Every time. Being the leader of this team right now, winning out multiple rounds. No wonder the timeout is called here. You can need to find some win conditions for this map. That attacking side, it's not gonna be easy. It hasn't been easy so far. And once mandatory get those ults online, it's gonna get even tougher.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, MP, but it does feel like UCAM feel a bit unsettled on this attack side, right? Mandatory with their push and prods, all the preemptive takes they have on the site. It just doesn't make UCAM's life easy. It feels like they're second guessing every move.
Yeah, and I think that's from mandatory being so aggressive at the start of this second half. You have to be aware of that KO all the time. The setups from Takas, Severe, Kadavra as well are so good. Potentially, the UCAM have to be on their tippy toes all the time. Still, I would love to see UCAM get some hold on this match. They have that neon to go aggressive, but then again, you have Severe on the other side. With the 0 point, that can shut down everything.
Suppressing. One suppressed.
Only catches one. But I don't think you'd expect Famsi to just be the isolated player, be the lurk.
Launching smoke.
So I assume I would have thought there would have been some more friends around, or foes, in the circumstance. Looks like Link is being the target here. And
they
that
know
just
they
might
lost.
be the right call. Oh, that's a huge prowler. And you even know what the gun is. Nightfall drops, only catching the one. But how do UCAM respond? Quickly walking through Link, and it's not quite a walk, it's a quick dash, hop, skip, jump into the site. Defenses are around, and entrance blockaded. 40 seconds on the clock, and a pause now for UCAM.
And they know Judge is in that site. That is
And
a
the scary part?
terrifying thing.
You've also got Olizera and Takas
30
in the
seconds
standstill
left.
and mid without knowing that each other are there. So a little bit of a micro game in the process while everybody else is focused out on the A site. Silent long enough for Mandatory to wonder where they could be, but they're sticking to their guns, and it's the right call holding this angle. Odin doing a lot, but it still seems that UCAM are getting the better end of the bargain, and the mini game in mid is won by Famzy. Still though, the Judge proving to be deadly, and no reason to switch out of the gun. 6 seconds, no time to get to the spike down. The time to push is now, but the time to die is also now. Kadavra says, quad piece for him, and that Judge was superb.
A terrifying sight to see when you're in close quarters. Kadavra finding the exact position where he wants to be with that Judge. Being supported by his teammates as well. 4-piece. And I think shotguns have actually provided quite useful in this map. They are very great, or very good in these close quarters. And Famzy once again picking up that bucket. I feel like the tempo is going to be higher here.
Oh, it definitely is. At least Takas goes in looking for a little longer. Here comes Kadavra's Hunter's Fury. Already found in one pick. Anything more than that is just the bonus. So UCAM, minimal investment. Not the end of the world losing this, but it's not like they've had a chance to create a fight on their terms. Again, Mandatory are the ones to preempt their fate.
It's very hard to play against this KO with the neon composition. You've seen it from UCAM. They cannot enter these sites. You cannot have the neon just run towards the site. 0 points usually counter that, so you have to think, how do we pull that 0 point out of Severe and then have that attack actually coming in? They haven't found the answer quite yet. And Mandatory, like you said, instantly shutting them down on that on their own terms. Sure, not the biggest investment there, but still Mandatory on the driving seat.
Yeah, they've entered the double digits club. Fun place to be. But not for UCAM. As now they have to play catch up. Okay, let's look at the ultimate department. It feels like Mandatory are doing a little bit better on that end. Very close to the null command, able to strike 2 away as well, while still having converging paths and from the shadows available to them. Though crucially enough, Bisk, dimensional drift in his hands. Jesse as well with a from the shadows. We could be seeing a bit of a enemy line, backline infiltration with those two.
Who's next?
And indeed, dimensional drift is what is thrown.
Yeah.
Finding out where Takas lies, now clearing out the area for his teammates. Doesn't wait for them though. Goes in for the shorty play. Takas all too aware, but not quick enough to recover from Famzy's push. Paranoia, Shin looks to push, and it's still not working like Mandatory intended. UCAM switch up the tempo, and it's exactly what they needed. Spike down, and now they vacated the site entirely.
Mandatory coming from 2 different sides. One side is dealt with. It's all up to Severe.
And it's a bit
what
too
can
tough,
he
isn't it?
do? Yeah.
Especially on the limited amount of health he's got.
It's a good pick. We will get Null Command online for the upcoming round. And for UCAM, I think this is great in terms of thinking about the upcoming rounds. They finally found a round on board. Sure, they had to expend a dimensional drift for that, and Bisk actually not quite getting the value out of that, other than getting information, getting a lot of ground, which usually it's what it's used for. But now they have to do it again without that dimensional drift. And 3 ultimates to face against them.
And ultimately, that's going to be a little bit harder to do. As the dimensional drift gifted UCAM a risk-free way of gaining space and info. Let's look to see if he can look over the smoke.
Operator in the hands of Bisq. It's usually very dangerous.
But only if he gets pushed, really, right? And it doesn't look like Mandatory are going for anything like that right now.
And I feel like the attacking side up can be very hard, especially against Mandatory, who usually when they go for peaks like that, it's some kind of setup with the flash drives. So you might not get as much value with the Operator. Bisq still on the front lines with the Operator. I mean, this is nothing new to him. He can absolutely do some work with the op, even in close quarters.
All right, back into Kondo. And sure, you've lost one player, but you found all that you've needed, and that is enough space to get the spike planted. Converging pass. That'll be tough. Takas, though, not quite able to take advantage of his ultimate. Falls flat on his face, splat. And now the rest of the team asks to play catch-up. Viper Split making the A site that much more treacherous. And Mandatory, it seems like they cannot get much closer. Kadavra sending in a shock dart, and it's enough to deal with Olizera, but a lot further to go. Bisq also. Operator in hand. Looks to fire soon. The spike is being touched. That's the flash, but not going to inflict any harm to the senses of his opponents. And with that, double-digit club joined by the Spanish representative as well.
They couldn't even get through that smoke. Jesse placing it so well. I think it's impossible to try and go for that defuse in that smoke. Yeah, there's no chance you could even ninja defuse that. It's so hard. And Mandatory, they have to go for a timeout. 3 different ultimates for the side of them, but I feel like Mandatory kind of has lost their proactiveness. They haven't found as much value in those early round pushes, and I don't think they have gone for those as much as they did at the start of this half. Sure. I think it's great to switch up your playstyle, not to be that predictable, but surely we're gonna see something more aggressive in this upcoming round, I'd imagine, at least.
The thing is that now they know that their opponents have an Operator in their hands, right? So the risk of taking odd angle fights to their opponents, I don't know if that's something you fancy. I guess with...
Maybe not.
Yeah, but, yeah, it's a difficult question to ask, that's for sure. But you're right, trying to switch things up is the name of the game for them. Trying to force UCAM's hand, see how they play if they're the ones setting terms of the round. Judge in the hands of Kata, even though he could afford something greater.
Yeah, he does love that Judge. Doesn't matter whether he's onto A or towards B. Trying to gather some information towards that B main. Look at Kata already in a really aggressive position with that Judge. They're pulling Severe to support him as well. UCAM, I do like this approach. They don't want to get caught off guard by anything fast there.
No way!
Oh my!
You! Oh, I could sense it!
No!
Oh, brother! Too suppressed. Yeah, no catching them off guard, I guess.
I have this.
Yeah. One way you don't have to deal with Kadavra's Judge, it's just spray him through. And that's why the Odin is so prominent here as well.
It's huge. All right, Shin in trouble. Loses most of his life. Attackers is there to help, and that's a positive. Oh, Severe. That is a huge flank created. Orbital strike. Funneling everyone in his direction, but only good for the one. And the HP bars of both sides are hurting. Olizera, though, cannot anticipate this push quick enough. So it leaves the tank by himself on the 1v2 until reinforcements arrive. He can hear the spike being planted, Bisk unaware, and the tank handles them single-handedly without any assistance. That is just simply not required. 11 now, and Mandatory ease up slightly ahead.
It seemed like Mandatory didn't have a proper setup in terms of those ultimates at the start of this round. But where they find the value is towards A-Link.
It's so funny
combo
as well that he was positioned a little bit further forwards but decided to step back just before the shots came through. That's just sad.
Is that karma for playing judge?
I guess, could be.
UCAM once again picking up the pace towards mid.
Well,
Face
fancy
off.
first blood. Only good field one this time though, Kadabra. But you can pace it up, and B site secured for them. This is going to be a hard order for Mandatory to handle.
Either one of these teams
behind in mid as well.
Yeah, but look how aware they usually are for these mid flanks. It doesn't matter whether it's UCAM or Mandatory. They're always looking for the flanks. And from that kill, I think the round is shut down.
Has to be. Going toe to toe. Bit of a tug of war game right now, and you're right, we are seeing a high level in anticipation from both sides. I mean, coming into this, we knew that both teams are capable of sneaky plays, lurks. It's kind of the MO.
Where both of these teams came from was the second seed of their region. It doesn't matter. They haven't lost a single map in groups. In just a few rounds, either one of these teams will drop a map. I mean, it could be more than just a few rounds, seeing how close fair this is. Right now, it's anybody's game. It's not defensive side, it's not attacking side.
Take flight.
Goes to show how stacked Challengers EMEA is.
Yeah.
Aldrin can't get too deep. But someone followed it, and that someone is Takaz. Do you consider this bold? I don't know if you do. He's not really ready to pre-fire this corner. He's just jiggle wigging. Jiggle wiggle peeking. Yeah, there you go. Big surprise. And Takaz is out. No harm done.
And that was a lovely setup, because all the previous rounds that Kadabra has put that drone out there, no one has followed it that silently. And that allowed Takaz to be in an aggressive position, finding that first pick, now getting information as well. No rotations coming through from the side of Mandatory quite yet.
Hi, I'm pissed.
Overdrive enabled by Fanzi. Takaz will be calling for reinforcements now, seeing everyone, but unfortunately does hit a clone. But the info gathered allows Kadabra to square things up in numbers just a little bit.
30 seconds left.
Mandatory, what do they have to exposure for the retake though? No command available. Couple of flashes, paranoia. They've got pretty much everything here. UCAM going to have a really hard time in retaking. 30 HP on Famzi. Lowest of the lot. Jesse having the high ground, but struggling to play the whack-a-mole game. All these heads appearing out of area, but can't quite hit the hammer. Olizera. All to himself. But Survivor just decides, I'm just going to stand on top of this hut and find you wherever you are. And that is one of the cleanest retakes we've seen all freaking game. Mandatory on the precipice of taking their own map pick home.
Match point.
No clutches, no upsets in that round. Just a calm, collected retake. Severe pulling up that null command, meaning that they have one life to expend. And him just jumping round means that Jesse cannot hit a single shot. UCAM will use their second and last timeout here. Try and close this one out to overtime. Still, Jesse, I'm not quite sure if he has used that from the shadow, maybe once down in mid. That's the only ultimate online for both of these teams, and probably the only one that will come up for this regular game.
Yeah, I think so too. Just the once for Jesse. It's you know, there are high impact ultimates and there are some that you use circumstantially, and I feel that's the same. That's basically it for Omen. Just the circumstantial one.
Yeah, and I feel like that ultimate could provide very useful in this map, or this round rather, especially looking at how UCAM are positioned towards that B area. You probably want to have Jesse ult deep on B, trying to pull some rotations coming through, pull some of the players that would be aggressive onto B main, while rest of your team does the work to clear out this B main area.
I'll tell you what it'd be though, this is looking like it's going to be an explosive take from UCAM. Takas realizes there's a lot going on here, so he takes a few steps backwards, but has been spotted. Instead, is the one to get the first pick. What do you do here, UCAM? Smoke to provide some cover, but still, you haven't quite completely taken over the site. There's still a job to be done, and Takas is taking the quest all on his shoulders. Sevilla, point blank, still Shorty gets out, and talk about clean. Mandatory make this one look squeaky smooth. 13-11 is the score. A close one, but for Mandatory, there was no other outcome for them. That's how you close it out.
Wow, Takas, the player that was clean for Mandatory, finding multiple clutches there, is the one to finish it up. UCAM no chance in that round. Well, Takas just pushes through to the side. I don't think he had much utility to cover him. Maybe a flash drive coming through, but he just has that confidence. He's been around the ringer, been in that tier 1 circuit. He knows that he can absolutely just go and demolish these players when he's confident.
Well, I know there's a lot to take a crack at. Plenty of clutches, plenty of awesome moments. Let's throw that over to the desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, this highlight reel is going to be jam-packed, I feel like. And look, it's a player that we didn't really highlight going in. Look, we only have time to highlight one player from each team. You never know who's going to show up on the day. And Takas, absolutely. Just ridiculous stuff. I mean, I think it puts it all together that the final couple of rounds that we're going to see on this one, the ones that really broke the tie that was going on there between the two teams, were very much in Takas's hands and really stole the limelight, I think, from the rest of his team on this one. Kadavra also put up amazing numbers, outshone by Takas in the end. And yeah, I mean, ridiculous stuff, Echo, don't you think?
Yeah, I think like it looks so close between these two teams, back and forth all the time, almost every round, and then all of a sudden Takas and Kadavra were just getting multi-kill after multi-kill and shutting it down. UCAM looked like they might have been able to edge it out there towards the end, but I mean, when you've got the shotguns from Kadavra and when you've got Takas just so proactive in your face, there's nothing you can do if you're UCAM.
Yeah, Kirsten, look, behind the scenes, we were definitely taking a look at things with a critical eye, and I think there were a lot of things that we were going, you know, Mandatory, you know, their positioning maybe not quite as proactive as we would like. Is the difference maker genuinely just Takas in that?
Potentially. I mean, he is the one that I'm seeing that's taking this forward space a lot more than anyone else in the team. But I also do want to give props to UCAM, who I think were perfectly dealing with a lot of the things that have made Mandatory so dominant in the group stage. They were fighting forward to deny Mandatory from being able to have the powerful execs that they normally have. And I think that really is what gave them the lead coming out of the first half. And yeah, I guess give Takas a few clutch moments where he can get 3k after 3k, and Mandatory managed to just squeak out the victory.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few, a couple of rounds. The thing is, we don't really have rounds that we want to analyze necessarily. More just appreciate, I think, is the main thing, right? We'll start with round 8 here, which was, I think, a pretty just ridiculous moment. I mean, it really does come down to Takas's lived experience here, the trigger control, and just a matter of milliseconds with that turn and then getting everything done. I think that is really a microcosm for how the game went for Mandatory, right? It was not in their hands at any point, I don't think. In fact, there were several times all throughout that they were behind in terms of the scoreline, and therefore, you know, it really did come down to clutch plays, and that I think that's what we've seen a lot throughout the tournament. It's expected that it will come down to how well you play as an individual down in the playoffs, where you know, we have seen each of the teams that are in the playoffs now completely dominate in their groups. This is more what we expected to see. You know, Echo, is there anything you think that could have... I think, look, if we played this on a different day, it could have been a completely different result, but do you think that there was anything that really broke the tie there in a macro sense rather than just the players?
Sure, I think most of what Mandatory were doing was... If you look at that last round, right, where Mandatory went for that perfect retake, they were able to take back site nice and quick before, like, kind of UCAM had really stabilized towards site. That's the kind of round that Mandatory were wanting to get forward as much as possible, and Takas was putting them in the best possible position to do that. We saw, you know, even just 1 kill a round is a great stat to have. But that really, I think, was the final straw. Was that final round was the perfect example of what Mandatory wanted to do, and they were able to get it a couple of times. But I do think, as Kirsten said earlier, UCAM's overall macro decisions were usually better. Mandatory just hit the shots.
Yeah, well, we're moving on to Bind next. And, you know, things are changing up a little bit from here with the bans that we saw. Kirsten, do you think that the result of this first map is going to come back to bite UCAS? UCAM, different organization.
I'm still thinking that because of the surprise factor going into this, and UCAM obviously feel confident to pick the map, I think they just get the favor for them in that regard. They've obviously done a decent amount of prep towards Mandatory and like how they like to play, and probably have some sort of idea of what to expect, or at least how to fight back against it. Looking back at previous comps from both of these teams, they have a very similar archetypal thing happening, where they're both introducing sentinels that like to slow you a tiny bit. And I think that matchup is what I want to be paying attention to as we go into Bind.
All right, well, we'll find out very shortly. We're going to head to a quick break, and then we will be back with our second map of Bind.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 Benz on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA #1, and our first map is over and done with. Mandatory take it, 13-11, just about as close as it can get. And look, I think the implications for the rest of the series here is that Mandatory really want to get this done in 2 maps. Echo, tell me why.
Yeah, because as we see there, Corrode, they won it. Bind, it's, you know, there's a lot of question marks for both teams, but as we head over towards Pearl, we don't know really anything for UCAM in terms of recent things here. Whereas for Mandatory, this is their worst map. They looked absolutely incredible on every other map they've played, all 5 in the group stage, but Pearl is by far their lowest round win rate. And if we head over onto that, it puts them into kind of like a compositional disadvantage as well. But as we go into Bind, I think, yeah, we'll see if we get that double sentinel. No, we don't.
Oh.
We'll just take a look at it right now.
That's okay. So both teams have gone away from that sentinel with the chamber and the sage. Both of them have gone into that double duelist, wanting to go aggressive. My question is, Mandatory, are they going to be able to be proactive enough to take advantage of the double duelist here?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's something we mentioned, right, over the course of that, especially on the defense. Is Mandatory got that kind of proactivity going? Do they have to get dragged through that by Takas on this one, or do you think the rest of the team are going to really start to awaken now?
I mean, it kind of looks like the implication is that they want Takas to still be that guy. They put him on Yoru, and Natank is now on Raze. So on Breeze we have Savire playing Yoru. Mm-hmm. No, on this one we've got Takas playing Yoru, and Natank, who has basically only ever been on Sentinels, Brimstone, or Viper, is now playing Raze.
I mean, it's good to know they're adaptable at the very least, right? They can change things up on the fly. Let's find out. We're going to go to the map right now, so I'll head you back over to MP and Pavlos.
No audio. Here we're back. You can throw everything you expected into this game out of the window because we've got completely different comps for both teams. You can also throw my audio out the window because that's not needed either. MP, we got very surprised by how close the game. Maybe not surprised. Maybe that's not the right word. But we had a very explosively close game the previous. But it was based on what we knew, what we expected. But now things get changed.
Yeah, and it was the pick of Mandatory. Obviously, they wanted to go for a comfortable map there. They wanted to take this at the start of this map, or series rather, and they took it not as cleanly as I would have thought, but still, Bind, I do think it's a decent map for them. Even though they've played it only once, it was quite even feat against Job Life. Both of these teams, they have switched up the composition, and that was the question mark for me, whether UCAM is actually gonna stick with them switching up the composition to this meta of Yoru and Neon, the double duelist. So far, they have switched every composition, and now they switch on to Bind as well. So all 5 maps that they played throughout this tournament, they are running that double duelist composition.
It seems to be working for them, so they're rolling for it every step of the way. But now into Bind, where UCAM look to see if they can stay in this series. Otherwise, it's down to the lower bracket. Bold with first 2 kills to his name. And the backup is there already. 4 players standing strong. A conga line created. And nowhere Mandatory can go, really. Shin, sure, you can get 1 pick here or there, but you've got another 4 to deal with from now onwards.
We'll rotate towards A. No spike for him. We'll just catch all of the orbs. Yeah.
Min-maxing the round.
Absolutely.
Love to see it.
As you should. Shin, will he up his clutch
30 seconds left.
ratio? I think this is a way too tough feat.
Oh, you think? Well, hang on.
Wait.
Jesse's low.
Wait!
Oh, what? You won't expect the right-hand side. No. The Famsi will act as the gatekeeper by the end. But yeah, okay. Made a shake and got very, very close to getting that Viper's Pit online.
Yeah.
Down B.
For a second, I believed. For a second, I believed. But doesn't quite see Famsi there. Wow. I mean, I was pretty much joking when I said, is Shin upping his clutch stats again? He didn't know. He didn't know I was joking. He was like, I'll try.
I like what this caster says. I'ma just do what he tells me to do.
Yeah.
Clutch, you say? Sure, no problem. 1v5. Hold my beer.
Shin actually invested in the bandit here as well.
Okay. Look at this push from Bald, though. That's it. So much information for UCAM right now. They pretty much have it as a guarantee that the A site is the intended target for the French organization. Mandatory wanting to take it a step deeper, though. UCAM ready for it, reading it like a book. Oh, crispy stuff from Jesse as well. And with just a single casualty, UCAM stand on top.
Very clean round for UCAM. It's good to see. Bonus will be easier. Maybe some investments coming through for the side of UCAM as well. Mandatory though, Shin is really close for that Viper's pit. If they get him all the way there, that could be dangerous for the side of UCAM. Sure, they are on a bonus buy, which means that they do not have to win this round. They have invested into a few Guardians here.
It's not too bad, is it? Fancy playing point blank.
Yeah.
With the judge. We got accustomed to so many shotgun kills the previous. If you missed it, there is a highlight package ready for you.
Two shotgun lovers here, Kadavra and Famsi, both favoring those guns, but okay. Sure.
The thing is, the Prowler missed him, but still pre-fired the angle as well. It's like teasing it. Oh, wait, I think I got away with this. Never mind.
Sakas didn't trust the Prowler. He was like, yep, not falling for that one.
So what do? A-site hit once again, but UCAM with all the information in the world with balls push yet again in the back lines. He could also be an influential factor in the retake very quickly, but it might not even come down to the latter stage of the round, as the front line seems to be good enough. Takas, pretty much all relying on him. If he plays this one aggressive, 30 seconds, and you can see how patient you can be playing this, waiting for Bowl to be relevant in the round, but Mandatory baiting the spike plant, not fully investing into that play. In the meantime, UCAM being as patient as ever. It's ridiculous. It's a cat and mouse game. Who's going to act first? And it seems that Olizera will make that move. Poison Cloud throw it in, walks right through it. Sure, there are some casualties on their end, but Sevilla needs to do it all by himself, and there are players to the left and the right. UCAM 3 in a row.
Great bonus from UCAM. And the desk highlighted this at the start of the pre-show, that even though UCAM gets onto these 4 versus 5 situations, they usually can bring it back. Sometimes it's Jesse on the front line, maybe it's Olizera. Right now, them being patient, holding for that flank to come, proves so useful, even though Bolt isn't the one who got active there. It was Olizera just going into that smoke, finding the planter. And UCAM very happy with this 3-0 start on the defensive side.
I'm sure they are.
Look at Famsi still sticking up with the judge.
Yeah, always going to be dangerous. Oh, that is a good combo. Though Famsi stands tall, doesn't hold back at all. Double kill for the judge, even though he's trapped and had paint thrown right at his face.
It's a rough place to go against the judge, even though you have the C's paint grenade combination. Takas. They have the Viper split as well.
Ball spraying, and the fact that Severe had to move out due to the incendiary makes him that much slower for the collections. Jesse is doing so damn much. Mandatory get teased with potential success that round. Say, it's like UCAM giving them false hope, but just like taking candy out of a kid's hands, they snatch that one right away.
Exactly what I was thinking. Just holding the candy in front of the kid's face and just pulling it right before he gets to that. Jesse, I don't know how he does it. Both of those kills, the crucial kills that actually meant that UCAM were able to win out that round, silence the Viper's pit instantly, came through a smoke. Now Jesse online with the orbital bisc. Oh, this is exactly what he's known for. The aggressive operator picks. He's so confident and he's so good with the ops.
So this is disheartening for Mandatory. Every time you think you can provide something, you get outdone. That's not the case this time though. Bisc overstays on the other side of the toxins. And for that gets punished. Still plenty to play for though. Equilibrium in terms of numbers on both sides.
And now for Mandatory, could be really good if they find a few picks. Natank, showstopper online.
Yeah, I was about to say he nearly 2v1 there.
Yeah.
But Olizera able to square things up just a little bit. He is struggling due to the toxin's hand. And he's got players approaching him. That is stupid. Come on. At least he's low enough with a bullet to take care of him through the box. But still, this could go anywhere. 2 versus 2, an orbital strike thrown just when the spike gets touched. This is going to delay them massively. Jesse will take that 1v1 all day. And Kadabra is in a conundrum. TP, no time now. He's got to commit to the play. And Bald and Jesse are joint to the hip on this one. Seized in place. Kadabra trying to take a stand, but Jesse shall not permit that. UCAM are an absolute unstoppable force on this defense.
Jesse has had his struggles in challengers, in assessor tournaments. He hasn't gotten past this round 1. Always dropped down to the lower bracket and eliminated on the first 2 matches. If he's gotten there. But now he wants to be the difference maker. I think 10 kills right now for Jesse. Being the difference maker for this team, and right about time for Mandatory to take this time out. Jesse 9-1 with that Brimstone. And the global ult of Orbital Strike as well. If Jesse can farm that over and over and over again, it means that UCAM will have another tool in their toolbox to win out these rounds, delay them. But right now, Mandatory, I think they will invest here. 3 great ultimates. They're not far off from rifles and shields.
Into the tank once more. And no doubt about it was about time. You're right, ult's galore. It's just how you use it and when you decide to do so.
I think right now, Mandatory, they have to pull their experience. Natank, Takas, Kadavra, all were in that core of gentle mates in stage 2, I think 2024.
Thanks.
They've seen the tier 1 experience. Kadavra after that, Natank and Takas before that as well. In stage 1. Right now they are on a pinch. They will full invest into this round. Interesting to see as well, Bisc dropping that operator to Famsi. Famsi holding down towards A short.
Portal closed. Cutting through.
It just allows his teammates to play further back, right? Early response.
Yeah. Olizera just playing for their rotate as well.
And Jesse isn't that far from that position either. This position gets realized. Takas trying to see if he can cover Garden as well. Gets into the backside. Decides against playing this one aggressive. Tries to wait for the team to join. Bisc gets ahead of the curve. Flash does this allow his vision, but in the same process, UCAM still to be on charge. Olizera taking a stance as well. It's ridiculous how UCAM make this look. It's clean as clean could be. And with that, Mandatory gets shut down for yet another buy round.
And all of the ults. Mandatory, they utilize everything. Orbital Strike, Dimensional Drift, Showstopper. Natank couldn't even press a button on the Showstopper before he was dead. And I think that all came from the back of Bisc having that rifle, just tapping one to the head. I wonder if this will go the direction of clean sweep on the first half. Maybe I'm through. early for that. 6-0.
Right here.
It could all change from here. Mandatory. They finally got onto the site.
Yeah, but will they stay there? That's the other question, right? Because UCAM have already rotated around. Lamp control, but not for long. Famsi still got that covered, using his opponent's smokes to his advantage. There's just a sense that UCAM are a lot more familiar with this map than Mandatory are, right? As a team, at least. You know, having played this map once in the past 2 years as an organization, right? As a squad once this year, against the 13 times of UCAM. It's not really comparable, is it?
I think we cannot overlook UCAM switching up all of their composition into this double duelist. They're so comfortable with this. I think that's exactly where most of this confidence comes from. They know exactly how to play these agents, their own comfort style. Famsi. I mean, he says, I'm not on the board quite yet. He wants to get all the piece of that cake as well. Goes for the ace. Nearly flawless as well.
Epi, real question, and irrelevant to the game, but you mentioned having all the cake. Have you ever bought a cake and ended up eating, like, all of it? Maybe not all of it, but half of it, like, shared it with someone. Like a big cake. Maybe not big, but, you know, a full cake, not just like a mini one.
Not a big cake. I mean, I've done that with a mud cake.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
I've definitely done that.
Okay.
Well, my tummy was hurting after that.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, UCAM, I don't think they're hurting at all. They're just enjoying this cake. They're sharing it. Oh!
Okay.
A rare miss.
A tank. Yeah, we haven't seen too much of that from Bisk, have we? But they don't quite anticipate Famsi to having a similar corner. Double kill for him, but I think it's the first time Mandatory have had pole position in terms of numbers. And a great angle for Takas to cover.
Time to jump.
Is the timing missed? Yeah, just. So you can't really take up that position again, especially with Bald holding the Odin. It's a very spammable angle. Bald thinks against playing it super aggressive. Waits for his teammates so they can capitalize off of any gains made. Knowing where both are now.
Last player standing.
But unable to break through. Olizera can't quite make it work either. And last resort, Mandatory finally break their silence and get a say in the matter.
Player standing.
Find their first pick. Even though it is traded in the end, they finally get on the site, get the plant down. Positions down as well, lamp control. Mandatory, they're finally back into the game, at least for that one round. It seems like UCAM.
It's probably the stomach pains from the cake, man, I'm telling you.
It could be.
Too much cake.
Bisk, he's going for that aggressive operator pick.
Yeah, these Prowlers are godsend for Mandatory.
Spike down B.
Although every time UCAM are able to find a situation in which they've got an added layer to a push, right? They've always got a second player hiding somewhere, trying to pounce off of an aggression.
And look at Famsi as well. Look how much ground he has got from the bathroom push. And that's the brilliance of UCAM. Like you highlighted, they always have the double layer. They always know how to react when they see these players. They know how the Mandatory plays. I think 2 players saw from that B long means that Famsi will be able to push. I think he will hear that tap.
Ooh, TP taken, and all of a sudden UCAM are very much equipped for this.
Down B.
40 seconds. Spike in hands for Mandatory. They can still switch their minds if they're quick enough, but I think they've decided against it. Bisk, now he's hitting his shots. Now he's feeling alive. Nothing can stop this man.
He's not missing again in this game. Now, operator on the hands of Bisk, already highlighted multiple times. He's probably one of the best operator players in Challengers right now. Maybe even more. Just so fast, so aggressive as well. Fast picks. Never miss, well, never say never. Looking 2 rounds back. But most of the time.
Yeah, you know, when Cast a Curse isn't it playing?
Yeah. Oh.
There he goes again. See, you just had to say knock on wood, and didn't happen. Pulled as well. The poke and prod is real. This is very uncomfortable for Mandatory. Imagine having thorns thrown at you, left, right, and center, time and time again.
Bring them down.
When you try and find a field of flowers, you're thrown into a rose bush and get prickled up as well. It's not fair, man.
No. And it's not just on the one side where they're making plays. UCAM is getting so comfortable, they're pushing up alone. Like Bolt did right there. First Bisque will find a pick towards A, then Bolt goes for another one on the other side of the map. Mandatory, they're just left, licking off their wounds. Sure, still 3 players left, and they have got some ground.
Yeah, I think that spacing is an illusion, right? It's an illusion of control. They don't actually own this area.
Unless...
maybe they can if shots are missed, though. So that's brought them right back into the fight. And the tank's still with the Sheriff, though, and that's not optimal. Viper's Pit. Okay, yeah, Cadaver was on the other side of the other box, so not too much damage delivered there. Okay, Nightfall. Ramsey going forwards with the overdrive, and he's found the positions of 2 of the players. It's ridiculous how quick he found them. Cadaver now has got to do it for his team. Provide something from this attacking half. But 2 pairs of eyes lasered upon his position, and he gets absolutely zapped to death. UCAM, they have built a fortress, and it's impenetrable.
Usually when you enter Viper's Pit, you are the one with the lower HP. But the combination of Nightfall and Overdrive means that Famsi is still all the way 100 HP when his opponents are suffering in the pit. They have no idea what hit them. They are deafened. They have no clue that Famsi is online with the Overdrive. And him being able to clean out that Viper's Pit instantly means that UCAM are absolutely shutting down any tempo that Mandatory thought that they had with that one round in this map. Mandatory looking for a heavy bathroom push.
But again, look at UCAM on the left-hand side. They know what's going on. I've got a full clear picture.
And look at
HD TV.
Bisque is running Outlaw. There's only half shields for the side of Mandatory. And I think they heard that Outlaw, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god. Well, Takas at least will be able to gain some information of his own. Dimensional Drift utilized. Showstopper unable to exert the double blast pack to get on top of the box. So Showstopper ends up missing.
Look at Olisera on the flank, far away.
And look at Severe looking as well. He's aware that something like this can happen, but he's not finding it. He is checking the right angle right now, but the timing is against him. So Olizera knows. Oh! Severe. Oh my god! Come on, you can't not make this up. But still, though, Biz trying to lure it back. It looked dire for UCAM for a second, but Famsi also joins in the efforts to draw it right back in UCAM's favor. 2 players separated for Mandatory. Takas going around. The Incendiary has bought enough time, and they even have the Orbital Strike to stop it all from happening. This is Mandatory's chance, but Famsi denies one. The Orbital Strike is all that is needed to delay it a little bit more. But I still think there's time. Surely there's time if one can defend one of their teammates from defusing. Oh, Bisque finds it quickly. And I think the defuse is there. Surely you've got this under wraps. UCAM, get it with under 2 seconds to spare.
Against all odds. Both of their flanks were dismantled, both at first. Then with very unlucky timing, Olizera got destroyed as well. Severe even having the perfect post-plant setup with the Incendiary and Orbital Strike is not quite enough for Mandatory. Once again, 3 ultimates invested into that round, and still it's not quite enough for Mandatory. Find a round or another round on board.
I feel like if I could see this round all over again in slow-mo, I would. Because Famzy just went circles around him. I don't know how many times he went through lamps and in and out again from different positions. He used that, I don't know, like a roundabout.
Yeah. Oh, look at the combination.
Oh, come on.
There's no escaping from Takas. One of the players that could actually, with Gate Crash, could escape that. Didn't have it online. Bisk will make sure that the odds are in their favor. Famzy once again. His beloved gun in a perfect spot.
Yeah, I have a sense that this half will be all but a nightmare for Mandatory, and we'll hope that they wake up from this wicked dream. But let's say if they can pitch themselves awake for now. At least at the final end of the half, if they can secure at least something that they can work off of them in the next. Natak on the wing again, double kill in that extent, triple overall, and equilibrium stored. 2v2 now, as UCAM look to play catch up.
Toxins going.
I think Severe just setting up for that post plant once again. Incendiary online means that UCAM has to get on it quicker.
Toxins going up.
Shit hurt. Just a little bit though, but he can heal the commotion. Realize that's a drone. Diffuse halfway. That is massive for UCAM. Oh, but it doesn't even come down to the ninja. They could do it by just shooting their opponents all day long. The diff is real. For some reason, UCAM jumped into bind and made it their domain. A pistol and the consecutive could be enough to see the end of this game. Map number 2, Mandatory, currently in the lead in terms of maps, but not so much in the round score of Bind.
UCAM at the same score that they were left in the previous map. This time around, their opponent with a little bit lesser score.
Down.
And right here, win for UCAM could cement this whole map, and we could go the Pearl. Equal trades.
That's a good paint shell.
Down A.
There's some fight back coming through from the defensive line, but Famzy clears through a smoke. Severe cannot be a nuisance no longer. Shin on the lurk, though Takas has to handle so much by himself, but he's down capable. If anyone has to be in that position, it would be Takas. But now Jesse will try and fend for himself. Shin, a must-win round in which he will stand tall for. Mandatory, get the pistol, and will make sure they have some life in Bind for a little while longer.
2 players, the clutch factors in those teams, Jesse and Shin. Before this match, Jesse was 50% in his clutches, Shin 57. And that 7% difference will make a difference once again.
God damn, man, nice. Imagine being able to win clutches more than half the times you take them.
It's crazy. Couldn't be me.
No, not me. I'm not saying you're much a better player than I am. But hey.
That's why we're here.
At least we're not the ones on the server right now.
Exactly.
Takas getting surprised. Marshall collected by Famzy, but quickly handed over by the feet of Shin. The Classics are able to find substantial damage and upgrading their weapons in the meantime. Uh-oh. I'm afraid a Thrifty is in play.
Yeah. Double judges. One of the worst guns to retake. Especially in this situation where UCAM have already positioned into those far angles. And Severe even switching up to the Classic right here. You kind of have to. Ooh. Okay.
But only now is it to the knowledge of UCAM.
Okay.
Judges are in play, but it might be a bit too late. Snakebite, that's good. But that longer fight will favor the Marshall.
What?
But the Classic comes out on time! You cannot make this up! By the nick of time, mandatory secure it, albeit UCAM shenanigans.
Take a screenshot of this moment. If we go to overtime, if we go to a close match here, if mandatory are able to get some hold into this map, I think this round is where we look at round number 14. That should have been for UCAM. They had a rifle, Marshall, everything in long range against these judges, but it's not quite enough. Mandatory will take out their third round.
I mean, the should argument could come in depending on how far back you take it, right? Because if you take it to the very start of the round, that's when mandatory should have clearly won it without too much difficulty. But yeah, you're right. If you skip a few seconds into the game, into the round itself, yeah, things did switch up very quickly.
This is a great situation for mandatory because they can go for a full buy. Sure, once again, the outlaw is online. I feel like it's been a bit underwhelming on the hands of Bisk. He's got a more value out of that operator. The outlaw hasn't been that crucial, especially now on the attacking side. It can be very hard to find any picks. And look at the position for mandatory as well. Shin is so deep. They can as well move on the map. They can also take control like UCAM did on their defensive side.
Yeah, what's interesting about that, UCAM only spotted out one player there, but given how deep Cadaver was, you can assume there were others nearby holding his angle. Left. So quick thinking here for UCAM to switch their sight target and find the more open of the two.
Look at Jesse. He's already going for the post-plant position. Bisk there to cover him. Orbital strike, incendiary, once again online. Mandatory, they have to hurry.
Yeah, second time's a charm for the outlaw. Mandatory starting to take up the pace. But the BPM is up.
Oh.
But Natank can't feel a thing. No sweat for Natank, but blood by the end. Cadaver gets respected with the orbital strike, but realizes if they are going to hang into this game, if there is anything chance that they can make it through, a Vandal by the end of this one is necessary. But UCAM secure it, take no chances expending the orbital strike, but map point is theirs.
A very difficult situation for Cadaver. I think he's happy that he got the orbital strike away from UCAM. A little bit easier round coming up here. Sure, it's not gonna be easy at all, but a little bit easier without UCAM having that orbital strike. Double Vandals, double rifles, Guardian online as well. Shin happy with the bucket. Never mind. He baited me out. Switched out to a Stinger in the end. I think we have to think about the win conditions here on this round. Natank's showstopper. I think that's it. Few rifles, sure. But that showstopper could be the one that is the deciding factor.
I tell you what could be the deciding factor. Triple player hold on that B site. Have most of your numbers available to this defense. Nice chokehold here. I think Taka spotted them and vice versa. Showstopper out from an attack. And avoided by every single one of the UCAM players. Look at the push though from the right-hand side. Shin has gathered a lot of ground. Could potentially do a lot.
Once
It's
again.
just that if he gets overzealous, thing could go awry. Oh, he's got the timing right. No one's looking, no one's checking. This could be brilliant for Shin. In his opponent's go. It's just his Stinger though, therefore the damage is limited. Severe though, also with a similar gun, is able to get the trade across. Spike down, Bull doing the heavy lifting. What more can Mandatory offer? The Vandals are now coming in play, but Shin is gifted close quarter fights, and backs turn at that. A double kill for Shin, where it's least expected. That's where the coup de grace is delivered. And Mandatory show that it's their turn to surprise.
Shin learned from the previous round. You don't want to get overextended in that push from the bathroom. Staying a little bit behind means that he will grant himself a kill. Great reposition on the showers as well. And the clutch factor for the side of Mandatory once again online. UCAM will call for a timeout. It's not a timeout in despair, but it's timeout on which round do we close this out? What conditions will we have for that? Are they looking for farming the orb for Bisque? Maybe Bolt? Where do they find the most value out of this ultimate fancy? If he gets a kill or if he dies, we'll have that overdrive online for sure. And for the side of Mandatory, quite close on those ultimates as well. Shin having Viper Spit up provides them quite good defensive side, depending on where Shin will be positioned.
Okay. I wouldn't say we have a game on our hands. Yeah, MP, I still feel like UCAM could just, you know,
sweep,
trip across the line and still win on the attack. But I am enjoying what Mandatory are providing right now. And never-ending relentlessness.
Okay.
In which they have the belief they can win. Famzy is happy he missed the shot onto the clone. Okay.
No way.
Oh, okay. That is crazy. And now 2 left for Mandatory.
Planted.
And the spike isn't even planted in their direction. It's on the other end. UCAM know they've taken full ground access of the defensive spawn. It's ridiculous.
I'm sure Bisque will probably go through with the ultimate as well. Dimensional Drift to spot out these players, whether they are defusing or not. Mandatory, they are moving slowly.
Severe's hoping he could potentially get a pick here. Then the orbital strike could be online, but that is asking for a lot.
One enemy remaining.
Or is it? Yeah. Jesse continues to be annoying. And it feels like, indeed, the trip has come forth. UCAM,
wow.
All they needed was one extra round. And after having one of the closest games in map number 1, this one won't be as close. 13-4 will be the score by the end as UCAM square things up on the map count 1-on-1.
Pretty anticlimactic there at the end. Just getting close up with the bandit. I mean, that's exactly what the gun is made for. You get close into 10 meters, you one tap into the head, get those picks, and 2 picks coming out of that means that UCAM will take that map and will go on the Pearl right after the analyst desk.
Well, it's going to be from the frying pan into the fire for Mandatory because we mentioned on the desk it really needed to be a 2-0 for them because the latter half, the back nine of this series, it's looking a little more rough for them in terms of on-paper performance, and UCAM definitely showed that.
They looked so strong this entire map. I mean, you know, a few nice shots here from Takas, you know, Natank as well, coming up as much as they can, but UCAM just had such an unstoppable amount of control across the map on both sides. They looked absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, this is as dominant of a performance as you can really get. In fact, really half of the rounds from Mandatory were a little bit kind of lapse in judgment-esque from UCAM, right? Like a little bit of silliness, you know, not checking their flank on an anti-eco, and losing a round out to small things. But you can make those mistakes when you are, you know, 10 rounds up. It's not the end of the world, and I think for UCAM it really didn't matter. They had a little timeout at the end, and I do think that was in part due to just kind of, okay, let's not you know, let's not get too complacent here. But yeah, I mean, they had it in hand the whole time. I think, you know, 6 rounds into that game, Kirsten, we were thinking it's probably over.
Yeah, I mean, UCAM just looks so much more confident. And I think it comes like really clearly when you look at how Mandatory were playing their attack. They were trying to move people around the map, and UCAM just didn't move. They were solid in knowing, okay, this is where you're going to exec and we're going to stop you. And they did the entire half. And then it came down to just, we've got so many rounds to play with and we'll just beat you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a rough time indeed all around for Mandatory. Look, we're moving on to Pearl as our final float map of the series. Does it go uphill from here for Mandatory, Echo, or is it just going to be more of the same, do you think?
Yeah, I think for Mandatory, it's just an uphill battle at this point, whether or not they can bring it back, because this Pearl is their worst map until we saw their bind, I guess. So it's going to be very difficult for them to really try and bring it back. But like when you're up against a player like Famzy, you are just going to get shut down so often. He had so many 4Ks, 5Ks, even a couple of 3Ks in there as well, right? Like this Viper's Pit, the counter to this Cusson, you were talking about how crazy that kind of combo was.
Yeah, the Nightfall with Neon Ult, the Overdrive, I think it's just one of those really underrated ult combinations of how are you going to hit a Neon anyway with Overdrive? Doesn't happen. Yeah. It's really difficult. Now, how are you going to do it when you die immediately to it? Especially when you also get kind of pinged out roughly where your location is. It's not easy at all to deal with. You're nearsighted in your own Viper's Pit. Perfect counter, in my opinion.
Yeah. After a very encouraging start for Mandatory, breaking the tie of 11-11 to close out the first map in Corrode, and things are not looking so great for them anymore. 13-4 at the second map for UCAM, and heading on to Pearl, as we've mentioned, not the best map for them on paper in terms of historical plays, but look, there's a reason that the veto was different this time around. There must be some reason that it was left as a float, and it's usually not a team's most confident maps, but maybe there is going to be some difference for Mandatory, some road back to redemption here into winning this one. It's not all over if they do lose. It's of course a double elimination bracket, so they will be in the lower bracket. If they do lose out, they'll have a second chance to come back into things, but it is do or die here for this first day, this first series, and we're going to go to a quick break before we head to map 3. Well, final chance here for Mandatory, coming off the back of a very rough map for them. 13-4, about as bad as it can get realistically. And after such a convincing first map performance as well, they were really up against the wall on Corrode, and they managed to eke out that victory. This time around, it was a non-starter for them on Bind, quite literally losing so many rounds in the first half, and then I mean, it was just over from there, basically. No matter what you do, make one mistake and suddenly it's all over. Even just that third round, how are you planning on winning it on the bonus there? And for UCAM, they're probably feeling pretty good about themselves. I think there were moments even where they got a little bit complacent, Echo. Do you think that creeps back in this time?
I think it's going to have to not, though, because Mandatory, you know, this map, one of their worst maps in their map pool for UCAM. They've changed their composition now. They haven't played this map themselves since Clash. So that's probably about 2 months since they played this map in an official. It's been a long time. It wasn't good for them up against Na'Vi. That was a loss, and it was a pretty rough loss at that. So if we're looking at these two teams fighting out, especially with this new comp from UCAM, I think UCAM are just going to have to try and keep the boot to the throat, essentially, right? They need to try and stop Mandatory from really finding a way to come back in.
Yeah, Kirsten, do you think that this now for Mandatory is... Do you think they cooked something up in the last 2 months is kind of my thing? Or do you think, you know, it being left as a float map, it's not really been so great for them? And, you know, the veto as a whole, is this a sign of it just being a really tough series for them?
I think that Pearl was an issue for Mandatory historically because they can't play their execs in the same way. With their comp, they don't have that double dive. And UCAM were already shutting down the ability for them to exec already. So without some severe, like, looking about how they're doing their macro, making sure they're playing the map and baiting the rotations properly, this double duelist, just comfort comp from UCAM, probably going to do the same thing it's done for the rest of the series.
All right, well, we'll waste no more time. We'll head straight to that final map of the series to decide who's going to be going down to the lower bracket first. Pavlos and MP, take it away.
Well, we've done it again, guys. We've done it again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, seems to be the name of the game for UCAM. Continue to go for that neon pick time and time again. What do you feel about that? I feel like the previous game, especially, has to be that confidence builder, right?
Yeah, I mean, how we highlighted on the pre-show as well, and on the first map, UCAM has gone for this Yoru and Neon composition. Throughout this tournament, they have completely switched up their kind of look on the game, and they wanted to go with the double duelist. Sure, Famsi is great at that. He goes away from that initiator role, or rather a flex role, back to Neon. I do love that. And you highlighted the confidence already building up from the side of UCAM. It's so easy to play the same composition, the same idea of the game throughout this map. Sure, it's maybe not as strong as it could be with the different composition, but once you're familiar with your game, with your agents, I think you're happy with that, and you can show that on Bind.
And if you're just joining us, this is the upper bracket semi-final. Players here, Challengers EMEA Split 1. Victor will move to the upper bracket finals. Loser drops to the lower, where they'll be in trouble. If they lose one more series, they'd be out of the tournament. And now, early pick goes to the side of Mandatory. UCAM slowly approaching the B site area. Only one standing there as defense. Shin will try and take this own within his smoke. I imagine he'll try and take cover once it subsides, but a bit of a switch up mid-game as well. Look at this mid-cross. Olizera breaking through enemy lines. It feels like there is a sense that something like this could go on, but a bit too late. A site's open, completely clear. They can just dash to it from any direction, but instead they want to challenge from spawn. UCAM taking the fight to them. Job's done, round secured.
Absolutely. Great lurk from Olizera. Hearing all of those rotations coming through. And like you said, UCAM taking the fight to Mandatory. Once again, shows who is in control right now, who is on the driving seat. UCAM, they lost the first pick. Once again, 4 vs 5 situation. But it seems that it's no hindrance for this team. They can play from a disadvantageous position and still bring it home. Only 0 once again, 3-0, capitalizing off of that pistol round.
I feel like it was a double ankle breaker there for UCAM. It's like, oh, we're going B. Ah, never mind. Let's look at this one again. Olazera, an absolute menace. I'm sure he had assistance by the end, but ended up with a triple in the round. Huge stuff, huge stuff. Okay, carrying on some of that strong performance from the previous map. Onto the pistol though for mandatory. And we might be seeing a double up, a swift one at that for UCAM.
UCAM establishing control not only in a map, but also in this series. I'd say so. I think them getting that pistol win down on the board and then being so comfortable undertaking those fights all the way to the enemy spawn already shows that they're really comfortable with this. They're happy to play in their own pace of this game.
There.
And the risk for mandatory is mostly towards the other side of that. And Kadabra lurking in the shadows. Get spotted. And with that, you can get the spike down.
Spike planted.
No biggie at all. I do enjoy UCAM taking it easy at the start, you know, low risk and trying to go for the all points early as well. Maximizing the value that they can get out of the round.
I kind of want to highlight that sentiment that Bromas gave as well. A lot of these people, different teams, different players, see this roster of UCAM and maybe see that there isn't really a star player that has popped off in Tier 1. And I think that's true. They don't have that one single star player. But what they have found in this roster is a core, cohesive core at that love to play with each other. At least that's what it looks like. They're having fun on the server. They love to play here, and I'm sure Famsi, he was fine with the Tejos and different initiator agents, but I'm sure he's happy to be back on the Neon as well.
And it's something that sounds so obvious to say, you know, find 5 cohesive players, put them together, but it's so often underlooked. You know, you try and go for the star pieces, try and select, you know, individual players from different environments, put them in a VCT roster and call it a day, but it doesn't often work like that. It's all about creating the right environment for a team to thrive, and for UCAM, this might be the project that takes them to bigger heights. We'll see. Still early doors. You can't get you can't jump the gun really, right? Weren't even top of their challenge league.
Still a good look from them. Getting that first map so close, buying such a dominance, and starting Pearl quite well here. Takas will be the first one to face against these players from the UCAM.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have much cover. He's going to have to commit to it fully. Here the commotion on one end, sticks around longer. Can't quite get out on time. Bisk is able to double up, and they actually pace up off the back of it as well. Kadabra
30 seconds left.
sticking around. Now that could be a big nuisance play, especially with the tank moving out on tandem. Famsi in dire straits. And he's got no friends to work with either. He's got the information, at least for one. Severe right above. Kadabra playing around the pillar. Jump scare from Kadabra. Is able to put Mandatory on the board.
Great fight from Mandatory. Being able to instantly push and take those duels onto UCAM. Instantly even out the odds and actually take the numbers to themselves. Sure, it was quite an expensive round. 3 rifles lost, but I'm sure they will be able to buy back. Shin playing with the judge. And he's probably happy with that. Best place to find that judge is at that mid door. B-Link plays, that's exactly where Shin is. And being Astra, having those smokes to support him as well, means that he's so much stronger with the judge. Oh, how does Jesse find that?
Okay. Not too shabby. Even though UCAM seem to be ending up on B here, very spread out in their forces. Bisk on an island.
Time to jump.
It'll be quite relevant early. Sends a TP out to try and join in quicker, but goes exploring on A in case anybody stayed around. There'll be quick information that Mandatory have exerted their defenses very quickly to this B site.
They don't want to plant
going directly for the plant, especially with the reveal. Famzy, nice first shot. Going in for the reswing, but with the reload suboptimal.
But look at Bisk.
UCAM.
Wow.
Got an extra piece.
Portal closed.
Oh, is he gonna look right? Oh no!
Oh my goodness, Severe. That is massive to turn around there.
30 seconds
But
left.
in the meantime, UCAM will seize the opportunity to rush towards this A site. Good decision taken, and sure, Severe is low, so could be easy picking. Still could go either way.
Bisk maybe a bit overzealous there. Could have just held down this A site or spawn with the Outlaw. UCAM will get the spike down.
Planted.
Mandatory, are they coming alone?
Don't have any more stars if you're
Player
Jesse.
standing.
You've just used them all to try and gain site access and ends up losing his life, so there you go. Washes away all the util and ends up washing away with it. This is really tough for Bald. There's only a set amount of positions he could be hiding in. Severe will be the distraction. He's low, but he can be the sacrificial lamb. He can be the cannon fodder. His head is revealed, and that's when Shin can pounce. Mandatory don't take long to stand on even ground with UCAM.
Great look from Mandatory. Getting some rounds on board. That could have ended up so much differently if Bisk stayed towards A. Sure, it's easy to say when you see everything on the observer perspective. For Bisk, that looked like a great play. And it could have been, with the good timing, with perfect timing. That could have been a two-piece. But right now they have to go onto a bit of a force.
Be right back.
Few bandits, few serfs. Famzy once again. Beloved Bucky on the hand of this Neon.
Bullseye. My
Huge shot for Kadabra. But this was already going to be a hard ask for UCAM with the pistols available to them.
triggered.
Oh, the tank overstepping, wanting to have impact from the very beginning.
Spike planted.
It's Fury coming through, but it's a bit too late. A bit too little. I think he will make a contact.
Did he just jump over it?
I'm not quite sure.
It could have been close. Either way, though. Severe finally able to frag to Mandatory. Although you can't call it just yet.
Oh, bandits in hand.
Nice shot for
Player
Jesse.
standing.
How much more can you get?
One enemy remaining.
Maybe a little bit extra. Oh, Kadabra. Able to turn the corner quick enough. A very expensive round for Mandatory, but they're able to collect it nonetheless.
The clutch factor once again on a 1 versus 2 situation. I was so sure Jesse was gonna go for it. Take that all the way to home with the bandits. And a great result comparing their investment on the round. UCAM will go on to a timeout. Interesting to see Bisk already picking up this attacking side operator. Obviously he's great with it. And one of the best places to find that attacking side operator in this map is definitely B long. A lot of the time you will find Mandatory or whoever team spotting that B long, and Bisk is so quick to usually react onto those. Mandatory Toe could have some kind of setups with the Armageddon on the hands of Severe. Interesting to see the timer coming so early here. In a sense of that UCAM is not too far behind. Sure, they lost 3 rounds in a row. Still 2 versus...
I think they realize that they've got a real important opportunity to shut down the economy of mandatory, right? Because they take down 4 out of 5 rifles the previous. So technically, you know, that economy is not too good. You've got a couple of players down to 150, 200 credits. So if you're able to shut this one out cleanly, you can turn the tides of this one. I don't mind it.
No, not at all. I mean, I think in general, it's great to take timeouts if you're feeling uncertain.
Mandatory have left the A site open to the elements. They've got Cypher Util on both ends, and they're just leaving it to its own fate. They'll just hold the left side of the map.
I got Spike.
So I think they're reading this from the timeout. They're confident that UCAM is gonna end up hitting onto B, and with the Cosmic Divide, it is the more prominent target.
Bring them down.
Finally, Takas will go for a little bit of a walk over to the A site, figure out if anybody's nearby.
Oh, he's reading it so perfectly.
Yeah, cam broken now, so his vision is the only piece of information.
Portal closed.
Oh, scary thing if Natank just swings here. We'll wait for the smoke to pop in. He's got himself into Nook he can work with. How about that? Armageddon out. Natank, good for the first. But that's UCAM prompted to move in quickly, and indeed they do so with swiftness. Just Takas alone, but it's hard to imagine he can get anything out of this other than just a frag or 2. And UCAM's timeout pays dividends straight away.
I felt like Mandatory read that like an open book, and they were stacked on the right side. Great reposition from Natank as well, but it's not quite enough. Even though the Armageddon is there to speed things up, make kind of hassle for the side of UCAM, they're still fine with that. Just breaking through the smokes, and that's exactly what Famsi needs to do. Break through the smoke so his teammates can follow up with this composition that is crucial.
I'm glad we're back to a stalemate here.
Yeah.
MP, our previous game was out of the ordinary.
And things are slowing down so much as well. I mean, sure, Pearl is kind of a map that it's hard to do direct attacks. A lot of these teams are defaulting. Especially when you have this attacking side operator, you kind of have to go for the default. No longer attacking side operator on play.
Cage triggered.
There he goes. Famsi. Screen onto Severe. Takas finds himself a lovely gift, but other than that... Oh, an operator's found. I thought that was a Vandal for a second, but why would it be? Fisk was holding the big green. Cosmic Divide expended. I don't think Mandatory mind this. The ultimates are being used. Same time, you can definitely understand UCAM doing their due diligence as well. Not moving any stone or pebble unturned, no matter how big or small.
One enemy remaining.
There you go, Takas gets one. He's shown he's found the operator and he's running away with it as well. Whether Famsi allows that to happen is a different question. He's dashing to catch up to his opponent. but look at Takas, smoothly, not caring, shifting his way across the map, and every so often, re-swinging to get another, but Jesse has got his number eventually. So, triple casualty for UCAM, but a round collection that nets them the lead.
Once again, UCAM showing that two-pronged attack, having Bisk and Olizera towards B long area, trying to find some information. You know exactly what Mandatory wants to do when they are on a save. They want to stack a site. And UCAM just trying to find whichever side that is and attack on the other one. Finding that ground towards A means that they establish control very deeply. Now they have to figure out what to do against this full buy of Mandatory. Different look from the side of Mandatory. And UCAM, for that matter.
Sure. Kadabra was able to stay sneaky for a little while. Unable to convert a second through the progress. UCAM have switched things up. Aggressive. Attackers will finally punish. Enough footsteps forward taken, he says. But UCAM double down. Instead of sticking to their guns, they want to take it a mile further. But you find yourselves with a minute left on the clock, and the spike has to go down.
Doubling up for both of these sides.
Spike planted.
They don't want to give out any isolated duels. Still some utility for Severe. Bolt in a bold position, gets taken out instantly. That could have been perfect for him.
And it's a headshot as well. The flick required to hit him up there must have been monstrous. Olizera tries to give Mandatory a heart attack, but instead composure kept by Severe. And it looks like we're not going anywhere. Toe for these teams.
I think that was like an inch to the left. Almost double headshots for Olizera. Not quite enough. I love that they switch things up. Pick up the pace. Put more tempo under the belt. And Mandatory, they are on the right side. They know exactly what UCAM wanted to do there. I think it was 4 players towards that A area. Now UCAM looking back to B long. They still have a good economy. But Takas now fielding up the operator means that UCAM have to be a little bit more careful.
Well, they do.
It seems like they are not. They just want to go in.
Yeah, I mean, they're not being too quiet about this, are they?
Absolutely not.
Attack not wanting to reveal his position. Okay, that's one way to go down. Portion. Spike not down yet. UCAM don't feel they have the confidence to and comfort of securing a safe one. Shock Dart does connect, and eventually the second one will end up finding the equalizer in numbers. Look on Olizera's position though, because he's slowly lurking from the side, so you'll have an alternative angle to work with, one which isn't covered from Mandatory. Hunter Fury coming through, but the TP's available. Allow the circumvision of it, and there you go. UCAM hold this one out smoothly. Mandatory unable to find a crack in the armor, unable to exploit any sort of weakness. UCAM holds strong.
The minor detail that could have gone unnoticed there was Jesse placing that orb onto heaven. Kinda making a vision that he's gonna place a smoke there. Instead of that, he pulls the orb out, and he has called for his teammates to fight after the orb is gone. And that grants them the first kill.
That's huge.
On that post plan. Yeah, that was great play from Jesse. Small little fake out, but pretty much securing the whole round.
I am with you.
Smoothly at that as well, right? I mean, holding on to most of your guns by the next one is a massive deal, especially with how close things have been. If you're able to even lose a round, not fall into an eco cycle, is where you want to be. Unlike Mandatory, right? That's exactly the position that they are in.
I have the spike.
Again, seems UCAM going for yet another round of the B site hits. The tank hit, hurt, shut down. And the rest of the Mandatory squad are not having as much luck either. This one was rapid.
Spike planted.
The only rifle as well, way far away from that B side. Takas will eventually be dealt with as well. A tough round for Mandatory, but although the investment wasn't there, only one rifle on the hands of Takas on that round. Natank and Shin, I think they've been struggling a little bit, especially Natank being that Cypher and getting to B towards that B area where the last few hits have gone. Have usually not gone the way of Natank. The utility from the side of UCAM have been strong. Fade reveals, stuns, flash, points from Yoru. all have been too much for him to deal with. I think UCAM are just fishing for a kill here. Olizero having that neural theft online means that if they find the kill, if they can utilize the ultimate, round pretty much secured, I would imagine, especially with the Nightfall.
Well, finally looks like UCAM are switching up the script. But this time Mandatory may have expected. I'm seeing a lot of pings on the map as well. Bit of a coordination and where the placement of utility will come. Nightfall drops, and that will hinder many senses from the UCAM side. So quick to bounce UCAM are. And again, want to take it a step further, disallow any sort of setup. Takas, he's a brilliant player. He can account for 2, but the job's already done. He's run out of teammates, run out of help. And the tank is arriving to essentially what is a graveyard now, with bodies lying left and right. UCAM just playing the safe, slow game now of awaiting. Neural theft expended, even though there's still another round left in the half. Okay, respect that. Well, the gravity well isn't going to help your case, and Olizero with a swift dink to the head will net UCAM a 7th.
Once again, beautiful setup. That's all from the back of Bold being the sole player onto A main, utilizing Nightfall to make sure that any of the mandatory players left on site will not hear the Fade Haunt coming through. Haunt revealing both of the players on the site means that Famsi has a clear way on the backside. Just dominate those players. You're so comfortable with the Neon, quick to play with it as well. And Famsi has shown confidence throughout this series, and I do love to see that aggressive confidence that we've seen from time and time again from different Neon players as well. Dambi, Nongshim Force, I think the most highlighted player as well. Pams is sure to take some inspiration out of that, I'd imagine.
Sure, yeah. All right, 1 left in the half. Can Mandatory secure it? It's a shaky buy.
It is.
A wonky one. Rough around the edges, that's for sure. Basically a hexagon.
The one thing the Mandatory has going for them is the double up of their ultimates. If they get Convergent paths and Armageddon to, well, that's gone. Okay.
Juke. Business says juke.
Oh.
And they might even go in for a round 2, right?
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, you've got nothing to lose. The devastating ultimates have already been utilized.
And it's the unlikely play, right? For when you're Mandatory and thinking about what UCAM would do, taking back that control on the A main. Not tank, all alone, Bulldog in hand, no utility to support him.
Huge. Fancy finding that one makes UCAM's job that much easier. Thing is though, Mandatory were very quick to react to this. Already 2 players to the back of the site, but this is just utter obliteration. Anything that stands in their way simply just falls. Cosmic Divide creates a drift on the site.
Look at the rotations.
Oh, they're just leaving. I only just noticed. I was too focused on what I was looking at the screen, not looking at the minimap, and the same can be said about the rest of Mandatory. Takas realizes no one's around, has to dash also to this B site where anyone could be anywhere. They could be lurking in any corner in spawn, they could be in heaven, they could be hiding out in alley, they could absolutely be anywhere. This is so scary for Takas.
And that triple up in long makes it nearly impossible.
And the gravity well as a guarantee. And Jesse's the furthest away. He won't be impacted by it. And you've got the cam. Yeah, safe to say, you've got nothing for you here, Takas.
No.
And for that reason, UCAM will close out the half, having double the amount of rounds accumulated than their opponents do. Now, it's not as dominating as the second map we've seen, 11-1, no, but it's pretty damn good.
One enemy remaining.
Second half. A mandatory, they're back 4 rounds. They were kind of under the weather on bind, but now they have to step up their game. Find out this pistol. Maybe get the ball rolling from there. Get that bonus round on the ball. But this is exactly where they have to begin. You have to have players stepping up. The experience is there. Now you just need confidence.
And look, from what we saw, what we've seen in various moments, mandatory, you've got bags of confidence. Bags and bags and bags of it. But, yeah. UCAM are just playing clean Valorant. Very hard to exploit. And they've got a mind of their own. They want to try and test the hand of their opponents. But I must say, early doors didn't go too well. But now the status quo has changed oh so quickly. Bald versus Kata and Takas. Do you choose the right side?
Oh, Bald is moving towards the
Oh my
right
God,
way.
They're going to walk into it, aren't they? No way. Surely not.
One enemy remaining.
Dave?
Oh,
the second
no
one, Bald!
way!
You cannot make this up! You could have gone anywhere on the map, but you just walked into the man himself.
That's crazy. I thought this was the place where UCAM would destroy them. They've usually been great there, even though they lose the first 2 picks, but no, it's Bolt, the leader of this squad, the IGL. Closing down that pistol, making sure that Mandatory's hopes and dreams of winning that pistol, equalizing some, or getting closer to the scoreline of UCAM, are instantly gone. Besk with the outlaw. He doesn't. Well, he does miss actually.
Not the first time, maybe the second one. Hey, these classics.
Wait.
They've got a punch on.
I think they should have done this on the first round.
Yeah, maybe.
They found my wire.
Take out the classics.
Thing is, Olizera has got a man of his own.
One enemy
Close out the
remaining.
distance and able to use
Spike down.
the mow-down effect.
Push and pull.
Yeah, a bit of push and pull, right?
Yeah. I feel like
Spike down. B.
all the time UCAM are kind of giving hope to Mandatory by maybe not letting them have those first picks, but Mandatory getting those first picks, and then UCAM are just pulling the rug out of Mandatory feet. First we give them Siva, Then we pull the matto alta, is the Finnish saying from Alexi B. And I think that's exactly what is happening here as well.
I love it. That was brilliant.
A different game, but
True.
same concept.
Yeah. 5 players on each team. They've got guns. Let's look at the plant in sight. As much as the communities like to hate each other, it's pretty damn similar to me. I've just started a war on Twitter and Reddit.
Exactly. I decided not to be involved in that.
Hey, mate, I cast both games, so I've walked right into it.
He'll be in the front line, like Fancy here.
He's got a bit of a front line of his own, but he's also got a back line behind waiting. Olizera, if anybody decides to swing deep, there is assistance nearby, but no one dares to challenge the judge. That's just too damn scary.
Yeah, with Taka's gone, the one who could even break through that judge is taken away instantly from that round, means that it is very, very rough to challenge
30
that
seconds left.
judge.
Good timing on the stun as well. The recon drops where it could have been exploited for a potential swing, but no, it doesn't happen. Shin jumps ahead of the rest of the team. He stuck around in B long for quite some time. Mandatory now getting ahead of their opposition. Natang doing wonderful work. And Bald, the man that did so much work a round ago, or 2 rounds ago, has got a hell of a lot to do now.
He's going for it. A lot of utility on his belt. We'll be able to reveal some positions. I think he's wanting to just go for contact. Maybe find a pick.
It's tough though, right? Because you've got a crossfire. There's a high-low on one of those ends.
Yeah.
Bald calls it off. Reason to risk. Hey, I mean, there will still be a decent investment in the next round, but also you'd be given a potential very important orb at the very beginning. The tank and Kata both could have used it.
Oh. A tank. Getting taken out by the spike as well. But one of the most scary things that is coming up is the operator for Bisc. He's for sure getting that. Is he? Oh, they're all just barely away from that money of the operator.
Famsa just had to break. Actually, never mind. Bald as well. And they're all switching back to Vandals. I was looking at the guns accumulated from everyone, and Mandatory were all on Vandals, and UCAM were all on Phantoms. I was like, if it's a Vandal v Phantom fight, but that's not the case anymore. Okay.
Heavier setup towards me. Yeah. Look at how inserted Bold is. I'll get taken out instantly.
Yeah. This creates quite a few gaps for UCAM on the defense. You're going to have to let go of some of these areas. Now, where are you most willing to have question marks on the map? That is the question. So UCAM play the buddy system on both ends. But this is so tough because they're about to face the entirety of Mandatory head-on. How do you make this fight go your way? And Famsy's leaving.
Famsi.
Smoke drops. It's a fake! And it works! But it's just a 2v2. Now, Mandatory need to play this quickly, but the rotations are already over. Bisc able to TP, and he's right on the back of the side. Pushes the smoke, catches one off guard. But what do Mandatory do with this? Severe, not letting Bisc nestle in. Olizera now on the hot seat, having to deal with 2 with smokes all across. He notices no one walks out on spawn, but the vision is limited. Severe playing with the gap. Mandatory with a mighty important round.
Great utilization of that first pick, just grouping up as 5, knowing that they will always have the advantage unless UCAM does a crazy gamble. And that's exactly what happens. They get those trades, they win out the duels, and even though few players fall, Mandatory they are back on board. UCAM having to go for a half buy here. More of a save, maybe. Sure. Bucky's invested. A Guardian as well. I mean, we've seen a couple of these work as well.
There.
Especially in Bind.
For anyone unfamiliar with UCAM's play, this is yet another map where they switch things up for this tournament. Going for the neon-centric double dealist combo that they are introducing on most of their maps right now.
It's very meta. They're loving the meta. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a few players that like to play the star role. Jesse being one of them in this circumstance. Bucky in hand. It's not going to go too well for him, right? The outcome doesn't favor. I mean, you wouldn't expect that to be the case either in this round.
Here.
I don't know if I've forgotten Jesse's kills, or has he kind of flown under the radar with those 17 kills in this map. Ramsey trying to do something, not quite hitting the shots. Jesse once again being so high on the kill board, or the scoreboard ladder, rather, all the way up at the top.
It's about consistency, right? I don't think we've seen a star play from him. I could be wrong, right? I could have missed something, but he's just there, right? Getting multi-kills here and there. I mean, it's 1 kill per round consistency. Currently 17 rounds, now onto the 18th, and you've got 17 kills. That's not bad at all.
This round probably will be an observer's nightmare.
Oh my god,
9
10 ults?
different ults.
I can't count.
It's okay. That's why you're a caster.
True. Shin, best blood for him. Mandatory have been given these early frags for a few rounds in a row now.
I know exactly where you
Uh-oh. That neural theft is not what you need when you're on the other side of a smoke. So instant runaway, but it looks like Takas is looking to dash forwards. Does end up jumping back quickly, but some shots through the smoke seem to do it. Punches Shuri as well to pair it up. UCAM, I feel like you just need to wave the white flag again.
Yeah, there's no way. Mandatory have just gained so much control of the site. They're getting even deeper control and maybe even looking for some exits. Takas could definitely go for it. And all of a sudden, after that dominant map on Bind for the side of UCAM, we're getting a closer one. And I think this is great to see when talking on the broader spectrum of challengers. Maybe tier 2 versus tier 1. These teams are kind of close to each other. I think challengers or class EMEA actually showed that as well. There are tier 2 teams that can beat tier 1. Sure, we have to take that with a grain of salt as well. Tier 1 teams a lot of the time were experimenting with different comps, maybe different play styles, seeing how things work in an official that is not weighing too much on their success in the tier 1 circuit. But still, I think there is something to take away from that. Enterprise being able to be a second winner there alongside Team Vitality, and some of these teams finding success against the tier 1 teams as well. I do think the gap is closing. Even BBL Pacific, now BBL, Nongshim, Red Force, all of these teams coming from the Premier system.
Sure, yeah.
It is getting closer.
It is. It is. I mean, over the past couple of years, there's been a massive adoption of younger talent as well into VCT, right? We've seen a wave of young players kind of being introduced, starting from a couple of years ago, I think. I mean, it's constantly happened, but I think the wave that started things was just 2 years ago. And I think people realized that, sure, the people that started playing the game from the very beginning, the people that had experience in other esports were the strongest players around with that experience. But the young guns are now building that experience from the ground up, right? They're the ones that their first big game was Valorant, and they're the ones showing up now. Not that there are many young players here, right? I feel like many of these have been around for a good while, right?
Yeah, and it's even more prominent on the when we go to the second match.
Sure.
On Misa esports, it feels like all of these players have been around forever, but they're still like 20 years old, 22. Yeah,
since first try.
Somehow. Yeah. Somehow they're still under 20. Or not under 20, but on the lower side of 20 years old.
Yeah. They were mere kiddos when it all began. So they quite literally grew up with this game. I feel old when I say things like this.
You are. Are you? and even Jesse here.
Oh my god, wow.
I think we're about the same age. Maybe you're younger than me.
Huh? Maybe. I don't think so.
Not quite sure.
Anyway,
30
back to the game,
seconds
shall we?
left.
30
Yeah.
seconds indeed. As the
You are
voice
divided.
announcer is so. Oh, Rolizara having to step forwards instead of backwards due to the Armageddon. It's a payoff though, because it's been left unchecked. Now they know. And the pre-fight does come through. Fancy that though, Mandatory are on the verge of closing up the gap
10 seconds left.
entirely.
Spike planted.
Now a hero rifle in play in the hands of Bisk. And Tak is having the higher ground. It's going to be so difficult to deal with, and you can see exactly why. Overdrive expended. That might be a bit of a surprise, but UCAM trying to go all in on that one. But Mandatory losing one player.
They're collecting the bank as well. Securing probably money or full buy for rest of this second half, for rest of this regulation. That's great for them. No ultimates left, though. Thakas will get convergent paths online from one kill or orb, but on the side of UCAM you have 4 different ultimates, and now it's the time to use those. And use them in a fashion where you actually get value. Bisk being inserted deep into A main, I think this allows so much control for UCAM. I'm hearing operator shots, but no one is dying.
Look at the amount of respect UCAM are showing to Mandatory. How far back they're playing. All the way into their own spawn.
Yeah.
Mandatory can go wherever the hell they want.
Shock dart.
So much control. They've pushed back whole of UCAM.
And if they choose the correct site, UCAM are in trouble, right? Because the rotation times will take forever. Sure, you've got a Yori, you've got a Neon that can quickly TP or jump quickly, but look, they're going into B and they've even got 2 players to stop the rotates from happening.
You highlight that the rotates will be
30 seconds left.
long. Just because mid area is locked completely, they have to go through spawn.
Okay, Olizera's calling. You can hear the commotion. The question is how much damage you can do. Natank has the answer to that quickly. God damn.
Spike planted.
A resounding 0 is the impact there for Olizera.
And look at Bisk as well, having to go all the way through spawn. They have no information in mid connector. They have to take a look behind them all the time, even though Mandatory, they don't have a flank here.
And the track record of these retakes so far on Pearl have been miserable for UCAM. It's about time to try and change that. Good stun onto an attack. Famzy, quick to punish. He's finding his way into the back line. Appears out of thin air. And make sure that no more mandatory players can take breath on this B site. Spike defuse. UCAM finally able to break through on one of these mandatory holds.
How was that so clean? Sure. Few ultimates coming through from UCAM. Dimensional Drift getting all of the information onto site, and Bisk once again showing that he is very keen on winning this map.
Good try.
Just coming out of that Dimensional Drift right behind the enemy lines, and he's making it look smooth. Bisk once again inserted in a dangerous, aggressive position for the side of Mandatory.
The thing is, I feel like the previous round was a bit of a one-off, MP, right? Because without those ultimates, what do you do? How do you come back? It's been really tough.
It's a whole different story. Yeah.
They're going to have to be very creative if it ends up being retake scenarios again.
And I think that's a great point, because UCAM, they're giving so much respect to Mandatory right now. How they started this half was a great setup towards mid. On that pistol round, they were playing their own game. They had a setup, I think it was Bisk's flashpoint, pushed through mid, trying to fight that area. But right now, they're kind of doing the same thing. Trying to insert Bisk into a deep position, but then giving so much respect on other side of the map. Mid is completely open, and even though Mandatory doesn't know that, UCAM still have to respect that space.
Okay, conversion
30
pass.
seconds left.
The intent to use it is clear. Ramsey just sidesteps it. That's massive. Bald will not have the same amount of luck, but the information is there for Famzy. Nice shutdown. How much more can you do? Odin unlocked. Just turn around. Jesse has arrived on time, but a 3v3 is true. Thing is, UCAM are playing catch up once again. Good info. Neural theft revealing for a second time, and Bisk takes advantage of it. The tank takes a hit. The flash comes through. Oh, the sequence here from UCAM is absolutely gorgeous. And with that, they'll put themselves on 12. It took so long to feel comfortable on the defensive side, but it feels like they've just found their mojo back.
The neural theft. That was the win condition. They know all of the positions. And Bisk, look at Bisk once again. Sure, it's only Zera taking out those 2 kills, but Bisk going to that close angle with the operator.
Yes.
Really aggressive.
This goes here.
And UCAM, Jesse,
Goes there.
1 round away from getting further in Challengers and Ascension that he has ever gotten. He's been here with 4 different teams.
Locating target.
Frequent flyer, huh?
Yeah.
Wrapped up those
It
air
seems like
miles.
it's... And it's usually Jesse who is the guy taking them there. I think he has had, I mean, multiple tournaments. He has had a great performance.
Sure.
It cannot be a coincidence that it's usually him getting into these higher tier tournaments interregionally, like I highlighted, Challengers, Ascension. He was the player to highlight for our analyst desk as well. Mandatory, they're utilizing that mid control.
Bisk seems to be ready for this though. Man, it's a slow peak for Severe. Good to fight back from Takas to square things up, but the aggression is met with a bullet to the face. Painful way to go down. Still though, Olazera just playing it slow, methodically through the smoke. The tank is on the other end. Jesse jumps ahead of all the chaos and decides to disrupt because he knows time is an issue right now for his opponents. Famzy
Planted.
trying to stop that spike from going down, but there's nothing stopping Kadavra. He switched up the position, he's right underneath. Assistance required desperately from Bald. Famzy trying to distract, keep players busy looking in his direction, but he's already down. Bald to do it, Odin in hand. Imagine if they line up for him. Jump down, gets one. Oh, so close to secure the second. But Natank is the last man standing and makes sure Mandatory are still in play.
How does he even get that first one there? Jumping Odin. Getting the first kill. I think Natank, yeah. I think he's left down to like 30 HP. 34 to be exact. Mandatory, they're still back on the game. 2 rounds in between them and overtime. Heavy looking A hit. Yeah, they want to establish control of the A instantly. Takas, he's going aggressive. Bisk finding the first pick.
That's massive though, but it's on the other side of the map, so they're gonna have to move quickly to maintain composure over to the A side. Famzy not slowing down in case you've forgotten. He's the one wanting to speed things up. He's the Neon in the fight, but gets caught, gets spotted between the cages, but it's left Severe to himself. It's not impossible though. Olazera, half HP, and the dimensional draft will show exactly where he lurks. So, Spike heading to the other side of the map. So far, escaped under the radar, but it looks like UCAM will be quick enough to get there.
I think UCAM will be very happy with Severe going towards B. I don't think they want to expand that Cypher camera yet. Just get the information on where Severe is going to position into this post plan.
Ooh.
Oh.
So the camera won't really give information. It will only limit the positioning of Severe to 2 different positions. Close to spawn or alley. Or somewhere behind the pillar in long.
I think he's done great with the positioning.
It's massive, right? Spike in the middle of no man's land. One-way cage. No one's paying attention to it, but by the process of elimination, Bisq knows that this is the only likely angle held. Olizera needs to connect it, but Severe shall not fall! A massive clutch! And Mandatory determined to make this series theirs.
Great positioning, great delay after the cage goes down as well, making Bisq probably question himself right there, not being able to react. And Severe, even though he probably doesn't have to pick this one, it's either Olizera has already defused the spike or he's not defusing. He still goes for it and wins out that one. Armageddon online from those two kills. Hunter's Fury as well. Are they gonna keep up the pace?
So close. Right back to Corrode.
Oh, I'm safe. Wanting the overdrive instantly.
Oh boy. Thin margins here. I can only imagine what will happen in the next game. Not much to call it. A site to be the target.
Oh, the backside.
Seem to have plenty available, but they have to fall back. They know the Armageddon's up for the mandatory squad, so they have to play with respect here. Instead, Famzy decides to go all in, given that he was pretty much locked on site. I thought there was no other resort. Oh, staying in the smoke. This is sneaky. Oh, this is so sneaky. But of course he'll be spotted. They've got to know now he's throwing the utility. Still finds one through the smoke. That is huge. There's no way he's getting away with this. UCAM getting away with murder. Kadavra scratching his head, wondering where his teammates have gone. Severe again in the hot seat. Last time was able to recover against 2, but 3 might be just too much to ask from him. 13 to 11. UCAM perform the reverse sweep. What a series.
That was incredible from UCAM. A mandatory, they didn't leave us cold either. That was a close feed in the end. It could have gone either way. Armageddon maybe placed a different line of way. Could have been the difference maker. Bold being able to make some bold choices there means that they will win out that map, win out this series. And UCAM, they upset mandatory. I love to hear what the desk has to talk about this one.
I mean, it stays to the wire here for mandatory, fighting tooth and nail for everything, and they had to after that bind performance. It was good from them. From what we know of Pearl from this team, this was a very strong performance. That comeback, the rally in that second half on the attack. A lot of their pushes looked incredibly good. If only it was a more convincing first half. This could be a completely different story, but look, did you see this, as a surprise, Echo, or was this just good performance from mandatory and not quite getting it over the line?
Yeah, I think the fact they were able to hold their own, I think you used the word rally there. I think that's the perfect word. To be able to rally back in such a strong way for mandatory was incredible. And, Seb's 1v2 there right near the end to keep themselves in. It looked for a moment like they might be able to get it to overtime. That 1v3 then was just a little bit too much. And I think UCAM, they kept the pressure on from bind in the first half, and they let it slip a little bit, yes, but the way that they were able to regain themselves, to stabilize right at the end of that second half, was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, look, it all comes down to that veto, right? I think all of us are quite convinced that this was not a veto that was in the favor of mandatory, and therefore, I mean, things could have been very different at this point. Before I get going with an interview, Kirsten, do you think that this could have, with better decision-making from mandatory, been their series?
Yeah, I do think so. I think it was a really big surprise to not see Haven And I think having Haven instead of Bind here would have probably been a lot more in their favor. But that being said, I think they put up a good fight. I think UCAM were just very good at adapting to what they were doing. They realized that they were going to have good retakes on Pearl, so they started fighting into them and not letting them have the opportunity. And they win that attack half so decisively that they can't quite pull it back, even with heroics from Sev. So
yeah. Well, I believe we now have Olizera in the wings to have a chat to about that series. So how's it going? First off, congratulations on the first win of the playoffs.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful
Can you guys
performance.
hear me?
Look, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay,
All good?
Perfect. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Look, did you expect to be able to pick Bind in that one? I think, when we looked at the veto, we weren't really expecting that to be open from mandatory, but I'm sure you guys, were quite happy to pick that one. Were you expecting it? Do you think the veto went in your favor?
I think so, yeah. I don't know why they decided to ban Abyss. Our ban is not even that good, to be honest. We just won against Job Life. I feel like Job Life weren't that prepared to the map also. I don't think it was one of their best maps. I don't know why they decided to open bind when they never played it before. So, I mean, yeah, we just took it, to be honest. They banned Abyss, it was good for us. We picked bind, and it was even better.
Yeah, awesome. The last time we saw you on Corrode as well, you changed up the comp, and it wasn't quite as successful this time around, but is that still in the testing phase, or are you still feeling good about that composition?
Yeah, we are. It's a comp that we are still good on. We have Bold is really good at switching comps and being able to IGL with any comp. So yeah, it's we have multiple comps in multiple maps. So we just decided to go with this one this time. Who knows next?
Okay. Well, I mean, look, whether you're up against Enterprise or Mirror next, they're both pretty tough opponents. Is there one you think you'd rather face, whether that's because you think you'd win or just because you want to play against the players?
I think I would like to play against Enterprise. They're one of our prac buddies. We've been pracking them a lot. So yeah, and I like Iluri also.
All right, and just final question before I let you go. I have to ask you, do you see your team as kind of an underdog or a front runner, or somewhere in between when we come to the playoffs here? Do you think it's four pretty tough teams, so do you see yourself as the favorites or not quite that?
I mean, if we are in top 4 in tier 2, it's because everyone here deserves it. Everyone here is good. We don't think about others, we think about ourselves, and for us, we are the best, of course.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for having a chat with me. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with the prep for the next game. All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye-bye. All right. Wonderful there from Olizera, and a great performance all around. I think UCAM is one of those teams as well that just has good all-round performance. I think we noted this a couple of times when we were chatting whilst the casting was going on between MP and Pavlos, that it doesn't seem like, when we're looking to put together highlight packages for the players, afterwards, so that we can have a chat about them, a lot of the time we're like, was there a specific player? I mean, it feels like everybody is always involved to the point where they always have the same kill count at the end of the game, pretty much, unless somebody has a couple of standout rounds where they're forced to get something like that. Anyway, a little bit of extra analysis on that final map. We can take a look at round 20. Is there something you wanted to talk about on this one, Echo?
Yeah, I mean, this was just a really nice little combo. This is kind of, again, showing that this is a team of teamwork, right? You can see here the Astra ult, just over towards the top left of your screens, is where we'll be seeing Yoru Bisk going into. He pops out of his ult behind the wall, not able to be heard, and manages to mow down both Shin and Kadavra. And that is such a crucial part of this round and the entire series, because at this point, I think Mandatory had won 5 rounds in a row. This was the most crucial round for UCAM to be able to keep that lead, to stop it being a 10-10, and to really push on to win that map. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when we look at this game, I think we expected all of the teams to really be, difficult to beat for each other. When we were looking at the group stage, we were like, I mean, every one of them performed so well. that it has to, at the very least, be a competitive in the playoffs. And I think we got that, right? Apart from that one pick in Bind, this was pretty much a neck-and-neck series. On a different day, it really could have been 3 games that almost went to overtime. Kirsten, is there a way that you hope Mandatory might, kind of come up with a solution to what happened in the series?
Yeah, I really want them to look at the way that they are dealing with space before they get to their exec. I think a lot of time they can use utility in their defaults to gain some space and not really take it thoroughly or hold it properly. I want to see them really dedicate some time into taking that space, then going, okay, now we can exec, and stop being so, stop holding your utility so much. I've seen a lot of situations where we're holding utility for retakes that don't come. So make sure you're using it, please.
Right, well, hopefully we'll see more of that in our next game. We do have one more game for you today, an Enterprise Esports versus Misa Esports, and that will be up very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break, and then this next barnstormer of a match will be up for you guys. See you in a bit. Hello everybody and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. If you're just joining us now, we've concluded our first series and we have our first upper bracket finalists locked in UCAM Esports, just about winning that series 2-1. The first time they've really been challenged here in the tournament so far to any extent. I mean, 2 of those maps going to 13-11 is definitely no matter to turn your nose up at, but we have another great game for you now, and that is Enterprise Esports versus Misa Esports. Again, 2 teams that have pretty much steamrolled their way through the group stage. Enterprise Esports, they did lose a map, but every other map, other than the ones they, other than Pearl, basically, they won 13-3, 13-2. It's been really all or nothing for this team. They're up against Misa Esports, who again, they kind of steamrolled their way through. It's been another one of those groups where it was just too easy for them to get it all done. No maps dropped from this team. So again, unstoppable forces coming up against each other. Is there a way you see this being the same as the last series we saw, Echo, with it being, you know, quite a close affair apart from that one map in the middle, or do you think it really is, you know, more of a matter of one of these teams is going to be coming out on top?
I think it all comes down to individual performance on the day here today for both of these teams. They are both much more aggressive. They have a relatively similar style in where they're fighting for these early rounds a lot of the time, and that's going to be quite a clash. And it will come down to kind of like who can shoot better in these opening duels a lot of the time. Typically, it's not been Misa in the group stage winning those early duels, but for Enterprise, this is where they shine. They love to send Kozzy, their new star duelist, in, go in aggressive with a brilliant support line backing him up, making sure that everything is safe for him. I'm seeing Enterprise go in very aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, look, we may have a slight amount of Northeast bias right here for Enterprise, but I mean, this is a team that, you know, in Northeast itself has been pretty flawless. I mean, apart from against Team Liquid Academy, who are now out of the competition anyway, pretty much not dropping any maps, and now in Challengers EMEA, they seem to have found it even easier, right? Apart from, you know, a couple of 14-12 on Pearl and a 9-13 on Pearl, their only loss so far, they really just haven't been challenged whatsoever. I think that is in part due to Kozzy here. Kirsten, do you see that being a recurring theme for them?
Yeah, I mean, this guy, no real previous team experience that we can find, and is just come in and is number 1 and 2 in all of these stats. Well, number 2 and then number 1 in KDA. I don't know what more to say about this guy other than he's insane, and they should be using him as their win condition, because it's working.
Well, so far nobody has really been able to stop Kozzy, but hopefully for Misa Esports, they will be thinking that they are the people to get it done here, and this is a stacked roster. I mean, a lot of these names you will recognize from you know, previous teams. They are a very, very talented roster, and I don't see a reason why they couldn't put up a good performance here against Enterprise Esports, make their lives more difficult than it seems to have been so far for them. Echo, you know, who is kind of your standout for this team?
I think Misa Esports is one of those teams where there's not necessarily one standout. We'll talk a little bit about Kushner in a second, but I also want to call out Elite, right? He is the highest ranked in most of the stats across most of the rest of the Misa Esports team, and he is that hard anchor, right? You send Kushner in to go aggressive, get kills, but you've, on the other side, got Elite just to hold a site, hold the line down, and be that kind of like good person in the back pocket.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're taking a look now at Kushner's highlights. Carson, is there a reason that you think Kushner has been so highlighted and so, you know, on top of things for this team?
Yeah, I mean, he is so good at getting these multi-kills. Just consistently is in the right place at the right time to be able to kill 2 people that can't do anything about him being there. The thing that I want to really pay attention to is the difference between how he plays on the Waylay and how he plays on the Yoru, because it changes up the entire way that the team are playing the map. And I think he struggles a tiny bit more on that Yoru. I think it has a few less tools for him to kind of go crazy and to run in as fast as he wants to. So that's the thing that I want to be paying attention to. Because if he can keep up his performances of being this consistent multi-fragger, they're just going to run over the enemy team.
Well, this is a surprise pick here for Enterprise Esports with Abyss. The last time they played Abyss was well over a month ago at this point, against Twisted Saints in Northeast. In the group stage, not even in the playoffs. So foregoing their earlier picks, they have this time gotten rid of Pearl. It has been a bit of a problem area for them in recent games. Is this a pick that you expected, Echo?
No, not at all. I mean, I was expecting Enterprise to be picking up Pearl potentially. Obviously, we know that their defense is a little bit weak. I think they've probably spotted that by now. But the Abyss is a bit of a surprise to me. What we see here now, considering, you know, they've made changes to a fair few of their other comps since Clash, since Northeast, I think Abyss is going to be a big surprise, and it's going to be very exciting to see what they do bring out on that map.
Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, the last time we saw them on that map, they're running a double initiator and double controller here, but I'm not sure if that is going to be the case this time around. I think when you've had this long to do things and a lot has changed since then, there's very much room for cooking something different here. I mean, I would ask you for predictions on what we're going to see here, but we don't have time for that. And it's not really a change. I mean, there is a change in bringing Sova to the board instead of the Breach, but apart from that, very much the same composition from Enterprise. Is that an expected kind of change for you, Kirsten?
I think probably. I think comfort on the map is a good thing to be looking at, but I also think that this comp has legs. Double drone is something that we're seeing a lot of teams kind of lean into on this map, just to be able to get that map-wide information on a map that you need to be ahead of things with your rotations. It takes a long time to get from one site to the other, so being able to have all that information will do a lot of good for them.
Well, this is Misa's opportunity now to, I think, take Enterprise by storm in the first map, right? I think if there's any stage to do it on, it's going to be a map that Enterprise don't have as many official reps in, especially in recent times. It's not like Misa have many reps on this map either, but look, sometimes a surprise is best for them. I do think Enterprise are going to be a difficult opponent, and therefore we will see exactly what happens. We're going to throw it to the casters, and now it's Pavlos and MP to take this one away for you.
We'll talk about familiar names and familiar faces. If you're tuning in and you're a regular in VCT EMEA, you'll definitely be aware of quite a lot of players on the server right now. Enterprise and Misa boast, well, 8 out of 10 of them have made VCT appearances before. I think, is that accurate?
I think that's at least close to accurate. From the side of Enterprise Esports, it's Causey, at least one of those players that haven't made the appearance, and Ilori, I think Lime, has he made one? Well, it's many players, and for the side of Misa Esports, it's mostly the BBL Esports of 2024. I think 4 of them players were in that VCT EMEA stage before BBL went international. Now Berzi coming in, kind of switching up the identity of the team. Berzi going for the smokes means that Pora is going to be that initiator, and that's the point I kind of want to bring this match into. Pora, Kushner is going to be that duo. Pora being the IGL of this team now on the role of initiator, not being that sentinel player, means that he's able to like tempo this game more to his liking. He knows exactly how he wants to pace and how he wants Kushner to attack onto. You'll see him in KO with Breach, and kind of a lot of the times you see Misa actually running these off-meta compositions with the Breach and KO. When we look at Master Santiago, there was only one team that ran KO and none of them ran Breach, so definitely Misa going outside in terms of this meta that we have in the international stage. Sure, Turkish teams, they do love their Breaches and KOs, but if we compare to the Master Santiago, it is quite outside of the meta.
Absolutely. Well, we're jumping into the action, folks. We are starting things off on Abyss. Misa Esports, noteworthy to say, they did not drop a single map during the group stage process of Challengers EMEA. Now we'll see if they can continue on that trend against a formidable opponent, the first seed from Northeast Enterprise. Now, already losing the first 2 players on the defense, the first 3 actually, Misa seem to be in a great spot to gather up the rest of this round. Yeah, Illuri gets dealt with quickly. Kozi, the youngest on the server, will also not have too many opportunities to get much done. And indeed will get shut down quickly by Burzy, netting Misa first blood.
Quick pistol round. Quite aggressive pistol round from the side of Enterprise as well. Proxa going for that fast-paced push there. And it's 7 out of the 10 players.
7 out of 10. I was one off.
Unless yeah, Burzy, he hasn't had that showing either. So,
man,
so let's go one more down as well. The
thing is, they're just familiar names and challenges, and I just made an assumption.
Yeah,
surely they played VCT at some point, but you're right, yeah. It was off the top of my head. I just look at the players, I was like, surely 8 out of 10 have played in challenges, but yeah, you know, names that have been a while for a good time, bar Kozi. But this is a quick one. Very, very rapid. Sure, just a couple of casualties as well. Illuri says, I'm not going to give anyone an orb. I will fall to my death. So a quick second round as well.
Enterprise on the back foot here. Not getting rounds on the board on a pistol. And the second, lack of experience, I think, is something that we talk about, especially when we compare to these players that have been in the tier 1, and right here we're kind of discussing on who have been there. Only 2 of the players from the side of Enterprise have been, but one thing that they have going on for them is their coach, Itopata. Obviously, coach for Apex, then went on to Leviathan, who placed 3rd at Champions. That's experience. If something, Kushner will make sure that that experience will not grant Enterprise the first pick.
I mean, yeah, it's nuts to me that a coach of such pedigree is back into the Challengers doldrums. And again, limited job opportunities at the top of the top. At the creme de la creme. Here we go.
Enterprise, definitely a good project to pick up on.
Oh, yeah.
Here's one of the players.
And he's worked with Magnum before.
Yep.
On the Apex roster. Here we go, though, into the B site. Magnum will try and be sneaky. They know of his position now, but Lime has done most of the heavy lifting here. He's had Illuri to help out, but Buzzy's causing issues. For a moment there, it felt like Enterprise had that B site defense under control, but think again. 2 for the 1. And it's Misa being in charge.
30 seconds left.
Kozi, the youngster. He only just turned 16, I think, last month.
1 enemy remaining.
22nd. Just being eligible to play here. Debuted in EMEA Clash.
10 seconds left.
Now it's up to him to clutch up.
Oh my god, he's so smart. Jump down.
And he finds it.
Balls
Wow.
of steel, man. Jumping and finding the headshot so damn quick. Knew exactly where to look. And what a clutch to get Enterprise on the board.
I do.
So I'll put you
This is what it's about.
an idea, and I wonder if you agree here.
Yes.
Kozi, to me, this seems like a similar story that we had with Keiko and Kajak, both of these players. Keiko, them debuting in Northeast, just having an incredible performance there. Maybe not debuting in terms of them, that being their first official, but getting their jump start from there, showing great performance, and now being on a roll in those tier 1 teams. Kiko just off of Master Santiago as well on that roster of NRG. I do think that Kozi, if he keeps up this pace, he might be one of those players that are gonna be reserved onto a roster when he's 17 and eligible to play on the tournaments like Masters. And I'm not quite sure if he gets to turn 18 before stage once, but once again, it's him in the forefront.
He just had to prove you right. He felt his name was being mentioned here after that clutch and had to show up again. So 3 consecutive going to his name. As Enterprise need to stake his stance now on the B side, a crossfire setup, but these smokes are what prohibit early entry. Magnum trying to dance around the bullets. Kushner, though, gets flashed in his process to jump above. It's getting messy for Misa, but somehow still standing. This is very treacherous, especially with an in and out from Brave. Who would have thought there'd be a singular survivor by the end of that? Misa, time and time again, make these look so damn competitive.
They're not making anything easy for Enterprise, like you highlight. Time and time again, it all comes down to the last player. Whether it's Causey or Lime, Enterprise are not getting this down cleanly, and that affects their economy as well. I'm sure Proxa is happy with the Outlaw, but Illuri having to go with the Guardian, not the greatest weapon. Sure, will do some work against Misa if he gets that chance. He's supported by Causey as well.
Yeah, Misa aren't playing around with fakes and that. They're going for straight takes instantly. Causey, though, shows why this is his domain. This is where he'll take a stand. Sure, the spike goes down and they're able to find a few more kills. Not too bad for an eco, especially finding another. It's always competitive, and Power has found himself an upgrade.
The guy who we knew from his Sentinel role, now back on Initiator, as Elite is the one who's been picking up the Sentinel, having to clutch.
Both down to the lower level, and Lime will be getting that one done. A lot of close calls, but at the end of the day, it felt like Enterprise were always in control. But their opponents haven't really made it easy for them to build up an economy. I feel like one loss and it's right back to a reset.
Absolutely.
Well, not quite. They actually have 2K stashed up per player. Bar 2 players.
Yeah, but it's not going to be the best buy if they lose here. Sure, they will have something. Misa will go to a timeout. It's a dangerous territory because obviously you want to take a timeout, but then you're faced against Itopata and Shadow as well.
Oh my god,
on the other side. Yeah. How do you face against that experience? Sure, you have 4 different ultimates, Bercy one away from the Shadows as well. Then on the other hand, you have Causey. I just want to keep highlighting him. His Waylay stats are incredible as well. Right before this match, his Waylay stats were following. ACS 317.6. First kill per round 0.26. And kill death ratio was over 2.6 or 2.06 rather. And his headshot percentage in this tournament, apart or from all of the agents, is around 45. So how do you play against that kind of player who just keeps shooting you in the head?
Yeah, how do you play against it? I guess you're doomed to death.
Yeah, and it's rough because on the other hand you have Kushner, who is a brilliant Waylay player as well. And part of the success that Misa has had is through this Waylay Initiator combo that they usually have it for. Now sure, Brave and Kushner are gonna be the duo.
This time, site access granted for free, but Magnum and Lime have got something cooking. Oh, but the dish has been smelt from miles away, sniffed out. So I feel like individual brilliance is required to pull Enterprise back.
One enemy remaining.
Prox and Lurie found one apiece, but it does leave Prox to his lonesome. Oh, Mr. Play is so damn far away.
Tripling up.
It's a pyramid, right? One on top of the other. And of course he's thinking against it. Of course he's going to run away.
No reason to risk it. Even though he had the shrouded steps, had a cover the smoke as well, but yeah, it's too much. 1 versus 3 situation. You gotta save those rifles. The economy is not the best. Proxy saving this means that they can probably go for the full buy. And yeah, they can.
Entered.
Misa. Oh, what a zoom. Cutioner just dominating those two players on the flank. Enterprise, that's a great play. Trying to wrap around through mid, finding that space. But them not quite getting that kill means that Misa is on the board and they're happy to do it again on that B side.
Both converging paths up for grabs. What's the call here? Quick B hit, Armageddon unleashed very early, but is there anyone there to punish? I don't think so. Kushin is able to get out of dodge. And here goes round 2 of the push. Enterprise unable to shut anyone down yet, but you can tell Misa are being very patient with us. Wait for the Cosmic Divide to drop to provide the space for the team. Kozi looking to throw in a converging path. This could be massive. All 4 out of 5 players are slowed down and are nipped for picking here by Enterprise. Birdsey sticks around and he's found so much, but he's left into an Omen v Omen duel. Prox gets there first. Headshot lands between the eyes. And it's yet another close round that goes to Enterprise's way.
Oh, it's already heated. Proxa sending a message down there. I'm sure we will see a message back from Misa if it comes down to it. And they win their round back.
One enemy remaining.
Misa has found some success towards this B site. It's kind of hard to defend, especially against this composition. Sure, they don't have Teho, Misa, but they have KO. Waylay to break through, Omen with the shrouded step as well. And then on top of that, you have the layer of Sova and Astra. If you're trying to stay on B backside or somewhere around there, it's nearly impossible. Poor once again, trying to make some space, some information gathered towards that B area.
That's a strong paranoia. Let's catch both. Paired up with a flash. Everyone's blinded. How is Kozi able to dance around the bullets like that? That is crazy. 5 points of health is all that's left on him. And he's still standing. Well, never mind. Elite eventually finds the angle.
Can line find this before? No.
It's Magnum's turn to throw down the Cosmic Divide. Spike down.
A.
And what do you do with this now? Look how far Magnum is going, all the way around the world. Power seems to sense that this could be the possibility, but Magnum gets away with it.
That's illegal.
Send him to jail. Elite's got to stay composed. This is not the first or last time he'll be in a predicament like this.
30 seconds left.
Elite. It's one of those players that has got the best experience in that tier 1 circuit. And the price will hear the spike go down. They split up. Surely they will group again.
The thing is, he's planted all the way at the back of the site. So the first thing that Enterprise will think when they see the spike there is that Elite's probably nearby, but they are moving in from positions that you would expect Elite to come from. And that won't be the case. Hello. So Gravity Wall will come through. Tapped once. Elite so damn nearby. It wasn't a Gravity Wall, it's a smoke that's created. Elite closes up and Magnum knows exactly where to shoot given the bullets that were flying across their direction. Enterprise make that one work. No nasty business.
Elite made a gamble. This time around it didn't pay off. He was pretty much thinking that they're gonna take the position of Magnum. This main area. That wasn't clean in the slightest.
No, that wasn't clean at all. It's fifth bullet accuracy right there.
Yeah. Misa, we go for the hero rifle here. Small investment around that as well. Once again, B site is the site that they look for.
Revealing area.
Okay, here we go. Turning up the pace. Yushino looking for the play on the side. Magnum turns around. God, okay, that one was much more like it from him. Instantly finding its mark. Lime has to let this one happen. Has to let his opponents through. The one-way serves as a guarantee that no one will cross the right-hand side of a screen. And it served them nicely until his teammates arrive. But the in and out that Misa are throwing in right now is just too damn much to deal with. A low buy makes it work for Misa.
Even though Magnum gets the first kill, he shows exactly why it is almost impossible to play on site against this team. All of the utility around Magnum, him being stunned, being nearsighted, all of the utility just forcing him to take those fights. Will take one down, but eventually will fall. And that means Misa will get control of the site. It's so hard to play onto this B site against either one of these compositions. Enterprise. Oh, they're looking for a fast push. Is anyone aware? Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, they tried to go for a double push outside here before, but this one is a quick one. And there's volume to it.
Wait.
5 strong is better than any single engagement. How about that? That is pure nasty in the business. Kushner frontlining. The guarded salvos landing behind him, but he's still standing his ground, albeit blind as a bat. That's how you do it. Enterprise get thrifted. They throw one right at them back.
The small gap in timing is exactly what Enterprise needed. When Elite went down, or went to put the smokes down, that's exactly when Enterprise found the gap. First pick, second pick, all of a sudden it snowballed out of control. And just when it looked like Misa were getting control of this half, getting equal to Enterprise, Enterprise makes sure that they at least tie this half. Damn. I mean, Thrifty is back and forth, no? He's near Thrifty, was there?
Yeah, it wasn't quite a Thrifty, I think, the one previously, but it was definitely a difference in firepower.
Yeah.
Okay. Bit of a coin flip, this B site for Misa, but they continue to try and go for it. They haven't really found success on the other side of the map, so better a coin flip than nothing at all.
Yeah.
Tushin stand up. Not that there's anything that can back up their attention. Trying to play the patience game there, but Prox is able to find one before he falls. Now, difficult waters for Lime. Approach from different directions and finally gets caught. Misa find the recipe, playing the patience game, and now 2 to try and recover.
Oh, so close. I'm wrapping around.
Spike planted.
Noted.
Last player standing.
Ooh, Illuri had to get a pick there. It's just too tough for Magnum. What a flick of the wrist by Elite.
Last round.
And I think this is a tough situation when you look at where Magnum is at that point, when most of the players were already on the B side from the side of Misa. Magnum was so late to rotate, and I think that was done from what Pora has been doing at the start of this half. He's been consistently throwing some recon darts to the other side of the map, trying to make some pressure on the other side so Enterprise wouldn't do those fast rotates. And I think that's exactly why Magnum was so late to rotate on that round.
This time Enterprise have stacked the B site with 3 players though.
Look at Misa. They're stacked on the ultimate development.
Sure. No, the drone finds nothing. Bit of a patience game at play here for Misa.
Yeah.
Like you said, I need to throw at this. Cosmic Divide will be one of those. PCV tilt at the very beginning, paired up with a null command, and the entry will be permitted. Enterprise looking like they want to go for an organized 5v5 retake here. That could be dangerous.
Planted.
I can't use that.
Armageddon online as well.
Look how scared Misa are for a potential flank. They've got 2 players just continuously looking at the back lines. It's for good reason. Magnum trying to approach, but it might be all too late. Armageddon knocking a couple players up. Lime is doing most of the damage, but you need a little bit extra from Magnum. Little does he know, there's someone right above him. Hasn't checked it, hasn't seen. Cosmic Divide dropping yet again. You're running out of time, Enterprise. You've got to start moving, and Elite has sniffed out his opposing Astra. Lime through the Cosmos, but will remain planted on Earth. 6-6 being the score, and we are square at halftime.
I think I share a lot of watchers' sentiment that they were thinking Enterprise were gonna take this quite easily home, especially after their dominant showing in Clash, dominant showing in the regular season, then them only losing 2 games throughout the year of 2026. But Misa has been able to take Enterprise quite evenly on their own map pick. Enterprise's map pick, that is. Sure, it's only the first half, and second one is yet to come. Cozy, I hope to see more activity from him on this half.
Spike down B.
Misa still seem to be in charge of the site, no matter what side they are on, attack or defending. And they continue to do tons of damage. Cozy is good for 2. Before he falls, 1 actually. Fox was the other one. 55 seconds to work with, but he's being surrounded. Not only on the X, but Y-axis as well. So Elite is able to find the bullet to the heart, letting Misa the first round of the second half.
Message sent back from the side of Misa. Second pistol round on the board. I'm sure they're happy. Taking this Abyss would mean that Enterprise would have to go onto Haven, which is Misa's map pick. Sure, Haven, usually quite good map for any of these teams. It is a map that almost everyone is fine going into. And Enterprise, I think they would be no strangers there. It would be great to get your own map pick. Misa, getting the confidence down with each pick, each round. Burzy, the kind of new addition of this roster, if we compare to the BBL of 2024. That's a flawless round.
Clean. I don't think we've seen a single other flawless round this entire game. I could be wrong.
I don't
It could have
think
been
so.
like round number 2 or something, but I feel like every single one of them had some kind of craziness involved in it. Or... No, yeah, I feel like this is the first round where there's a clean scenario for one of the teams this time. Misa being the one able to do it, walking into the next round with a full set of rifles as well. That's not too bad of a bonus at all.
Oh, Misa. Great idea. Doesn't quite work. Enterprise were prepared for that. And a lot of that comes from, sure, having great coaching staff, but even Iluri or whoever called that they should be prepared. Just on that round. I think it's brilliant. You know exactly what the strengths of your opponent are. You know that they go for these fast plays. If there is some time and space, especially in a bonus round when you need to find a pick, early pick, to equalize your odds. I think if you're a Misa fan, you love this deck.
I mean, it's a good idea.
30 seconds left.
Oh, but Kozzy. Delete Burzy. Off the face of the earth. Not too bad of a conversion from Brave. 1.5 in terms of damage. But keeps it going. I think Enterprise have done a little bit too much, though, for Power to recover. So, with that, round could be done. But given Power is just with a measly Bulldog, you can always go for it. There's no risk in getting more picks here, taking more rifles off the hands of your opposition. And that's exactly what he's trying to do here. Oh, hello, Freebie. Make that 2, and the round is actually possible. Alarm bells ringing. Lime has got to find the shot, and lucky for him, his opponent is not holding a Vandal. Otherwise, Lime would have been a dead man.
10 HP. The timing, that was great. And him knowing exactly where that last player is because he spotted him early. Lime just positioning himself up on that ledge. I think that was the edge for Enterprise to win that round. If he was on level ground, Para would have absolutely taken that on.
Crazy, right? Potential 1v3. And it's already a very strong result for Misa. I mean, you enter that one with just weapons you had from the previous. The investment wasn't that great, and you've already put Enterprise at the back of the wall.
This is something that we didn't see quite a lot from the side of Misa, focusing towards A side. Enterprise are entertaining the idea, but that's the information gone. The IGL.
That's the thing, right? You know, Misa have been going for these triple stacks, but it's usually been on B. And whenever they've done that, Enterprise have ended up B. And that's the other way around. Crazy how that happens sometimes. Magnum joint to the hip with another 2 teammates. And I do like this. No one's ready for it. No one's looking. Enterprise have found the passage to break through enemy lines, and it cannot be stopped. They didn't even go through spot. Wait, Misa knows there's a timing, but they don't expect for it to be 3 players strong. Brave. His position fully telegraphed, and Kozzy able to get out of the way scot-free. Sure, he's down to 4 points of health, but damage done to the side of Misa already. Aggressiveness from Burzy. Breaking through with a shot, and they're not slowing down. He wants to give more to this fight, and he's got Power alongside him. Magnum had to get that kill. Square it back up again. But Lime, this is shallow waters he's in. And within those sharks lie. Kushina gets there? There's no way his shots connect first. Chooses to spam through the box, and it's the right decision to make. Misa They're starting to win more and more of these close rounds, and they're adding up.
One away from the double digits. Getting closer. You're getting that map point. I love the confidence of Burzy.
Sure.
Just going through that. Obviously, when you have, what, 18 kills under your belt, when you have multiple successful rounds on this map already, it's easy to be confident. And the highlight of Burzy being the addition of that 2024 BBL roster. Reezy gone away. Burzy in his stead. It's been successful. But look at the economy of Misa. It's still,
I wonder what's
bleeding.
Oh, for sure. It's still not an easy one. But I wonder what type of input VALORANT Shadow can bring to a situation like this. Because let's be fair, Enterprise have been in the slump. And it's not like their initial plans have been bad, right? Often they find themselves on pole position in so many rounds, but Misa always find an answer, and it's often off the back of pure aggression, right? Don't allow your opponents to set up in the post plants. Always catch them in transition.
Yeah, I feel like usually the rounds where Misa are standing up top is the rounds where it kind of goes to this scrap. I think usually Turkish players, they are known to thrive in those messy fights where you just have to duel. The raw aim power is there. And Misa is no stranger to that raw aim power. Kushner trying to look for a pick. He would love to see someone on the sides of Alpha.
I mean, I'll never count Enterprise out on a pistol, but still, that's not the, you know, you've got to look at where you find the positives in the round, and right now there aren't none. There aren't many. Misa have already stacked up 3 players. Burzy's got a paranoia locked and loaded, and as soon as he sends it, in come the cavalry. One pick only to the hands of Line. They slow down a little bit, but Burzy's still having the bird's view of it all. Ridiculous.
Did you see that?
Double digits secured. And again, clean.
Did you see that? Burzy, mid-round, gets a kill and goes for the body shots. For the he's here to send the message. And I think, I'm not quite sure if I missed it on the side of Misa, but I think Enterprise started it. Misa, they are angry.
I get it now.
Right there.
Mid-round as well,
Damn.
bro.
That is BM.
Hey, we love a bit of that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Burzy is so confident. Look at this fast play onto A main as well. Just trying to secure the control, choke out everything that Enterprise have.
I mean, you can't help but feel Misa have got themselves some momentum, and I distinctly remember an interview I had with the top years ago now. I think that's 3 years ago, back in 2023, in his efforts to get to Ascension with Apex. He said never underestimate the power of momentum. And right now, Misa have boatloads of it.
Enterprise stacked in the old department. Brave and Burzy probably gonna be under attack quite soon.
You are divided.
Oh, what a read. They were waiting for the 0 point. They were waiting for the knife to dodge that. Pull back.
Well, the Cosmic Divide has lured them long enough towards the B site. Now let's see if Enterprise can win this one cleanly. It's not clean, because Burzy's still around. Not dealt with just yet, and still getting away with more. Enterprise, the grandest kerfuffle.
My ult is ready.
You need to get the spike down now. Sure, it's a 2v2, but the time is limiting you to a singular position. You're stunned. The push from Kushner interrupted. Magnum has got to somehow miraculously find this pick, but it will not reveal itself to him. That's the shutdown. Sure, you get the pick, but the round will go to the Turkish representative.
I think you hit the nail in the head, Enterprise. They're not playing bad Valorant in a fundamental level. I think they're playing great. Like Illury making the call that they should back off because he knows the timings of when that 0 point is gonna come up, when that information is gonna be gathered onto A main. But it's the individual prowess of Misa. Burz is just unstoppable right now. Even though his friend, I think it was Brave on the side, gets instantly taken out, it's Burzy once more to make sure that Misa have a say in that round. Enterprise will expend their second timeout as well. I'm sure it's not Enterprise playing bad Valorant. I think they're playing decently. I think they're having great ideas. Itopata is probably saying that the fundamentals are great. Maybe in that situation, if you change something, is how you duel that backside. Okay. Burzy were able to isolate all of those duels, all of the 3 duels that were fought. Burzy was able to get them on a 1 versus 1. And when you have a Turkish firepower like Burzy right now online, it's hard.
And that's the scary part, right? You've got all of these individuals in Misa Esports that know they can take any freaking fight they can. You know, they can get away with a multi-kill, they can go and get away with something explosive. And when you've got an opponent that is in that mindset, it's so hard to deal with. Because they'll take random fights, they'll push through smokes, they'll play aggressive, in your face. And often make unorthodox plays, right? It's things that you won't quite expect. So it's so damn hard to play against a team that is high-firing like this. And try to remain composed and play your own game. It's so hard to also fall into that cycle yourself. But here comes a reset, and Enterprise looking to put the brunt of their forces at the middle of the map.
Misa are getting cautious about that mid area. And rightfully so. Enterprise have gone through that area and trying to pressure it.
2 players on the lookout from the shadows. No one quite finding it, but you've got to do your due diligence to clear out the site. Armageddon, Burzy could be in trouble, but is able to TP just on time. But Hunter's Fury finds the location of where he jumped into, and he's able to pick up the kill just on time. Kushner, the only sole survivor onto that B site for a little while, gets one pick, but that shot, the sequence, Armageddon countered with a Hunter's Fury, was pure cinema.
1 enemy remaining.
Enterprise may have found their mojo back, and it's all thanks to Prox and Co. 4 kills to his name, and Enterprise are right back into winning ways.
Double ultimates, granting them so much space onto that side. Hunter's Fury, Armageddon, being able to pressure those players away from the site means that Proxy just can clean up the table. Absolutely dominate there. And Misa, even though they have been quite dominant on the second half, they don't have money. Their economy, it's in the ditch. 1 loss, and they don't have money for a buy. Hero Rifle on the hands of Kushner. I'm sure this could do wonders with the momentum that Misa has right now.
Yeah, he's still got to be wary though.
Yeah.
Anything could happen. I feel like this is one of those games that anything can literally happen. If you roll back the time to the previous series that we watched, there was a lot more standard Valorant than what we're seeing now. Things are lying very much along the line of unpredictability, and Kushner's push stands to that level. Converging paths. Together the push. The Sheriffs are doing damage. Panic stations? Maybe. Not yet, though. And look, Misa are everywhere. Omnipresent.
1 enemy remaining.
Burzy finds 2 with a classic, and he's drawn it to a duel. He's got himself the ult to potentially get himself somewhere where there is a gun to collect.
30 seconds left.
But Magnum, what does he do? Doesn't go back to B. He's gone looking. Or does he stick around? having the high ground to his advantage. Looking for Burzy. He's made the right read. Both players missing their shots. Not much time. You've got to guarantee the spike plant. Jumps above the fake from Magnum. He was able to stay composed after all. I know Enterprise won it, but I still can't help but feel Misa did so much there with pistols.
Now Burzy finding 2 players with the classic, creating quite a lot of pressure on the Magnum as well, even though he is on a classic. In the end, I think the experience speaks. Magnum has been there for many, many years. Multiple different scenarios, knows exactly how to take that. You have to fake it, go for the pick. It's exactly what he ends up doing. Grants Enterprise. Round number 9. I think Misa had a great idea of trying to defend this mid. But how do you defend against this double controller setup? Just choked out on every angle. And Bora. Wow.
He just doesn't stand a chance.
Occasionally
is able to isolate the one. Burzy, you must expect there to be a second player towards his B site, and you've now realized it's Burzy, and that paranoia gets away with one. You're right, Kushner on the lurk, though. You've got to be careful of this.
He's flanking with the AWP. Surely he cannot get more than one. Does the drone spot him?
Chooses not to break the drone. It does not, but Magnum gets there quick enough to avert any sort of crisis. Yeah, Misa call it off. Yeah, they're just going to walk away from it. No, there's no reason to risk it, but Enterprise, with this round, the level of cleanliness to it as well, has brought them straight back in play on Abyss.
Two timeouts taken from the side of Enterprise. It seems like the second one has paid off. They found the gap, the exploit in Misa's defense. That gap seems to be mid right now. Whether it's them actually taking that mid control, establishing that control there, or faking it. Misa has to be aware, has to expend at least one player towards that mid area. Because Enterprise could be lurking in the shadows.
All right.
Okay.
And now it's Misa's turn to bring out the timer. I don't mind it.
No.
I wonder if it has to do with how you approach mid here, because I feel like that's where Enterprise were able to find the weakness, if there's something to talk about there.
Surely they have to be more aggressive there. But the dangerous thing is, Enterprise might be up ahead of that. They know that mid is something that Misa has to answer to. So do they just switch? Do a fast-paced attack on the A or B? They have Cosmic Divide for it. They could absolutely switch things up, switch up the tempo, the place of focus. I mean, Itopara, he's been there. He's made these calls. And look at Ilori. Him having the operator here. Yeah, Enterprise. It looks like all of them are going towards B. Okay. Misa placing 3 different players towards mid. No?
It might be, yeah.
Yeah.
At least that's what it looked like early doors.
Great read from Enterprise.
And it's playing out just like you said, MP, but now let's see if the plan plays out just like Enterprise would have hoped for, because Misa can rotate quickly and have the majority of their players here already anyway. Burzy somehow able to sidestep most of the guided salvos. So plenty of health available to him to play this one close quarters with a shotgun. But Cozy has a shotgun of his own. Kushner, last man standing for the defense before rotations arrive, and unable to do a thing. Enterprise, they've never had as an easy time to break through a site like they did just now. And closing in onto the final vestiges of this map is the best time to have moments like this.
So the question is was that round a coach diff? Timeout was called. Misa knew that they had to answer for this mid pressure, but Enterprise were one step ahead. They knew that B site was a site to exploit, and they do that. One step bomb, the spike ticks down. We are at equal numbers. I gotta say, I don't think I would have believed this at the start of this half. Misa, Berzi, they were establishing so much control, so much momentum. Kazi getting near 20 right there. Converging paths online as well. I just realized Enterprise didn't even use Cosmic Divide for this attack.
They were that confident. They could get this done like this. But huge pickups by the end. So full investment required. And back to 0 credits. Misa Esports go. Losing this could be an instant ticket for Enterprise into the lead in terms of maps. Converging paths coming in. Looks like Misa still have a good read. They're able to vacate the premises quickly, but Kozi is there quick enough to deal with everyone. And they've continued what they started a moment ago on the B site, rapidly seizing it for themselves.
Planted.
And MP, I've got a certain feeling that they will go looking for these guns, knowing the dire canonical situation Misa are in right now.
They have to. I mean, they can expend everything. Lime should go for it. Maybe find picks closer to the Armageddon. I'm not quite sure if it will be quite relevant in this game, in that last round. But
Sure.
These guns will absolutely be, if they get that up out of Kushner, that could be huge for them.
And Elite and Kushner aren't winning anything off of this either, right? They're not going to get any all points that will net them the ultimate. They've already secured that. So information where Elite is it now. They're going to try and close in on this position. Will they get there on time? Kushner might fall. It's just a matter of timing. Line gets there on the sidelines. So no operator for Misa in this one.
It's gonna be tough for them. I think only one rifle on the hand of Misa, if I'm not mistaken. No, I am mistaken.
They're just slow on shields.
Yeah.
Kushner, Power, both are left without.
I mean, if you want that send to the head, you don't need any shields. Interesting.
They're going for round 3. They're staying back for the outro.
Wow.
So do Misa think this is a fake, or do they stick around? What's the call?
Wait, no way.
They're slowly moving away. They're scared it's going to be an A hit.
They're more scared about the mid as well.
Are moving in. Berzi distracted. Recon dropping. Lime also looking in the wrong direction. Spray going well for Berzi. So Misa take a stand early doors, but now they need to get a foothold over it. Kozi realizing he needs to get out. Cosmic Divide isolating from the rest of the team. They've got a minute to work with. The rotations are through and Magnum unable to get the flank working. Enterprise behind. This is looking like an OT. Unless Kozi and Prox can make this one work.
Last player standing.
Prox falls. The 16-year-old left on the hot seat, unable to deliver. This game was destined for overtime, and Misa Esports have secured it.
Overtime.
Great idea from the side of Enterprise. And Misa Esports, they were not aware where the attack would come from. Was it mid, A, B? But Berzi once again, the one player to make the stand on the side of Misa. Nearing 30 kills. It's been incredible. On the side of Enterprise, Kosi, he's picked up some steam, but not quite on the performance that his previous track record would show.
Sure.
Misa kind of switching up the pace as well. The look of their game. For me, it was kind of tough for Misa because they weren't doing really anything on mid, and right now kind of making creating some pressure there. Still leaving it out open. Enterprise, they are careful about mid though.
Yeah, very slow. This is different from Misa. It's kind of asking the question for Enterprise to make a move first.
I mean, Misa's been loving this B side. Different, but still similar.
Enterprise seem to know. Or at least have a good idea to what's about to happen. Smokes fall before the dagger does its job. Prox may be in trouble above, but does lean out to the smoke on time. Lime lands onto Brave, and he continues to fire upon his opposition. Elite. Can he lead the team to victory here? 4 players, and Enterprise just completely vacate the premises. Leave. Want nothing to do with this. Knowing that the strength lies in numbers here. And they've got time working in their favor. Kazi jumps in to assist Enterprise. That's a solid defense round towards the end of the second half. They seem to be online on the attack as well. Can they close it out here?
I wouldn't be surprised if timeout was called, but no. Enterprise, they feel like they have it all down. They know they've exploited mid. They know they have instantly attacked to B. They've tried A a little bit.
I'm seeing pings mid.
Yeah. It's a comfort place for them right now. And Misa, they're usually conceding this pressure in the mid. Conceding the space.
So, like you said, Misa will leave the space open. Enterprise gathering a lot for it for free. Not sticking around to make Misa Esport feel uneasy about the direction. 2 different chokeholds that they'll need to get through, but I wonder what Enterprise try to do to distract the defenses away from those positions. 1 minute on the clock. Getting close to a decision.
Oh, the ping's back again in mid. They want to wrap from mid towards A. Oh, cute.
That's good information.
Yeah. Spots at least 3.
Spider drone. Again, trying to clear out. Brave looking. You don't have the element of surprise, Enterprise. You better know this. Brave avoiding the guided salvos again. Magnum trying to find the high ground together with his teammate. Pre-firing with Elite. Down to 23 HP, but it's 23 seconds on the clock as well. You've got to start moving. Backside. Recon also revealing. Damage dealt from both ends, but Enterprise seem to have the upper end. 3v2. They're in pole. Spike down, and so close to smelling victory.
But it's still Burzy and Kushner.
And they're so dangerous.
Oh.
Kushner finds a first, and equilibrium restored. Kazi's right above. You can smell them approaching.
Last player standing.
A head pops up, but a bullet gets there quicker. A shot that now can damage the player defusing, but you've got to find the spray. Defuse halfway, and Kushner knows where to look. Misa are not going absolutely anywhere.
You were right. They are so dangerous.
We're done.
Both of these players. Incredibly important for the side of Misa, especially in this map. Burzy, he wants to get his 30. Just 1 away from that feat.
And man, it felt like Enterprise had everything there for them, but somehow did not have the right cross lines, right positioning on the post. They got dismantled little by little. It's as if they were, you know, somehow able to break the lock. 1 click at a time. Still though, Enterprise going for what worked before on this B site, and it's working again. Surely you do not drop a ball 4v2.
this time for Misa. It's Elite and Pora. You don't have the clutch factor of Burzy online right now.
Paris says hold my juice box.
33 HP. Enterprise.
That's all you need.
They're grouping up nicely.
Thing is, you lose Magnum as he's isolated.
30
Then you're in a
seconds
1v3. And that changes the numbers a lot. It's just the jiggle peak for Magnum. All he needs is info to let his team join in. Oh no, Para, that is a sneaky attempt. But you like the idea. The thing is that Magnum is all too used to it by now. He's figured it out.
10 seconds left.
How Misa like to play. Pushes through the smoke as well. Rough around the edges, but he's got the cavalry arriving right behind him. Oof, okay, wiping the brow after that, sure. But Enterprise, again, are the ones on what I'd say is the King's chair, throne.
Match point.
And it's Misa's job to knock them down again.
Yeah, it's definitely all up to Enterprise whether they want to finish it up here. I think their attacking side has been great in terms of how they play, how they approach this attacking side. I love how they work around the mid, then they switch it up onto B, and it seems like this time around it could be a faster B with Lurk coming into mid.
It's the late game. That troubles me for Enterprise. Cozzy gets caught.
34 Burzy.
Stating his dominance. Ready from the back foot, Magnum. Huge positioning from him. And he's able to get behind there. Kushner walks right into his arms. And how the turn's tabled again. Burzy.
No way.
Again so strong. Triple to his name. But Magnum seems to replicate that madness on the other end. From the shadows used, but not on time as Prox is right on the tracks. I think that was such a strong play that it's paused the game. But Elite has to lead from the front here. But Enterprise know the time is in their favor. And they've got to use it to their advantage. Does Elite think it's a... Yeah, he does. Okay, so he's going to spend a lot of time getting back here once he hears the spike plant. This is best case scenario for Enterprise.
But Enterprise are still split apart. Elite could isolate this.
Should be okay if Enterprise can still converge on the same angle once they get their first information. As long as they're not fully invested on the first attack. Okay, now they know. Magnum not closing up quickly, knowing he's got Util on his side. But Prox will be there on time. Elite shut down, and together are Misa's hope for Abyss. Boy, did Enterprise have to work for that. It was not easy by any sense of that word.
No, and I'm sure Desk will highlight Burzy, how he was an incredible factor for the side of Misa here. But one single player cannot win a map. I think Burzy did everything he could. There was Kushner as well. I think Misa, they had a strong grip of that map as well, but it's not quite enough on Enterprise map pick. Those timeouts from Itopara, I think those were the difference maker in the end for Enterprise.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like that. What an incredible and close game. But yeah, let's throw this one over to the analyst desk to break down.
You're definitely right, MP. I think we do have a lot to say about Burzy, especially when it becomes such a win condition for Enterprise that they have to focus him on every attacking round just to stop him from completely dismantling the team on every occasion. I think after that, well, 1v3 essentially site hold, it became quite a priority for the team. Burzy managed to get his 30k still, but Enterprise come out on top, and what a hard-fought victory that was. A genuinely genuinely felt like it was tooth and nail. What a rough start. Questions do have to be asked still, although Enterprise did win the map. Why they went to Abyss? It seems like such an interesting choice for them. I'm not going to say it looked bad from them, but I don't know. We'll talk about that a little later, and I'm sure if Enterprise do win the series, we'll have a chat about it with one of the players. But I mean, good map from them regardless. I think the rally after what was a very tough like 4 or 5 rounds against Burzy was really good. Echo. Oh, apparently we can't hear you. Uh-oh. Gustin, you answer the question instead. Hell yeah.
Repeat the question.
It was great for them to rally after a couple of really good rounds from Burzy.
Yeah, I think they clearly identified that Burzy was the win condition for Misa. So, yeah, we can look at him here. Just consistently being able to sit on this site and allow the rest of his team to flood in, which, whilst all your attention is just on one guy, allows everyone else to run in, throw their utility to support him, and shoot back. Also helps that he's shooting back too.
Yes, definitely helps that way. Burzy puts together 300 ACS, and I think very much the linchpin for the team. Everybody, like, this is not a player that I don't think, you know, we were saying this during, we didn't really highlight him off the group stage. It kind of had, you know, very, well, I mean, as average as you can get for a team like Misa Esports, right? A very stacked roster, about as average kind of, you know, mid-table for the team performance. But that was ridiculous. I mean, that was insanely like another level from this player that you know is surrounded by such talent that I think it can be difficult to stand out in that kind of situation. That's definitely the way you want to do it. And I guess, you know, when you're against a team like Enterprise, that is, you know, what you need. It wasn't quite enough, Echo. Let's see if it works this time.
Yeah, let's see if you can hear me this time around, hopefully. But yeah, like, I think what more could you expect from a team like Enterprise, right? Like, this is the team that has won Clash. They won Kickoff in Northeast. They won Stage 1 in Northeast, right? This roster, with Kozi at the forefront, yes, but with everyone else behind them, of course they're able to eventually deal with Burzy. But as we head over to Haven, I think that's where really the question marks for me are going to come in is, are they able to keep that momentum up here on Misa's map pick?
Yeah, for sure. It is another map where we really haven't seen a lot of Enterprise Esports. This is a talented team no matter what. I'm sure they'll have something to show us on a map that has been around for so long, but we'll have to find out very shortly after a quick break.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm not stuck in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this?
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, and we're in that time of the day now where it could be our final map of the day, but not if Misa Esports have anything to say about it. Map 1, Abyss, kind of a surprise choice for us, went the favour of the team that picked it, Enterprise Esports. We're now heading to Haven. I'm going to want your thoughts on this, or how you expect this to go, Echo, because, you know, it's been a long time since we've seen Enterprise on this one. In fact, it was the only map that they lost against Giant X in the EMEA Clash a little while ago. And the last time we saw Misa on this map, it went to, what, 5-6 overtimes? Oh, sorry, wait, I should have said 6-7 overtimes.
Oh, come on, you were so close.
Against Eintracht Frankfurt. So, you know, this is a map that, I mean, again, a little bit of a surprise. I think definitely it makes sense. Misa Esports, I would say on paper the better team on this map, but whether or not, you know, they have enough reps in it to take this one, that's my question.
Yeah, and I think especially when it is this mirror composition, right? Like this Euro Neon entry, especially if we're looking at Misa, they've picked this map, they want to play it. Enterprise, they've gone for the same comp. Like I said, they lost it up against Giant X back in Clash. This is going to be a bit of a tricky map for them. To me, it's going to be especially on their defense. How much can they set Lime up with that operator, right? To allow Cozy to essentially be freed up to explore the map, to get in for the retakes as quick as possible, to support Magnum, to support Crux. That's going to be the biggest question point here for Enterprise, and is how Misa can deal with that operator on their side.
Yeah, I mean, look, Huston, do you expect anything different out of this one? Do you think, although Misa did pick it, do you think that they are going to be more comfortable on this mirror matchup against Enterprise Esports, or do you think Enterprise Esports still have more in the tank here?
Look, if Buzzy can do what he did last map be able to anchor a site as effectively whilst everyone floods in, then potentially, yeah. But Misa have had some problems on this map with those floods. So if he can stay alive, yes. If not, probably not.
All right, well, I'm sure Buzzy is going to be still fresh in the mind, I think, of the Enterprise Esports side after the events of the last map. So maybe there'll still be a little bit of focus on towards that player there. We're yet to find out, and we will find out right now with Pavlos and MP.
Thank you very much, guys. And indeed, I'm looking forward to this one, MP, because if it's anywhere as near close as the previous map, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I mean, the desk highlighted last time Misa played this, it was 18-16 overtime against Eintracht Frankfurt, which I'm gonna be honest, we could see that right here.
We absolutely could. Anything can happen. Anything can absolutely happen. And I'm looking to see if there is a good response from Enterprise, because sure, this is 100% success rate on this map for Misa Esports this past year, which is exactly what Enterprise would think. Okay, they're going to pick this map. They can prepare for this. They've got VODs to look at, and they'll see how Eintracht Frankfurt was able to do so well in certain moments. Sure, they didn't close it out, but there's definitely, if there's anyone that's capable of doing some good anti-strats, it's going to be Itopada and Shadow at the back of Enterprise's room. Here we go, though, as we enter the second map of the series between Enterprise Esports and Misa Esports, who both are looking to enter the upper bracket finals here in the playoffs of Challengers EMEA Split 1. Enterprise will start things off on the defensive, while Misa have their eyes set on C.
Burzy was the guy that everyone was singing praise to last map. This map, I would set my sights onto Elite. On the opposing side, it's Magnum, the opposing Sentinel, holding down the fort. Can he take one with him? No, he cannot.
Oh, it's chaos. It's pure pandemonium. But Cozy seems to be alive here.
What is happening?
He's found the third as well. What is that sense, by the way? Just turning around like a swivel, with Enterprise getting themselves round number 1 of the game.
That was a havoc. Cavalry coming in for Magnum. He gets taken out, but it doesn't matter to Enterprise. Enterprise finally find their first pistol on this series. Cozy on the board instantly, as he was on the previous map as well. He had a quite swift start. Now, sticking up with the Vandal, could farm some more kills if Misa decide to come towards B.
Damn. Okay, line. First blood goes to him. Magnum can hear the commotion, just stays there, waits until people appear on the screen, so he makes the job easy for himself. Haven is a map where it's less tough to give up control. Right, I feel like for Abyss, there are just many elevations, many different awkward angles that you need to take care of, and things can slip. For Haven, it's not that easy to let that happen. The choke points are a lot clearer. And we'll see if that makes a difference on how these two teams respond from what we're used to. But for now, it's Enterprise with a 2-0.
Yeah, and I think the highlight of Haven having that B side, and usually you getting control of holding control of that B side on the defensive side, means that you will have quite fast rotation. On Abyss, if you lose that mid, your rotations will become so much longer. And I think that plays into the highlight of yours. Losing control in Haven is not that detrimental to your defensive side. Sure, if you lose too much control, or if you let Elite absolutely demolish you, that could prove dangerous.
But that's when you're playing aggressive, right? When that's when you're trying to jump the gun and do something yourself. Doesn't pay off for Enterprise. I understand when you want to go on a risk for your bonus round, but hey, there's a second risk at play, and that is putting all three players in C, and that's exactly where Misa heading.
3 different players, actually 4 different players of Misa will die to a single shot in Outlaw. Pora, the only one fully healthy at this moment.
Line ready. Oh, it felt like that first shot connected, but this is clean. So damn clean. Wiped down with Varnish. Clean. Now, that gives Misa a way in, and I feel like you can forget everything that happened the previous two. Back to normal.
Flawless as well. Oh, the shot connects to the clone. Pretty much the only one alongside Pora that doesn't die from that one shot. Or, well, the clone does die, but you don't get any kills on that round. An Elite. There's a reason why I highlighted him. Previous round shows that you can absolutely have Elite as a solo anchor on that attacking side. Having him lurking, he will do quite a lot of damage. Now, I imagine that we're gonna see so much more from Elite. Great fake from Misa towards that C area means that there's only 2 players to hold down the fort on B.
Very true. There you go. Prox is having a hell of a good time holding down the fort. Oh, and he gets it going. Switching up to the secondary. Tip of a fedora to Gentlemates as well. Para in a really tough spot. And everyone knows exactly where he is to turn their attention towards him. So one pretty much flawless round after another. And it's Enterprise turn to take that home.
That goes there.
So we'll invest here. Kind of low on economy. One of the most dangerous things for Enterprise is that right here they're running the double duelist. Lime being able to pick up that operator. Usually we don't see Cozy picking up the operator that much. Any at all. He likes his rifles. 45% headshot rate tells the story of that. He's very happy with the Vandal in hand.
I do like Proc's position here. Thing is, the first flash does get to him after shooting the clone, but still gets away for a little while at least. Burzy now, it's his turn to have control over the high ground. Misa players are low though. Just a couple of shots from either of them. They could get down, but instead they're the ones that connect on the headshots quickly enough for that to be a non-issue. And Misa answer back quickly.
I think all 3 of Misa's players actually shared 150 HP and Enterprise all were up to 150 HP. Still, all of a sudden, it's Misa who finds that round in a quite quick fashion after the post plant, or after the plant goes down, rather.
Sure.
Now it's up for both of these teams to actually have the same ults from the Shadow and Overdrive. Cozy actually comes into this round without any investment in terms of weaponry. Just gambling completely on the Overdrive.
At least he's got a shield. But imagine if it was just a quick B hit. Would he have had time to use that ult?
Look at the camera of Magnum. He's spotting. He put that camera there for Bursey. From the shadows. That is crazy.
That's some due diligence. We'll check the cam instead. It's from the shadows used in heaven. Quickly broken. Enterprise with the first pick, and that is going to be Kushina's downfall. Oh. Disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But at least Misa get the plant down, and it's not over until the fat lady sings. And we've yet to hear hit the high notes.
Overdrive still online for Cozy.
Will absolutely be using the overdrive here. Magnum able to find the first one, and this is where Cozy jumps in. You know where Bursey is, all trying to line in together, and they do find their success. Enterprise go back to back.
Somehow, usually how these post-plant situations / retakes end up is either Enterprise sweep it up quickly, or they get swept up quickly. And Misa will go to a timeout. Kushner has had a rough game here. Rough first 6 rounds. Misa probably having to rethink their approach. Usually when you have this kind of setup of Hunter's Fury, Overdrive, you're running with the Neon Yoru Omen, those ultimates basically grant you free passage towards C-side, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's where Misa is gonna go with this stack of ultimates. Sure, Enterprise, they are usually up ahead of their game. They should know how to read that. Maybe Idopara will call something aggressive towards mid, try to look for the flank if they try to predict Misa going for fast C aggression. I could be completely wrong as well. And Misa not having the best economy here means that they might go for a bit of a half buy. That's exactly what they'd go for. And yeah, they go completely on a different side. Misa looking towards that A area, actually scattering around.
Cage trigger.
Thing is, Misa always going to be dangerous. We've noticed that in the previous map as well, no matter what guns they hold, and they still have a couple of rifles that can find heads like that, and Elite illustrates it perfectly. Even though Elite is on a rampage on A, it did feel like C was going to be the end target. Kushner gets on site without any resistance, and Magnum wonders if he should walk in there before his team arrives. Decides against it, but stops a spike from going down crucially.
Elite.
But does he expect the push from B? He does!
Spike
Magnum
planted.
steps up massively. Bursey will interrupt him eventually, but still a lot to be done. Cozy jumping in. Bursey continues to provide for the team. And now Prox is left in the 1v2. Spike in the open. A one-way created. This is not going to be easy for the defuse, but Prox throws down a smoke of his own. In he goes. It's a fake initially. Won't check garage, which will leave him exposed. Oh, and he's hurt now. And they know he's off the spike, so they're not going to check. Taps it again, and slowly but surely Bursey will also jump in, but his assistance isn't required. A light buy from Misa nets them a win.
once again, off the back of Elite, finding 2 picks.
Last player standing.
Was such a small investment as well. Pretty much 1 Guardian, few Stingers, an Overdrive. And all they needed was that 1 Guardian. Elite being ballsy as well after that, going through B, trying to find that flank as well. Not quite connecting as well as he did at the start of the round.
My camera is destroyed.
Now it's Iluri's turn to play without a rifle or main weapon. Just stuck with a secondary and Sheriff. Let's have a Hunter's Fury though to assist with. But the gamble towards the right-hand side doesn't quite pay off for Enterprise this time around.
They have to go for a full retake. Executioner having his ultimate up will make it more difficult for Enterprise.
Last player standing.
There is the fight back from Enterprise. The trades are there. And threefold at that as well, line. But those are some gorgeous shots to hit. Cozzy built the space enough. Sure didn't hit the first ones, but the job was done by the follow-up. All happened in EMEA, in mere moments, right? With a flood of paranoia flashes and all that. Blink and you miss it, and I'm glad we get to see it on replay because it all happened so quickly. Live, those were some amazing shots. 3 one-taps.
But I feel like this is the name of the game. Once again, the retake is over so fast. Like you said, you blink and you miss it. And Misa once again on their back foot. Here. 1 rifle and some scrap around it. They're trying to find Elite instantly in the window, but he's not there.
Plant a spike. Here.
Oh god, this is gonna get chaotic real quick. Brave is able to move out quickly and somehow even picks up procs in the process. There is some counteraction though from the defensive lines. Line running out of bullets. Same thing can be said about his teammate Iluri on the wrong side of the world. Oh, if a shot that was just connected there. Wait! The Odin somehow got through across the wall and shut down Buzzy. And the same could even happen to Elite once again. No! Somehow avoiding all those bullets. Wait, Iluri knows where to pre-fire now. And they could both line up for him. He just needs to have the balls to go for it, and indeed he does. Kushina stands with 7 points of health. What is going on?
These teams, they're so close to each other in terms of the skill. Sure, maybe a different approach of the game on how they look at the server, but still, that brings equal number of rounds. We're going back and forth.
We really are. This is the definition of back and forth. Enterprise win the first 2, Misa win 1, then Enterprise 1, then Misa wins 1. It's actually pretty crazy. But we're back to the pistols, so there's a chance here for Misa to line 2 together, and I think this would be the first time they do that in this game. In this map on Haven. The game felt like that as well over on Abyss. There really hasn't been a team streaking at any point in time.
Yeah, if you look back at the previous match, UCAM absolutely were on the driving seat on that bind. In this matchup, we haven't seen any of that.
Sneaky, Mr. Iluri.
Yeah.
That way he'll be able to do too much here. Especially on the wide angle, which Elite is able to connect onto. I think they figured out there are 2 players here, so playing the less riskier route by just moving into C quickly. Okay, great upgrade. I'm sure Enterprise will take it. I doubt there'll be much more out of this for Enterprise.
Planted.
I guess you could go for a pick. But you'd be falling right into the arms of Elite.
Enemy remaining.
3 out of.
And he's happy to catch that. Neural theft once more coming up. Oh. Elite has been incredible so far in this half. And when you have that kind of Cypher player lurking around, finding those entries. I think that was 3rd or 4th round where Elite found the entry. It's a dangerous feat. Line going back to that operator. I feel like they haven't gotten much value out of that operator at all. It's been denied every turn. And once again, I'm sure Para, he's droning up. Elite.
Huge. And Ori also chimes in. Oh, but it doesn't take long for this game to get cracked wide open again. Misa's so good at this. Solving puzzles. Magnum tries to jump in again, disrupt, but the Spike can move on to the other side of the map. Burzzy's left behind, and there's no way Prox checks this. Could have even gone for the trigger discipline play, but Iluri now aware, but scared. Scared for his life. Burzzy looking to see if he can catch Iluri on time, but that is not the case. Now it's a 1v1 Power versus Iluri. Sova v Sova.
A lot of experience behind both of these players. Power have been on top of the Turkish scene for many years. The Sentinel that everyone was talking about back in the days. Now in the initiator role, Iluri has dabbled into tier 1. Or hasn't dabbled into tier 1 quite yet. Yeah. Iluri,
oh man.
He will not take it. Kind of misspoke there.
Power played that perfectly though. That was ingenious.
And I think that might be the difference of Power being on top of different teams, BBL back in the days, Team Heretics, being on top of Valorant for multiple different years. Sure, has been in the tier 2 system for the past 2 years, but still that difference pays dividends in that round.
Oh, for sure. Experience mounts up.
Yeah.
In pressuring moments more than anything as well. So Enterprise, they've let Misa now streak with 3 rounds. Final one in the half. They open things up with first blood. I think it's safe to say they'd like to secure the 6th. Thing is, when you look at it at buy rounds, Enterprise have only won 3. Misa have won 6. The only reason the score is so close is because of the pistol and the follow-up. So if you look at it in regards to buy rounds, what Misa have been doing on this attack is a lot more impressive. Boy, Elite. And he's able to get out of dodge while his team is also taking space in B. Lime able to get there quickly, but Brave is jiggle wigging all through Iluri's screen. So tough to catch up to. And Misa on the fly again rotate towards this A site. Magnum catching one on the retreat. And the game is on.
Misa are so good at responding quickly. Always adjusting.
And even though they're on the back foot, you can still sense that they have a high chance of winning this one. But the timing of Enterprise swinging out is impeccable. All out of their corners simultaneously. And nothing can be done about it. Equilibrium once again at halftime, just like on Abyss. I wonder if history repeat itself. Last time it was OT. This time, we'll see. close can be. A massive back and forth between Enterprise and Misa Esports, and that's been the case ever since the start of Abyss. And we're on a second map, and nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing. But between the previous half and this one, what's changed is that Enterprise are now on the attack and Misa on the defense.
Last map, it was Misa who found all of the pistols. This time around, it's Enterprise who found the first one. Can they do what Misa did on the first map? Can they repeat their pistol win? Pora, the only one to face against 3 different Enterprise players. Rotates are fast to come through though.
They're so damn quick, and I think Enterprise have realized this, quickly trying to move out of this position. They've got a couple of players in garage that could potentially break the trip, but decided up against it. Maybe they're moving into B, and that might actually be the best case for them, because no one's there right now. They're going to be moving in from C-Link. So, free real estate for the taking. Enterprise put Spike down.
Spike plant.
Gozzy oversteps his welcome though, goes a little steps further. Burzy Kushner get 2, but Ilori is able to double up himself. He's low on health, and Proc's trying to bring out a flank that goes awry.
Last player standing.
Ilori unable to get a triple, and Magnum, very long distance for him, cannot connect through the wall. Has to find something, but with so many players up against him, the chances are minimal. Oh boy. Human meat shields from the side of Misa will be the way that they'll be winning this one in the end. The 3v1 will end up going in their favor as Misa gain the pistol.
Great start for Misa for this half. I think Elite being aware of that flank for so long, just being committed into holding down that fort, meant that Misa were able to gather that round eventually. Proxia not being able to flank there. And will invest into a ghost, but other than that, Enterprise just go with the classics, try to find something. But they will find a stacked A site if they go here.
Yeah. Even if they don't go here, they'll find a stacked A site. The stacked site comes to them. Well, at least that's what it looks like as they get sprayed upon on the other side of smokes, and our drones run after them. Enterprise vacate the premises. I have a feeling, MP, that these pistols have got a massive difference in the end result of the game. I feel like the only reason why Enterprise is sort of relevant in the game itself is because of the pistol and the follow-up. Losing this, I think it's given Misa a massive lead. Even if that lead is only 2 rounds. What are your thoughts on this skin, though? It's on the odd side, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I love my Sovereign Ghost. I think that's one of the best skins. That's all right.
I like my Ruined King Ghost.
It's good as well. Actually, that might be one of the best as well.
Not bad. Not bad. Okay. Here we go. Bonus for Misa, not looking too shabby.
I wonder what Misa is gonna look like in this defensive side. First 2 rounds, very quick to rotate. Kind of similar to BBL Pacific back in last year. Not quite sure if they continued that trend where they are usually quick to rotate from the defensive side. I mean, once again, look at this.
Oh, Lime has got to press the panic button there. Get away. And gets back to spawn, really. Okay, you know that Prox is playing a high angle watching C, so you probably expect there's no massive presence in C long. That's the type of information you've just gained. But with a minute on the clock, there's still a lot to play for, and many positions Enterprise players could have gotten into.
It's actually interesting that Kushner is staying up on the C side, and now he starts to rotate. There's no real reason for anyone to be there. Elite has his camera watching deep long. He could very easily rotate and fully stack that A site.
Which spooked.
I mean, yeah. 10 seconds ago, for Misa, that ace that could have been incredibly good.
30 seconds left.
Enterprise. I want to look towards C.
I mean, Misa is suffocating from information, right? They have got no clue what the play is, so they've had to take kind of a stance and now hope for a decent retake. Kushner on site, though, will try and take down as many bodies as he can. It's just the one. And even though the rotates come in quickly, Enterprise know how to deal with it, spraying into the smokes, chipping away at them as much as possible. And they found the answer. This is how you take down Misa, when they stop you from even getting in. First buy round and first success on the attack for Enterprise.
But they ran the clock down. They took a gamble that since no one pushed from C, that there isn't that much of a stack towards C. Enterprise, that could have ended disastrously. But they read it correctly. Maybe they got some kind of information from A. Heard something that made them just fully commit towards C. In the end, it pays off.
Well, yet again, they expend quite a bit to gain a long control and create question marks for Misa early doors. And just like the observers are showing right now, there's a deep tripwire in the middle of the map. That will alert of any presence, and it kind of allows Misa to stay off of that B-side defense a little bit.
Enterprise putting so much pressure onto A and establishing that control early in this half means that they know that Misa has to put a lot of utility to fight back this A lobby control if they want to take that.
Only the Aldrone was shown, but now they realize it's 2 players strong, so Misa are starting to run here as soon as possible, but that is just a ruse. Over to the A side instead. Double fake. Power with first blood, that is massive. Recon out. Hunter Shuri trying to find his picks in the process as well to assist with the attack. But Brave is causing so much trouble. 24 seconds. The Spike needs to find a way onto the site. Magnum, that is lightning quick. You now have information on where Brave is. Ilori, you're in the 1v1. Are you set up for success here? Spike down. Waiting to see Brave walk out of his angle. He knew exactly where to look. Lands his bullet, and Enterprise go back to back.
Ilori wants a redo from his previous clutch strike. Now it's against Brave. And this time around he will take it. Equal on 8. Lime putting Outlaw online. Means that Misa has to be a little bit scared. At least aware.
Cage triggered.
This might just be the time for Enterprise to actually get the lead on this map. After the pistol rounds, after the first half.
And Pete, don't get ahead of yourself. I feel like we've seen way too many pistol rounds not go the way they should, and Magnum has just been walked past. That's a little bit funny. I feel like Magnum could lose his life if he just walks through here. No, never mind. Okay, into C. Enterprise go, and indeed, it's going like it should. Berzi is able to rip 2 heads off their shoulders. I guess it's one of the least painful ways to go down, as your death is instant.
One enemy remaining.
I'm still worried, though. Never mind. Not worried. Enterprise secure it. And then Pete, indeed, this game feels like a pendulum swinging. Earlier, Misa were in charge with the pendulum swinging one way, and now we're on the exact different position. Enterprise now leading.
Timeouts for Misa. I think the timeouts have usually proven to be worthy. Misa using both of their timeouts in that first map, so did Enterprise. Misa getting the timeout at the later stages of that map meant that it went all the way to overtime. Now they want to find an answer to Enterprise It's gonna be something aggressive for the side of Misa. I'm sure they could do something at A lobby to fight back against that enterprise control that they've taken. Fusion are still up with the operator. On the other hand, you have Line with the operator of himself as well. But no. Seems like Misa, maybe they're not setting up for this round. Or maybe they're just going through overall game plan for Enterprise and how they want to react to it. Small fake from Proxa to pull out some rotations towards spawn. I mean, I think Enterprise would have found more value out of that from the shadows if they reacted instantly. They pulled 2 players out from A and C.
Okay. Forcing out the neon wall. Keeping 2 players always here. They're walking away, thinking that it could have all been an obfuscation. But instead, no, it's a double commit. Elite fighting so much, but Prox is doing also wonder work for Enterprise. It's not all over though. Magnum needing to figure out what this looks like for them.
Kushner picking up the rifle down there.
And there's full information available for Misa. They know exactly where the 2 remaining players are. So it all comes down to individual brilliance if it's winnable for Enterprise, but lacking that info themselves, they'll be in trouble. And it looks like the timeout for Misa Esports pays off.
Once again, Misa very eager to rotate, but it seems to be working for them. Them just grouping up towards different sides. Right there, they pulled, what, 2 players away from that B. The initial rotate that they did there. It's Burzy left all alone there, holding down the fort, and we know what Burzy can do from that previous map. Now it's just a battle who gets to double digits first. Misa having the advantages in terms of the weaponry.
Oof. Massive move by Brave. And he's looking to take it a step further. The ultimate's used preemptively. And it's found what Misa needed, the lead in numbers. Now Enterprise are hurt, battered, and need to take risks to get a win here. And the neural theft is also thrown in. Really, Misa not cutting any corners here.
Yeah, Kushner being able to push so far deep as well. Having that gate crash means that the safety net is there. And now that the Euro nerfs haven't gone through on this patch yet, means that the gate crash is up for the full 30 seconds. And Kushner is so free to be in C long. I wonder, yeah, he's gonna take that gate crash. Grouping up with the teammates.
Revealing area. Put down.
It's rough, isn't it?
No.
For Enterprise. Elite is just firing the approximate direction he thinks they are, and he's correct every single time. And the pendulum has swung once again, and this time in the direction of the Turkish #1 seed.
I wonder. It should be the timeout of Enterprise, yeah. It'll pot up. He's seen enough of foolery here. It seems like Misa are always so good at spamming the smokes, finding the picks. They know exactly where to shoot, where to stay, to have that perfect position. And Elite has been on top of his game on that, especially on that previous round. Enterprise has to think about this ult that they have. Overdrive once again, I think very prominent on the C side. Ilori 1 away from Hunter's Fury. And so is Slime and Proxa away from their ults as well. I wonder if they're gonna play on those orbs.
Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice. That goes there.
Some pings coming through.
Yes, this should do.
Seems like they're pinging the Cypher trips where they should be. Maybe for Ilori to shoot them out. Misa looking completely different. Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh, this will be good.
Very good. Yeah, complete shutdown. Misa have completely annihilated Enterprise's lurk. And they will break down the main attack as well. It doesn't get cleaner than this. Misa taking advantage of their opponents' timeout, fully equipped for what was about to get taken up against them.
Completely dismantled. And first time that I'm thinking that this round was very disheartening for Enterprise. They took the timeout and they got completely dismantled by a flawless round. A great look from Misa. I mean, how they just switched around that defensive side, having some aggressive thoughts onto that round and being able to set up. Completely different look from Misa. I think Misa have been kind of reacting on how Enterprise plays, quick rotations coming through on the defensive side, but now they were proactive. They started to take the control of their hands and showed Enterprise that they can absolutely dominate with a flawless round.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely brilliant to see how Misa have adapted, how they've changed, and the confidence building through the game. Let's be fair, when it comes to these buy rounds, they've had way more success than Enterprise, albeit the close score. And I'm glad we don't have to second guess why you're seeing our faces on the screen right now, as much as we'd love to see the game. As you can see, there is a lobby being remade because a player has crashed. So we'll be jumping into the game very shortly. Do bear with us. But MP, I'd love to start another conversation with you here, right? Because, like we said, a lot of familiar names on the server today. You know, how much of a difference does that experience, you know, come into effect in a game like this that is so cutthroat, so back and forth, where the margins are so fine and, you know, the play styles clash? Because I feel like Misa aren't going to play Enterprise in their way. They're both playing each other in their particular style. So how do you overcome moments like this, and how does, you know, that knowledge of playing up against so many different teams, so many different environments, you know, that experience has got to play a big role in situations like this, right?
Absolutely. And playing in a tier 1 team is completely different than playing in a tier 2 system. I think that was in EMEA Clash, where we had an interview with Ilori and kind of asked about him, how it has been from transitioning from under Kundi Kundi to under Itsopata, and he said Kundi Kundi was a wonderful coach, and I do know that he is a wonderful coach, obviously getting to that tier 1 system as well. But Ilori said that transitioning under Itsopata and being under that tier 1 system is completely different, and the Misa having that experience, most of them having that experience from that tier 1, means that they have the experience advantage against Enterprise. And I think especially in these situations where it's kind of neck and neck, and you come down to 1 versus 1 situations. Sure, that previous round was flawless, but there has been 1 versus 1 situations in this map as well. It's usually up to that experience that will show on the server. Sure, confidence has a lot to do in that, but once you lose that confidence, you have to pull something out of there. You have to find some kind of string, and experience is usually that.
Hey, I'm glad the tech pause didn't take too long. We're right back into the action. But something that's on the mind for sure of so many of these players is wanting to get back to the limelight, right? Wanting to get back to Tier 2 VCT. Yeah. Tier 1, sorry, VCT. And this is where you do it. I know it's early vestiges in the year. It's early doors. You're not going to know if you're going to make it through with Ascension or not from this tournament, but you get a pretty decent idea if the project you're in is working or not. And Misa right now seem to be online with one another. This is explosive, this is decisive, and I think we know where this is headed. Split starting to appear on the horizon.
Exactly the same round from Misa, but with that small different iteration change right there. Having the cage come through and them just popping a Yoru flash out of that means that Enterprise have to rethink their choices. They're going for it still.
One enemy remaining.
Para. I think that cements it. That secures the round.
It's not fair at that point, right? No. It's pretty much all over here. Hillary trying to take some players down with him. Sure, Enterprise have got all of the 5 ultimates available to them the next round, but the cash situation looking less as good, right? A maximum amount of 4.2k, but that was just only 1 player. The rest out of 3. This is a really rough situation to be in.
That defensive side aggression is something that I love to see from Haven, from these teams. Even just walking down in mid, as it seems like Misa is doing in this round, is, in my opinion, one of the better plays.
Who's next?
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be a great play
to jump
in Misa's mind. Enterprise once again kind of faking out. Real target is towards B. And Bursey once again.
It's Bursey find first blood. That's crazy. Taking a stand. Oh, the overdrive connects through the smokes as well. Kazi finds it. Kushina close by, not letting it happen. Not on his watch. And a 2v2 is required once again. Spike in no man's land. Power aiming down his sight in the right location. And Ilori just walks right through his crosshair. Lima's got a judge. Could switch to a...
He's getting flanked as well.
Indeed he is. Gets damaged. 20 HP, man.
30 seconds left.
Gets away.
Okay, so this gives him an opportunity here. Can get the spike down, but then again, if Misa just play this one together, the likelihood that Lime comes out of this one victorious is very, very low. Enterprise putting all their hopes on him right now for a potential OT scenario and a 2-0, but it does not look likely.
Enemy remaining.
First headshot connects, but Kushina knows where to pre-fire, and that is job done by Turkey's #1. Misa close it out 13-9, and as the later the game went, the more dominant Misa Esports looked.
Elite was on top of his game. That Cypher is so strong. It's no wonder why Pora gave him space onto that role, onto that Sentinel role, and was happy to go to Initiator. Elite is just incredibly good, and especially in a map like Haven, he can thrive. Defensive, attacker side, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't. It absolutely does not matter. What a game, what a brilliant turn of events for Misa Esports as well, squaring things up on the map score sheet. We'll be finding out who will be taking home the decider right after our analyst desk gives us their thoughts on what just happened.
Thank you very much, guys. We are going the full distance today, and yeah, for Misa, definitely what they needed. I mean, this is I wouldn't say what we expected necessarily. I'm not sure we really had a concrete kind of prediction going into this one, but I do think that Misa were looking like the favorites coming into this. There were a lot of question marks for both of the teams, but more so on the side of Enterprise Esports, and they weren't quite able to put together a convincing, at the very least, convincing attack round. So, not attack round, they put together a few convincing attack rounds, but attack half, I should say. Look, we're going to that final map, and for Enterprise Esports, it's absolutely, I don't think it's the same kind of position that Mandatory found themselves in last series, for instance, where they felt down and out after that second map. This is very much still in Enterprise hands. They started out with a map that they weren't really, they were an unknown on. They weren't quite the favorites on it. So I think it was always going to be a difficult series that they created for themselves, and in all fairness, it's kind of how they have thrived over the course of the whole time that they've been playing in Challengers EMEA over the last couple of years. So I don't see them as being completely out of this one. Misa definitely showing themselves to be the force that we know them to be, and I think for, at the very least, the average viewer, the neutrals, this is shaping up to be a very good playoff so far, Echo.
Yeah, and I think you can really see the strength of all of our teams here, right? Especially if we're looking at Misa winning that. Bozy had nowhere near the level of pop-off performance as we saw on Abyss, but the team still looked absolutely incredible behind him, right? Elite, an incredible anchor that was slowing down Enterprise just long enough to allow the rest of his team to flood on in and kind of win out the fight on the site. It was kind of a great showing coming out from Misa, I think, there. Now, as we head on to the next map, Enterprise, they've been looking so good this entire year. They really need to try and step it up in this final map to try and take it away.
Yeah, Kirsten, do you think there is a road to that? Do you think Enterprise Esports have what it takes to, take it the full distance? They're no strangers to that, but, in this situation against this team.
I think so. I think they stand a pretty good chance, assuming that they can notice the weaknesses of Misa again. You saw a few glimpses of it, and then Misa threw something new into the mix of it in that last game. So if they can really pressure, especially the way that Misa like to do these floods, if they can, I guess in a similar way to what they did in map 1, if shut down whoever the anchor is, yeah, they can do it on split.
Well, I will throw together a little quick idea of this one before we head to a break. In the last 4 matches that Enterprise Esports have played here on Split, the furthest one away, 13-7. Then it was 13-5, then 13-4, then 13-3, most recently. So they're set up for another one of their classic 13-2s, if that's anything to go by. It'll be interesting to find out if they can repeat history or improve on history here on a Split. We're going to find out very shortly after this quick break.
Rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weight. waste. And I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop below. Dream big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It is finally time for our last map of the day. No matter what happens, we will be crowning our second semi-finalist winner here in the playoffs, and our second team that will be moving into the upper bracket finals. Our second team will be moving down into the lower bracket here. Enterprise Esports started things out with a tough map that they really haven't played much before whatsoever. They got taken to Haven by Misa, lost that 1 point. Now heading to Split, and this is a strong map for Enterprise. Historically, we expected to be here. What are your predictions for how this is going to shake out, Echo?
Yeah, so I mean, Enterprise are 6-1 on this map this year. You've got to look at them as the favorites realistically on this map right now, I think. Like, their retakes are very good. The way they play around this their comp is really, really nice. But Misa seem to have some magic stardust or something, right? Something special going on, and I just have a feeling they're going to take it.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
Kirsten, do you share that sentiment? I feel like we could have a split room here.
I think everything that I have said thus far today has kind of been flipped on its head. So I can see it. I mean, Misa, something's been in the air. So it's definitely possible for it all to happen.
Okay.
I think, yeah, retakes are a big thing that we're going to be looking at, and their retakes today have been a lot better than what they have been previously.
Yeah. Well, here's the agent select. This is what's going to shake up the shape up, the way things go here. We're seeing a breach, which is like everybody's abandoning breach at this point. Commendable from Power to stick to their guns there. Enterprise not going for the same concept here, but they're both relatively standard situations going on, I would say, wouldn't you, Echo?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both a little bit interesting in their own rights. Enterprise only having that Tejo as their initiator is a little bit of a question mark for me. It's going to lead, especially on their defense, to a bit of a lack of information across the map, right? They're going to be having to play contact, but they're happy with that aggressive kind of fights. And Lime's Yoru has looked incredible at fighting and getting that information as well, kind of TP out to safety. So I don't doubt that they'll be able to make it work. We've obviously seen they can make it work in the past, but it is going to come down to their retakes, to their post plants, how well they can perform in those kind of like very last minute of the round scenarios.
Yeah, Kirsten, any final thoughts on the players, the situation they find themselves in? Obviously, I do think Misa found their way out of being kind of backpacked by a singular player there in the last map. Do you think that the team is more confident after Haven there?
Yeah, I think so. I especially think that their retakes are not solely on the back of Berzi just killing everyone before they get there, and I think that confidence is gonna seep into this. I want to see the head-to-head between this Tejo and this breach. The off-meta initiator picks, I want to see which one is getting that most, like, the value there.
All right, well, we will find out very shortly. I mean, this is really now the fight for, really is what is going to be a very impactful match, I think. Going down to a lower bracket in this tournament, no matter who you're up against, it's going to be a very difficult time. So both teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to avoid that one. But as Bren has always said, when you're in the server, it's just you shoot heads. It's an FPS game at the end of the day. We can analyze it as much as we want, but it's all going to come down to how the players are feeling and how fired up they are. So I'll leave it up now to Pavlos and MP for you.
All right, time to go. Looking at now the third and deciding map of this series, Enterprise and Misa look to take the stage for what could be the final time of today. A split is where it all could be decided who will be moving on to the semi-final or who will be moving over to the lower bracket. Enterprise on the defense, Misa on the attack. Let's see how this one goes.
Kushner aggressive, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Kushner Pora being that duo, the waylay and breach, allowing Misa to get so much control of the map and fast-paced pistol coming through.
Doing a thing.
I think Misa has done it again.
Oh my god, Kushner has done it again. Are you kidding me?
What?
One-man army, a flawless. Okay, Misa just continuing from where they just left off.
Yeah, exactly the highlight. I mean, I thought we were gonna see this earlier, especially prior to the map veto, that we're gonna see Kushner Power having that duo synergy in Waylay and KO, Waylay and Breach. But we're finally getting it.
You can.
I mean, one of the best support agents that a Waylay could have is a Breach. That fault line so strong, especially in a map like this. Enterprise, they're moving mad.
Yeah, they really are. But it feels like Misa know exactly what's going on, even though Burzy goes low here.
Hold on.
Ends up getting one smoke. Sure, Hillary gets one, but you need to get a little bit more Burzy. Come on, naughty boy. And he doesn't even drop a gun that his opponents can pick up. All he was going for was with a ghost. So, yeah, nothing much gained there from Enterprise. If you kill Elite, on the other hand, that's a different story. But I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon, given how much this position is bolstered. You know, constantly taking their sweet time.
2 kills for Kushner could be huge.
That's fair.
2
Get
away
the
from
converting pass.
Yeah. Oh.
But it's those fools. So still one step closer to the converging pass, if that's the way you want to look at it.
Fair.
But then again, some excellence is needed, especially with not much time remaining. You've got to get this show on the road. But the important rifles are the ones to stay for Misa. And Enterprise at least can get a pat on the back for getting this one closed. The 2-0, though, still goes to the Turkish side.
Decent damage, like you highlighted. From the back of that, Misa will go for a full invest, but I think round 4, if they lose this, they will still have a full buy.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah. I mean, how they're balancing their economy, such greatness. I mean, investing those 2 rifles, not losing them, means that they can go for this buy. Kushner once again will be the first line.
And Cozy can't get away with just, you know, the one. He needs to get a little bit extra there. Pull your team in it, because you're stranded. You can't get away. You can't save yourself. So now Enterprise playing for the back foot. You are waiting for Magnum. That closes up the distance from behind, but he's lost so much health. They know of his position as well. It's looking bleak. The only positive is that Misa haven't gone for the plant just yet, providing time for Lime to be relevant in this. Sneaky for Elite, though. Walking into the smoke, into the arms of Lime, and how this is turned once again. Burzy trading his life. 1v2 for power, but sprayed across the box. Magnum puts on the carry pants this turn, and Enterprise, albeit labored, get across with a dub.
I think Echo highlighted it at the desk that the strength of Enterprise in this map is those retakes, and that's exactly where they need to find out these rounds from. It's so hard feat to try and defend onto this side, especially when you're facing against Breach, Omen, Fade, supporting that Waylay. And then you have Elite as well, probably flanking somewhere near you. Cutioner will have convergent paths here.
Big first blood for Elite. Imagine if he even got away with a second.
Would have opened
All he
up
has to do is stop Misa from playing. Well, yeah, from Enterprise playing aggressive there. To be fair.
I mean, Elite is probably happy if they're feeding some kills to him. Proxa? Oh.
He can hear this. Ooh, convergent paths though. Make him unable to move. I think Brave knows that there's something up here, but no. Proxa still gets away with it. Cause it from a distance. Looking a lot more like the usual Enterprise self right now. Power though has got a hell of a lot to do and no space to do it. I mean, getting this pipeline could give him the Rolling Thunder, but I feel like there are two different positions that Enterprise could take to close this all up. And there you go, guided salvo. Oh, I thought we did. That's not too bad. Kozi's low. I see Power doing some damage, never mind. Kozi's just too damn quick, too damn snappy. A quad piss for him. And for that, Enterprise are able to equalize.
Enterprise, one of the better maps for them. If we take a match, or 3 different matches against Giant X, Foot Esports, and Team Liquid Academy in the past 2 months in this map, all of those teams combined won't have enough rounds to win Enterprise here. It would be 13-11. And that's a great feat. Enterprise being able to win against Giant X 13-2, 13-5 against Foot, and 13-4 against Team Liquid Academy. Multiple different teams as well. Alongside those in this map, means that they're definitely a team to consider on in this map. And even though I've talked about Misa having their perfect setup with the Waylay and Breach, I do love that setup. Still, it might not be quite enough. Brave opening up this one.
Yeah, even on a deficit in terms of firepower. Misa dangerous. Magnum gets stunned. That is a beautiful coordination of utility, and Kushner gets there on time. Even though he's low, he's created some space for the team. And with that, Enterprise are in trouble. Rolling Thunder, extended, expended, but Prox doesn't care about it. The effects of that ult run out, and Prox can run free. 4 to his name. This is absurd. Elite wants to turn it right back, but it's just not good enough. Cannot match Prox's madness. It's just the 2 for him, limited to that. And Enterprise maintain composure with Alluri to close it.
Misa to get it that close is incredible. I mean, pretty much Elite to get it that close. Rolling Thunder, as you said, expanded there. Timeout coming through from the side of Misa. Once again, we need to highlight the importance of these timeouts. They've been so good for both of these teams.
Sure.
But for Misa, it felt like Haven was their game after those timeouts. They were the team doing something new, aggressive on the defensive side. And to me, I think that was the exact moment where they were able to put themselves all the way through, all the way to 13 rounds and cement themselves that map.
That does make sense to me, though, MP, for sure, because Enterprise, I think coming into the series knew that they'd be dealing with a very proactive team, Misa, right? And we saw, especially in Abyss, how reserved they played on the attack, how careful they were of any sort of approach Misa would take. And maybe we saw that a little bit at the start of Haven, but as the game went on, maybe that thought, that you know, went out of the window a little bit. They disregarded it, and that's when Misa decided to step up in that same way again and punish.
Yeah.
Huge position for Proxy, though. This is left unchecked.
Spike.
And you cannot let stones unturned. Definitely expected a second pick to go this way there. Ouch. Not a nice way to go down. Yeah, Kozzy also not having fun. From praising Enterprise for the cleanliness of their play to this. Yeah, sometimes that's how it rolls.
Yeah.
There.
First shot for Lime.
Still a chance in this round. I mean, Viper Spit, it's not easy with the operator shorty in hand, though.
That makes it easier. Ooh, strong stuff from Elite. And the Viper Spit is his home. It caused Burzy also to get a little bit closer to the action, but Laurie has decided to wave the white flag and start to drop back. So Enterprise's dubs are limited to this. Misa very, very quick with their attacks, and their entry's just as good.
Do we have the script again? Back and forth, back and forth.
Like a seesaw.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're a fan of Enterprise Esports, you probably didn't like that previous round. Many promising spots that could have ended up in a fairly good result, but didn't in the end. Now it's Enterprise's turn to take a timeout. For a second, I thought that that was gonna be technical.
Yeah, I hear you. Look, there are different things that Itapada could say here. Obviously, you won't know unless you get into the mic of the team itself. There are things that you could question in regards to how they maneuver around the map for the retakes, but it could also be very much a mentality thing. You know, breathe, take a moment. Misa have not allowed EP to play their style.
And it's very hard against this type of composition. Enterprise, if they want to take some kind of control, Misa usually will have the answer to reply onto that. Waylay Breach combination will make sure of that. And then you have the layering of Fade, Omen.
It's so much.
It is.
It's brute force. Like, how do you deal with this? And even if you try and go for the retake, Misa, instead of just taking the site, won't be happy and want to push further.
I think Enterprise might have found the answer on how to deal with the aggression. Just deny every information now. Probably Pora having to utilize this fault line to get the control of Garage.
Yeah, you aim a little bit further back, so Prox might not get caught by this. Prowler very important, and Burzy jumps the gun here.
Prox.
Yeah, just move away. You've taken the dub.
I don't think Elite was spotted there. Yeah.
Poison's off.
Mid control now taken.
An Enterprise
kind of seems like they want to converge towards this right-hand side.
Poison's off.
Unless Elite decides to come in for a late rotate.
30 seconds left.
No. Just like we thought. In through sewers. In through vent, sorry, and over to the site. Magnum. With shotgun of his own. Surely this is not the round to win, Enterprise. What's up with the weaker buys? You're running out of time, Brave. You've got to find a site to plant to. 10 seconds. And Lime is lurking on the depths beneath. How about that? Shotguns are the way to go, apparently.
I mean, maybe that's the answer. Them being able to find Berzi right there means that the smokes from Omen are gone. And I think that's kind of what forces Misa to go towards A. That's the only place they have cover with that Viper wall. And to Enterprise's credit, I think them choking these places out for Misa to take any control is great. What?
Toxin screen down.
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question.
Yeah.
It was a double pump outlaw, double kill.
But once again, I mean, Misa kind of showed where the strength of this composition is. It's those fast-paced pushes.
I don't think Illuri knows how far Cushion has pushed.
No.
For that, get surprised. Lime continues to be a menace on the outlaw, but Magnum's been given the time to rotate around, and there you go. There's a spray and the headshot. Para in big trouble. Thing is, you can't get disjointed here, Enterprise. Snakebite to weaken Para. And indeed, weak he is. Oh,
he's gonna die.
Toxins. Oh no. Knows if he goes out into the open, he's dead to bullets. And no, and coming back to the snakebite, he's dead to rights.
Oh, they continue what they left off at Abyss.
Oh yeah.
This is exactly where Enterprise kind of want to shine on this defensive side. Trying to find as many rounds as possible. Sure, they're running the double duels composition. It's good on the attacking side, but still, I do feel like Split's attacking side is a struggle. No matter what kind of composition you have. Different look for Misa.
Yeah.
Straight up
this one could be an explosive one. A very quick one. Kushner gains the high ground and they pull the brakes a little bit, make sure they have full side control. Enterprise give it over. Nightfall dropping as well. Truly checking every single corner before claiming this site as their own. But here come Enterprise with what they have in hand. Viper's Pit, sending in the guided salvos as well. Converging past to delay the push, and it's done its job adequately because it's left Lime defenseless. All by himself, the information he's gained could now be irrelevant. But here come the pre-fires. Viper's Pit down with Magnum falling. And Enterprise losing players left and right. They need someone to do the heavy lifting, but the crash from Berzi. Oh, drops! Illuri, does it matter though? Prox says no. Shuts down the double Bs with a collateral. And with that, Enterprise take charge of the site.
We missed the play from Lime coming out of that dimensional drift with the shorty. Taking out power at the win condition for Misa. In the end, it seems like Misa doesn't need that. And they wouldn't have if it wasn't for Proxa lining up both of the players. And Misa on the back foot, second timeout, and the last one in regulation.
So you know what I was talking about earlier in Haven, MP, where it was, you know, Enterprise to win the pistol, and when it came to the buy rounds, it was Misa to end up the ones being in control. I feel like that has topsy-turvied completely.
Yeah.
Complete flip of the script.
Up until round 7, I thought this was gonna be similar. Maybe round 8.
Same. Yeah, probably. And let's be fair, round 9 was close. It could have been the case. Not much in it.
Yeah, if Bora got that Rolling Thunder off, if Proxa didn't get that lineup, it could have been a different.
Today, man, I'll tell you.
Yeah. But we do love to see that. Sure. Highlights.
It's fun.
I mean, yeah. Could be a highlight reel for most of these players.
Oh, yeah.
Misa, they plan to stick with the same site. Same look as well. put the wall up, wait a bit, and then go for the attack.
I mean, got decent setup for this. Rolling Thunder for power could do quite a bit. They haven't expended it early, which is why I think they'll take it a step further. Instead of just settling down on the A site, they might consider wanting to take screen control.
Spike drop.
No, just using it as defensive pause.
Yeah, but Enterprise are aware. Look at all of the points they will attack on Magnum.
Yeah, Elite is wary of this though. And he's staying back. This is a very important position for Elite to hold, knowing he hasn't having to take this early. Enterprise are waiting for the Rolling Thunder. Only one player affected by it. Needing to move in quickly though, Burzy gets caught. Elite covers his ground, but has a lot more ground to cover. Para on site, looking for the second shot, not quite finding it. And now Enterprise know exactly where Elite hides. 2 pairs of eyes, 2 scopes, directly on Elite's position, mean that this round has only one end, and that end is Enterprise win.
It's illegal when you see Lime being on the forefront of that retake with the operator. Just walking down the line, finding the first entry, then going for seconds. Being able to get that round on the board, get the ground there. And yeah, there's nothing for Elite to do in that situation.
MP, it's got to be also in part that Enterprise switch up the way they retake, right? Because if they would have funneled 3 players over the screens like they did the last time they got through, they were being demolished by Rolling Thunder. They switched things up this time and they caught Misa off guard.
Yeah, 3 different places where they attacked. They were so aware of the Rolling Thunder. It cannot hit all of the players if you're separate.
So even when things get tiring, get tough, Enterprise still good to think a strategical game. Little routing decisions make a big difference.
Yeah, one of the first rounds that there's actually a clean first kill. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, the consecutive, just as clean.
Talking about clean kills.
Hell yeah.
Toxins going up.
Misa has been completely shut down. Enterprise snowballing. Flawless on board as well.
Okay. Grounding ourselves. That was an eco.
Yeah.
And a couple of the rounds in which Misa lost and Enterprise won were very, very, very close. They were down to clutches. So this game is truly just like the ones before in levels of closeness, but Enterprise getting little advantages here and there has provided them the lead by the end of the halftime. And imagine a scenario in which they find 9. Massive stun.
Yeah.
Toxin screen
I
down.
mean, I feel like Misa haven't utilized that mid quite enough, especially in this mid to late stages of this half. Their mid presence is so strong, especially with the Waylay breach. They can do some quick pushes like that, find ground. Now it's Lime to try and find the trade.
Oh, having to get out and smoked off. A slight clear, but Prox does choose to TP over to assist. But was it for naught is the question, because Brave already shut him down, and now Enterprise having to play catch up. 2 different positions taken.
No
Lime opens up with an operator slow swinging. Ilori goes down though, so Enterprise's deficit is getting highlighted once again. An individual from Enterprise needs to really show up to make it work, and that man might be Kozzy, the youngest on the server. At only 16 years of age, but this time not the impact maker. Instead, Brave is the one to find 3 at the end and give a positive to think about by the end of the half for his team.
Enterprise found their answer for the first half, but Misa to close it out with 4. Is it quite enough against this strong Enterprise roster, especially in Split, who has taken teams like Giant X, Foot Esports, Team Liquid Academy, and many more, with the scorelines of 13-5 and even less? This should start with a pistol round from Misa to have it as a clean start for this defensive side.
Yeah, well, Enterprise were able to find the solution to a very aggressive attack from Misa, but that was their defensive side. Now are the ones that have to make the decisions early and their opponents to react to them. B side to be the target. 4 out of 5 ready to hit. And 2 defenders nearby. Paranoia lands nicely. Cozy in and out. No commitment. 55 seconds now on the clock. And a reconfiguring to ensue.
I wonder where they want to take it.
Are they overthinking it though? I feel like that could be it as well, you know, being hit by the paranoia and saying, let's move, I don't know the info, I only see one player, where's the rest? 25 seconds close, and this time they're entering a more dangerous B site with more players lying around. And it is definitely much more treacherous as well. Stun comes through, somehow Lime that stays alive through it, but you're running out of time, running out of space, running out of teammates. Running out of lime? Lemon? Soda? There you go. Elite with a 4-piece, and Misa with a very, very, very important pistol round.
Looked almost as clean as their first half pistol round. That was flawless. Not quite flawless this time around, but I do think that Enterprise didn't have a chance in this round. Even with few consolation frags. Damn. Iluri having a rough game in terms of the stats, but there is definitely a reason why he was picked up in this Enterprise roster. There's a reason why they've been so dominant under the lead of Iluri. The system that coaching staff and Iluri has built allows for these players to shine. Yeah, it's just God. Hold on. Do you believe, Pavlos?
I want to say no, but I will be pleasantly surprised if Cozy makes it work. I'll root for him. We're all here to see the clutches. 16 years young. Say it again. Multiple players. Well, 9 out of 10, even though it's only 6 out of 10 that have made it into VCT. As of the players on the server right now. 9 out of them are very familiar names in the Challengers ecosystem. Cozy is not one of them. This is his first season competing at this level. And he's taken everyone by storm. Won't be able to do it this time though.
Gun here.
Shut down by Kushner. But I think if you're Enterprise, you're happy with that little damage that you found and that your star player is gaining some confidence on the attacking side.
Absolutely. Cozy, one of those players that were wanted by many organizations, Enterprise. The one that eventually got Cozy. And I think it's one of the best systems to grow in under Itopara and Shadow. Having that experience from the coaching staff at such a young age means that he can do plays like this. I mean, I'm sure Cozy knew how to do those kind of plays even prior to this system.
Sure.
Being #1 Radiant at age 15. crazy.
Actually, that's right.
Young prodigy.
And I feel like this is going to be a bit of a walkover round unless Power can do anything about it. Whoa, okay. Receives an uppercut to the chin, which breaks his skull in a million pieces.
Oh, right.
Player standing.
Who wants that dimensional drift? Went to farm the orb as well.
Sure.
Spike planted.
Well, I think this round is over, MP. So I think I can continue the conversation you started with. You know, the environment Kazi is being brought up in, right? Because you did mention in Topada Shadow, and it's not only because of their minds in terms of how Valorant is played and how to integrate yourself in a system. I feel like both Shadow and Topada are fatherly figures in a way. That they both have a way with younger players. You know, bringing them and you know. I don't know how to properly explain this, but there's a sense of trust you get from these types of people, and they're very wholesome people, getting to know them. So any environment that they are leaders in will be a beautiful environment to be in, and to grow, and to learn, and to prosper.
Yeah, I do completely agree. And I think one of the reasons why I kind of highlighted Kiko as being similar to Kazi was Kiko got to experience that coaching from Itopara, and he's went on to be one of the most prominent duelists on the scene. Incredible player as well. I mean, Kiko being able to flex into multiple roles nowadays as well. I'm sure Itopara, even though maybe not at the time, probably had some on that.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe.
For sure. You know, creating a general understanding of how to play at a higher level, right? And the roles of everyone in between. Okay, but back into this round because it's a pivotal one.
Yeah.
Another buy round in play, and Enterprise looking to break towards this A site. It feels like Misa have an inkling about this. Slime approaching from the back lines though, revealing Choke. Whoa, has got a shorty available. Kushina finds two, but that's just about it as site access is gathered. And even though Enterprise were thinking about heading a little bit further inwards, they're happy with the space they've gotten so far.
Spike planted.
On tools for Misa are that Viper's Pit. Tough place to approach this retake when you just try to go through that chokehold of screen.
Cover going out.
Bazzi creating an isolated angle that they can work off of, but instead it funnels them into the spray of procs. Double digits secured by Enterprise. Like we said, a massive round, a swing round. All too necessary for the outcome of this map.
If it was Burzy on the first map, now on the other side it's Prox picking up those multi-kills, securing out those rounds. 17-9, but more so it's Enterprise getting together as a group in this map. Them being confident together. Being able to find those trades when you enter towards the site. I think that's the point we kind of want to highlight. Sure, individuals, highlights, they're always great. But in the end, it's more so how you work as a team.
Touche. Apart from Kushina's Vandal, I'm looking at ultimates, and you one off the conversion pass. Sure, you have the Viper Spit, but that only will become useful once you've already... when you already know what sites you need to work on. Where you need to hold. And might be worth keeping it for a future round.
I think Enterprise trying to...
did not go to plan.
Yeah, that's trying to fade out some rotations here.
This is uncomfortable. But Kozzy thrives in situations like this. Burzy, though, shining with light, though the converging pass will mean that he needs to be careful with this situation. Still is the only one finding targets for his team and has to get shut down by Enterprise if they want to get the plant down soon on this B site. And indeed, finally they do. A couple of the players from Enterprise are low, which is why you need to be cautious, even though Brave has got a Sheriff. So you cannot make mistakes here, and none will be made. Enterprise clean up, 11 on the board, and things are starting to get dangerous if you're Misa.
Usually the defensive side is the one easier in split. At least in my opinion, even nowadays.
Sure.
Split has been changed a bit. But Enterprise, they've always been great on attack as well. Fighting 9 consecutive rounds. Or rather, reading the round. Having find multiple rounds, 6 consecutive rounds against Foot Esports. Not giving any rounds against Giant X. Same against Focus. On the attacking side. And they're showing that same prowess. Sure, they lost the pistol. But they are on a path to dominance here. Seems like a technical pause.
Yeah. I see all players on the server, so I wonder if maybe this has got to do with ping or packet loss or anything like that. I hate that to be the case. You definitely want all your players to be all firing at their full potential with their local network capabilities. But as soon as I have information on what is going on, and we will relay that info on you, so you'll be the first to know. Okay, so we've just been provided with that information. There is a mouse issue, which is a lot more simple than network issues, because often that isn't resolved by you, but I think a mouse is just a quick charge or a quick switch of the mouse. Either way, should be dealt with fairly quickly. MP, let's talk about winning case scenarios for Misa. They've got a bit of a mountain to climb now. They obviously have another buy available to them, but if they lose this, it basically feels like it's curtains. What needs to happen?
I feel like they've struggled control in every area of this map. Kushner picking up that operator could mean that they might find some more control, but against Tejo, you have to be aware of the first drone coming through. After that, you're more free in terms of finding picks with this operator. I'm sure Misa will have a setup here. It's a tough situation because Enterprise are doing things really well. They're very aware of these operators, aware of pushes that Misa might make. Viper Speed online for Misa means that I think they can lock down a site mid anything. Kushner will be placed on the mid. And I would love to see Kushner be aggressive here. It seems like he's staying behind. Maybe just waiting for the drone.
Well,
yep.
All player peripherals are in check. Ready to go. Which, in a round, which could be do or die for Misa.
So, once again, Misa being choked out of control just by a drone. Some rockets as well, salvos.
But this time it might be a little bit more treacherous to move towards the left-hand side, right? Start getting into heaven here. But they're actually thinking about it, debating it, and committing at that. Ooh, spotted. Oh, 3 found Bon Elite. That is glorious. I have no idea how those were fired, and I don't think he knows either. But that should do it. Unless Enterprise can throw something at this. Kozzy and Prox, 2 of the highest fragging individuals of the team this game, will not be able to find a single thing as Burzy is there to assist. How about that?
Beautiful fault line coming through as well. From Power, the support, Burzy there. Even though Burzy doesn't need any support. He's proven that time and time again, especially in that first map. Misa, a great round on board from the back of that Viper's Pit. But now they need to play without that. They don't
It was always going to be risky business, pushing that Viper's Pit, right?
Yeah. And I do love Enterprise taking that risk. It shows that they're really confident. Going together. They know that there's only one player, most likely, in that Viper's Pit. Misa will punish. And we do love to see that.
Burzy having to relocate, but the paranoia still connects upon him. Lime backline causing issues. It's insane. Kushner caught pants down with Kozzy's aggression. And with that, moments ago, Misa were able to have their stand before Enterprise actualized a site take. This time, very different. Brave and Power,
Last player standing.
staples of the Turkish scene. But now only one of the 2 stands. And I think has made the call to walk away from this. Enterprise to come out on top, putting themselves on a very important amount of rounds, on 12 to be exact. 1 away from not only dealing the finishing blow onto Misa, knocking them down to the low bracket, but also putting them 1 game away from the finals of Challengers EMEA Split 1.
Enterprise wanna face against UCAM in the upper finals. Sure, it's Misa. Misa's desire as well, I'd imagine. But they need to win 5 rounds in a row to even have a shot at that. Shot at the upper finals position against UCAM Esports. I feel like Misa once again, they kind of lost the control to Enterprise.
True.
They're not playing confident enough, not enough up front, but it's hard to play against this composition up front. Especially because of this melee.
Same could be said about their composition. Harder had playing that on defense. It's a pretty much a 1-speed strategy. Sure, you've got a couple of controllers, but is that going to be enough? Elite could be stuck here, hindered. But the same could be said about Lime. Everyone is moving in 0.05 speed. Elite, though, wanting to take the mantle. But look at this, Brave showing up from above. And Ilori does not have time to counteract it. Enterprise get caught wide out into the open, and Misa shall punish.
Great response. I think quite a messy round. Almost everyone on that side got stuck in the convergent paths, and for a second, everything stopped. And once again, everything is stopping here. Technical pause coming through.
I think if I heard correct, that was ping issues. Could be wrong. TeamSpeak issues. Thank you for clarifying again. Production, W production in chat. So,
hopefully,
this is becoming quite interesting here, MP. Very, very interesting, because 4 rounds isn't actually that much, given how we know Misa can perform in terms of streaking rounds. And as much as I think Enterprise have cleaned up their act from what we saw, at least on Haven, I still don't see Enterprise in full power. I still don't see them as confident as they can be, and I do see signs of shakiness in their attempt to close out this game.
I agree. I saw Enterprise in a very good form in the EMEA clash.
True.
And to me, that looked like a team that can absolutely play in the tier 1 circuit. Can they win that? Maybe not. Can they be in top 4? Not quite sure.
True. Okay.
But can they play there? Get some wins? I think that Enterprise esports were definitely on that level.
Okay.
Right now, I think they're kind of struggling. Maybe it was because EMEA clash. A lot of these tier 1 teams were experimenting, making Enterprise look even more elevated. But I do believe that them playing Valorant, or they are fundamentally playing Valorant well. Right now, they're kind of struggling here and there. Maybe it's some stuff with like individual mistakes here and there. But to me, I think they're looking decent in terms of how they play as a team, how they use their utility. Couple times I've been really impressed on how they played advantageous positions. But then again, I think Misa has done it well as well.
Sure. That's definitely something else to bring up, right? Because it's different in the early lifespans of teams being able to play solid Valorant from the get-go, right? I feel like you've got some very experienced players playing in the style that they're playing in this team, and they've got a very capable coaching staff to get them up to scrap easily at the very beginning, at the very start of the lifespan of the team. So maybe that's why they were able to do so well in previous tournaments, right? Maybe that's why they showed up so well. Other teams were also at the, early stages of their lifespan of the team, where they're still getting to know each other, their kinks, their quirks, and maybe that's where Enterprise thrive. Now, Misa is one of those teams that I feel like the longer they go, the more they get to know each other, right? The longer the season progresses, they'll be able to play their aggressive play style to better success, because they've got the better trust with one another. They can build those fundamentals as they go, right? So Enterprise are now asked to level up from where they began, right? They're asked to provide new solutions to what teams are throwing at them as they also get better. And that's what I liked seeing in tournaments like Challengers EMEA, right? We used to only see a big event between the different regions at the end of the year, right, with Ascension. But now we get to see this progression as it goes. And I think Enterprise are realizing for them to find success this season, they need to be able to adapt throughout the year.
Yeah, and it's not just this one tournament. Sure, you don't get to ascend from this stage 1, but you can already set the stage. I think this is exactly where we kind of look at different regions in EMEA. Which regions are the strongest? Is it Turkish League? Is it Northeast? Is it Spain? France? DOT? All of these.
They're not. DAC isn't in playoffs, mate, so definitely not that. Yeah, watch them go ahead and win Ascension.
I mean, someone clip this and send it to Pavlos at the end of the year.
Yeah. No shade. I'm just there's a friendly banter relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Chest is somewhere clipping that.
Yeah. Zesh is probably watching right now. He's clipping. Okay, I see you, Pavlos. All right, yeah.
But to me, it seems like most of the time it's been, well, especially last year, it was the Turkish region. Obviously, 2 Turkish teams ascended. Some other regions as well, right there in the finals. But the Turkish region has been such a strong contender. Mandatory
Always.
and Dynasty were the other two there. Barely missing out. Mandatory back in the fight with a different roster, but this time around we have Enterprise and Misa. Is it gonna be the last round, or will Misa find another one?
Well, the likelihood of this being the last round is fairly low, given what we can see in the firepower department.
Yeah.
Not that we haven't seen Enterprise. There's some cool stuff.
I mean, if they
with,
can funnel people into that Armageddon, could be a solid round.
Okay. Big loss. Kushner out already.
Oh,
and
wow.
Elite. And Burzy. Armageddon not even needed. And rifles have been upgraded? Not quite. So there's still a chance to deny these weapons being picked up. If Brave can get there quickly, drops, they know of this. Aftershock dropping to the back of the side, but it will be to no effect. Kozi shuts down Brave. Para looks at comms, no one's answering. Everyone is on the floor, having a sleep.
Don't tell me, Pavlos, that this is flawless. Surely not this way.
It very much could be. Power says no to that. So we'll give this one final effort. What a way for Enterprise to close through. Had to stay in complete silence through a 4-minute tech timeout. Maybe even 5. But jumping into it where they left off. Boy, what a series is that? The first seed of Northeast will be facing UCAM up next in the upper bracket, but forcing Misa Esports' hand and having to say goodbye as I see them drop back to the lower bracket.
What a performance from Enterprise Esports. I think they were neck to neck with Misa, but this time around it was Enterprise Esports to take it all the way. And I'm happy to see what we have in store for tomorrow. But before that, we have the analyst desk for the final time of today. Take it away.
Well, Enterprise Esports managed to eventually dispatch their of Misa, and they're going to be up against the team that weren't quite able to beat Barca next up in their run. An interesting matchup that we're going to have going on there. An interesting matchup in the lower bracket as well. The thing is, what we have seen in the group stage so far has meant that no matchup is going to be boring. And I do think in this case, Enterprise Esports showed us exactly why, right? This team has pretty much steamrolled their way, with the exception of Pearl, through their group stage and managed to make... Well, Misa managed to take them to far more rounds than they have played in the last month, essentially, against any team. So, in case you were worried that anything was going to be, you know, too far above the rest to make it interesting, you've been proven otherwise here. And Echo, do you think that Enterprise Esports are going to have a more difficult time here now that we've established that they have competitors? Do you think they're going to keep having a bit more difficult time? Do you think they're going to learn maybe from that veto that they could make lives easier on themselves?
I'd like to think that they will, right? And coming from Northeast, we've got to have that little bit of a bias towards it as well. I want to see them work that a little bit harder in the vetoes to make it easier for themselves. Yes, they got the win here. Yes, they won out on Abyss, but none of it was easy. And I think that's the key thing, is if they can make it easier for themselves, it's going to progress so much further throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, all right. I think I have to say goodbye to you guys for just a second. I do have a player waiting in the wings here from Enterprise Esports. How is it going? Congratulations on the win, man.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, going good. It was tough. It was tough. I mean, they have some really good individuals that can shoot back, so it was a good test of resilience, but also like for us as a team individually, like shooting back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my first question does have to be, look, the past 2 games that you have been picked against on Bind, and you've won both of those games 13-2. Why was Abyss ahead of like on the docket ahead of Bind in this series? Was that just something that you wanted to add to the map pool that you needed to test out at some point? If so, why was playoffs the time to do it?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, every map's good for us, but I think with the Abyss, we were just, we did our research, and I think that we were quite comfortable picking Abyss into them. Despite it being a close game, I think it could have been less close, let's just say. I think we could have closed way more rounds out. But yeah, sure. I think the reason was just, it was a comfortable map against them specifically.
Okay. And just to pick your brains about Kozzy, because obviously, you know, there's a lot of question marks about the new player, right? Obviously, freshly kind of available to play. I mean, really no kind of competitive, or there are not, you know, organized history, right? Do you know what Kozzy's kind of thoughts are being thrown into this kind of level of objectively quite successful kind of level right at the age when that is, you know, just available? Is it, you know, proving difficult, or is he just fitting right in?
Oh, I mean, he's totally fitting right in. I can tell you, like, I think anyone would tell you from our team, we're so impressed on how he's been, like, at 16, how he's acting and behaving in officials. Like, it feels like there's not that much pressure on him sometimes. So, yeah, I mean, he's incredible. I mean, I can't speak for him, but I think he knows he's like, I mean, to be honest, way better than a lot of these players. So he just plays with that confidence, and yeah, I think he's feeling fine and confident in these matches.
That's good to hear. Well, speaking of better than other players, you are up against, of course, UCAM next, right? Is this? Oh, I mean, I know that you know, you guys as a team and the teams that you have been on. I think everybody kind of focuses on their own game. That kind of answer that we always hear. But is UCAM a team that you have looked at, that you're feeling confident against, or you know, is there still question marks around that?
Yeah, I mean, we're confident versus every team. I think, especially in official, we're going to have the edge against them. But to be honest, UCAM, I think they're probably one of the best tier 2 teams right now. And I guess for a little insight, we've been playing them quite a bit in Prax recently, and it's always been very competitive.
All right. Well, I mean, best of luck for that final game. Of course, like, just a quick, you know, final thing. Do you guys see yourselves as, like, the favorite? I mean, you kind of got an answer out of that one, but just to drive that home, do you guys see yourselves as a favorite? Do you see yourselves moving further than Challengers this time around?
Always.
Always. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Lime, for talking to me, and congratulations on the win, and best of luck with your next game.
Thank you. Appreciate it. See ya.
All right, wonderful. Well, that's encouraging stuff there from what has been, you know, an incredibly successful organization and several rosters from Enterprise Esports in our region of Northeast, and of course in EMEA Challengers as well, continuing their streak of victories there. And Lime, of course, putting up some pretty impressive numbers, especially on that last map as well. So you know, I'm always impressed by Enterprise, but definitely this time around, when, you know, much tougher game from them than anything they have faced, I think, this year at all. Even in EMEA Clash, you know, they played incredibly well there. This is kind of one of the more difficult series that they've had, even including against VCT teams. So you know, Echo, is this now the real true test, I think, you know, with the teams that we have in this competition?
I think so, right? Like, you look at a few teams that are missing from playoffs, you know, Team Liquid Academy, which obviously Enterprise have had both wins and losses against. You look at teams like Job Life that we were maybe expecting to be up here as well, that might be tests. But as we just heard, UCAM sounds like they might be one of the better tier 2 teams. If Enterprise are saying that, I would want to trust them on that. And I think the next match tomorrow is going to be an incredible showing for both.
Yeah, for sure. Kirsten, do you feel like that is going to be kind of the... it's always an interesting, you know, point when we get to this stage of a competition where we're just before that grand final kind of thing. We've still got that upper final left to play, but then also the lower bracket. Anything could happen down there. Do you think that UCAM and Enterprise are looking like the grand finalist teams, the top 2 teams out of this tournament so far?
I think that all 4 of these teams still have more to show.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, UCAM and Enterprise could be the 2 that make that final, but I still think there's more coming in this lower bracket that might be a bit of a surprise. I love how every team is confident in themselves and how they're playing, and I believe them. You know, I think they all know that they have a good shot at this, and I'm excited to see how it all plays out.
Well, tomorrow we're going to have some brilliant games up for you. The first one, of course, Mandatory versus Misa. The first team to be eliminated will be one of those two from the lower bracket here. It would be a shame to get all the way into playoffs and then go out first in this one, but somebody's going to lose. And then our second game tomorrow is going to be, of course, Enterprise Esports versus UCAM. I mean, these two have looked incredibly impressive today. That is set up to be an absolutely brilliant game, especially based off of what we have heard from the players. UCAM said they wanted to play against Enterprise. Enterprise said that UCAM are one of the more impressive teams that they've seen. They've been playing against each other in practices. Should be really awesome, guys. We're going to have to say goodbye to everybody very shortly, so Echo, I'll get some final words from yourself and then some from Carsten as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think today's been a great showing to start the playoffs here, right? We've kind of kicked it running 3 maps for both series. All of these teams have shown what they're capable of on today. But like Kirsten said earlier, I think there's much more to be shown from all 4 teams. And Mandatory, specifically for me, are going to be a team to watch in that lower bracket.
Yeah, from you, Kirsten?
Yeah, I think, I'll be watching Mandatory just because they hadn't been challenged up to this point. And now they've been challenged. How much do they change? How do they move forward with all of that? I think similarly from Misa, right? So yeah, that game tomorrow is going to be fun, really fun to watch. But also, I just want to say thank you for me being here. It's been a lot of fun.
Of course, it's always fun to have you here as well. So I do love this desk. It's an amazing desk. We've worked together before. I'm very happy we got another chance to be all 3 of us as well. And of course, thank you to Powerboss and MP and everybody behind the scenes as well. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to you, the viewers. It's not the end of the event. I can't really do the whole emotional thing. Let's just sign off for the night so you can get some sleep. Get ready for tomorrow's games. We will be back same time tomorrow, and I hope you will join us. Goodbye, guys.
Doing a thing. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Slow down. Last player standing. Thrifty. Attack.
either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on fire. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노리는 것들이 꼭 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게서 네 몫을 내못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다로 내가 다시 look told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려 넣어 boys 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep super, super